Hi there and welcome. Welcome to the biggest, longest live stream I'm pretty sure I've ever done. We're going to go for 4 hours today. God help me. Billy is here. Say hi, Billy, before I start rambling.
Hi.
Most of you, or a lot of you, know who Billy is. I'll introduce her in a second before I cover the basics here. So I'm going to go over the agenda of everything. We've got a lot of different people presenting today. So what we're going to do today is we're going to show you how to go from zero to starting your own location independent business all by yourself. And 4 hours, man. And we're going to have, let's see, so myself and Billy, 1, 2, 3, 4 other coaches. Some of them will be live. Some of them will be recordings. I'm just going to play here. And I will be out here for the rest of the next 4 hours, at least popping in and out during the recording sessions. The live coaches are not going to be here for 4 hours because they actually have lives and have other things they need to do. People are already saying, Billy, oh my God. Yes, I see you in the chat. If you guys could do me a favor in the live chat, if you can put the number 2, if you can see me and hear me and see Billy and hear Billy. Billy, you should probably say something. Say some more stuff.
Good morning, Caleb Jones. This is Billy coming live from Asuncion, Paraguay, where you're going to be in a few days.
Yeah, so Billy is already in Paraguay now. She's been there for a few weeks. I'm going to be there on Wednesday. And of course, Billy leaves the day I arrive or something close to it. So
yeah,
we keep doing that.
Planned well. We have to be on separate continents because the magnetism is so strong. We're so amazing. Right. We have to be kept separate sometimes.
I see a bunch of 2s. Thank you very much. This is great. I need to introduce Billy really quick. For those of you who don't know who Billy is a extremely high income earner. She is location independent. She is involved in more companies than I am. She lives the lifestyle that we talk about here. She makes a lot of money. She is very smart, as you're about to see over the next, well, Billy, you'll be here for like the next hour-ish, right?
For sure. Let's see how it rolls.
Okay, great.
It's raining here. So everything kind of shuts down when it pours rain in Paraguay. So maybe I'll stay a little longer. Let's see what happens.
Billy is the lead coach in the 90-Day Business Builder program, and all the coaches you're going to see today are part of the 90-Day Business Builder program. So just so you're aware, Billy and I, what's that?
Tell them. We just had another milestone together.
Yeah, we had our, correct me if I'm wrong, 8-year business anniversary. Is that right?
That's right. He got me as a birthday gift for himself 8 years ago, the day after his birthday, to come and help rewire his operations. And here we are all this time later, working collaboratively on the awesome 90-Day Business Builder.
It's really weird that it's been 8 years. It doesn't feel like 8 years. We're really old.
Shut up. You're old.
Well, I'm old. I'm older than you are.
Yeah.
But Billy and I started working together in 2018. So it's 26. You're right. That makes sense. Yeah, that's right. Even before we did Business Builder. And so this is something that her and I have built together. And because we've been doing Business Builder now for 5 or 6 years, I forget.
Yeah, just over 5.
Right. Yeah. So, all right. Let me give you the agenda, and this is the next 5 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours? 4 hours. Let's see. 1 p.m. EST to 5 p.m. EST. Yeah, my God. I'll be very sleepy at the end of this, but that's fine. So what we're going to do is for the next hour, it'll be Billy and me. I'm also going to bring in Gary, another one of our Business Builder coaches. And this is, I'm going to give you the overview. Billy will comment. Please comment and interrupt me whenever you want, Billy. Overview about why this is, and if you're familiar with my content, if you're familiar with me, you already know what I'm about to say about certain things, why this is important for you to do, and why this is important for you to do right now and not wait. And one of the reasons I'm doing this big training is, in addition to the new price point for Business Builder, which I'll talk about later, the reason I'm giving you all this free material here, and these coaches, by the way, are expensive. They cost money. This isn't free for me. But the reason I'm giving this to you for free, there's 2 reasons. The biggest one is I want to remove the excuses. I don't know how to find a niche. We're going to remove that excuse in the next 30, 40 minutes here. Okay, we're going to show you exactly how to do it. I don't know how to say stuff on the phone. We're going to We have a sales coach and a communication coach coming up. Okay. I'm nervous about, we have a mindset coach coming up, entrepreneurial mindset. I'm trying to remove all the excuses and all the barriers you have, most of which are mental. They're not physical and they're not, financial. They're mental, so that you can get this done so you can live a more free and happy and prosperous life. Specifically free and happy, which most of you are not, especially if you're an American. You're definitely not happy. Or a Canadian, or live in the UK, you're not happy. You live in Dubai, you're happy. You live in Paraguay, you're happy. But, okay. So that's number one, is to remove your excuses. Number two, and if you've been following my stuff, you already know this, I have moved into a new phase of my life here where I am trying, and I'm 70% there, I think, trying to not do things just for the money and trying to do things to really help you guys, because I don't want to spend the rest of my life, constantly like, well, does this make a lot of money? Well, then I won't do it. In other words, I want to be a little more balanced like Billy is. Billy is where I want to be in terms of this mentally.
I'm just a selfish old cow. Let me be very honest. My goal in life has always been to have a group of amazing friends from around the world to go and do really cool stuff with. So as part of the Business Builder, I am fulfilling that desire and creating amazing friends and people that I get to work with and be a business auntie to for many, many years, hopefully forever, and have the same independence of time that Caleb and I do. It's not just about location, it's about time too. I want you to have that because it feels amazing, and then we can do cool stuff together. And
Right.
I see a couple people like Eugene in the chat who already gone to a different country to go hang out with him and his family.
We see a bunch of friends in the chat, don't we? We see a bunch of buddies in the chat.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Some of you have already gotten there. Some of you are already location dependent. Some of you already, so wonderful. We love you guys. You're our brothers. That's great. And sisters. I don't think there's any sisters in there except for Billy. There might be a sister or two if I look carefully. But
I'll represent. It's fine.
She'll represent, right. So those are the two reasons why I'm doing this. Is I want to remove your excuses and I want to give you as much stuff. This is free. This is all for now. Some of you got VIP tickets. We'll address you in a second. Don't worry. But this is free. And, I am here. It is my mission. And I don't speak for anyone else, the other coaches. They could speak about their motivations for doing this. The reason I am here, the reason I am alive, the reason I exist, and this is the facts, and this is, I feel this very strongly spiritually, is to help those of you, and there aren't very many of you, but those of you who are serious about breaking away from the prison of your 9-to-5 job, breaking away from the prisons of your collapsing Western country. The United States as an empire just moved into a new phase in the last 30, 40 days. I've written about that in my Substack. To be free from these elements and to live a life that you want. And this is just the next phase of this, to make sure that you have the tools that you need to get these things done. All right, back to the agenda. I got off topic a little bit here. So we're going to talk about niche, how to find a niche, which is phase one of this process. Then at 2 p.m., we're having Coach Jan come on, and that's going to be at about, how long is that? In about 50 minutes now. Jan's going to come on for about 30 minutes and discuss sales skills, specifically how to get to a yes, how to assess if you have a buyer. Now, we do not teach cold sales. We teach warm sales. We'll cover that as we go along. So that will be about a half an hour. Then at 2:30 p.m. EST, those of you who purchased VIP tickets for the hot seats, the first 10 of you, I will address you if you're live on the chat by then. Yeah, you guys are, I'm talking about EST, by the way. I have to pick a standard, so that's EST. United States EST. I'll do that for about a half an hour as I'll address you guys in the chat. You just give me your business ideas, and I'll just evaluate them and go through them in detail. We'll do that for about 30 minutes. Okay, then at 3 p.m. EST, we have Coach Peter coming on, and that is communication skills, which is critical because, as Billy and I are aware, we tend to appeal to people who are kind of like Billy and me, or at least more like me. Yeah. Introverts, technical nerd types, financial types, engineering types, who are smart lissigs, INTJ types. And the beauty is you're smart. The problem with you is you don't get off your ass and do anything, and you don't know how to communicate with humans. Your people skills suck ass. I've talked about my content. I spent my entire 20s reading books like How to Win Friends and Influence People, learning how to be a human being. And so a lot of you don't have those skill sets, and you're going to need some of them. You don't need a lot of them, but you need some of them in order to make
Yep. And I'm going
$5,000
to
a month with the
I'm
90
going to
days.
tag in here, Caleb,
Yes.
because the audience that I resonate most with are people like me who have ADHD and autism. So we're really freaking smart, and our social skills are really freaking poor. So this is why some of these people exist in the program, because coaches like Peter, who you'll hear about in a minute, Christy and Jan, are the people who've helped me overcome some of the biggest challenges that I've had. So we're not just sharing random people with you guys. We're giving you the best people that we personally worked with for a reason.
Yeah, it's really funny. Billy and I were having a WhatsApp conversation about 2 days ago, and I'm like, you know what, Billy? Because after I coordinated all the coaches for this session, right? So you know what? We have like the best goddamn coaches in the industry. We have some of the best people in the world. We have an amazing, because I've worked with lots of teams of people in my life. I've been a business person now this is my 30-year anniversary as a business owner. And I'm like, you know what? We have, the people we have are fucking awesome. And she has more interaction. Billy, you have more interaction with these people than I do on a daily basis. You're more aware of this. But whenever I talk, I'm like, God damn, these people are you're going to see over the next 4 hours the level of skill of these people. Anyway, Billy and I were discussing that. And
anyway, yeah, we all tend to be very, very smart. And now we're just bringing it all together with the really smart people who can help us get over those little hurdles that we have to being like human-y.
Right. Okay. So then where are we? At 4. So Peter's going to go for communication is such a critical thing. That's going to be an hour and 15 minutes. And that'll be, by the way, that'll be recorded. So I'm just going to play the recording.
For me personally, Peter has been the biggest game changer in my life. And I believe in learning through osmosis, especially because I don't have a lot of time during the day. So I actually listen to recordings of Peter's calls while I'm sleeping at night.
Oh, do you really?
Before that, I do. I totally do. And I wake up thinking like, I could talk to strangers all day. It only lasts for about 2 hours, but that's 2 hours more than I've ever had in my life.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool. All right. So that'll be an hour and 15 minutes. He has an entire presentation with slides. It's awesome. I've seen it. It's fucking great. Okay. Then 4:15 p.m., God forbid, I'm going to be up really late tonight here in Dubai, but that's fine. I slept in this morning in preparation for this. We have Coach Christy, and Christy is a mindset coach specifically for entrepreneurs, and her niche is specifically for you guys, 9-to-5 employees making the mindset shift to business owner. The number one reason, if you do not own a business and you're still a 9-to-5 employee, okay, the number one reason is not the reason you think. You think it's because I don't know how to do it. That's incorrect. There's a billion books you can buy on Amazon to learn how to do it. I've got hundreds, if not thousands of hours of content for free on how to do it. That's not the issue. The issue is you're thinking like an employee. Like when guys ask me questions like, Caleb, should I go back to college and get a degree to start my business? Okay, that means you're thinking like a 9-to-5 employee. In the private sector, no one gives a fuck that you went to college. I didn't go to college. I didn't graduate high school. I've been asked one time in 30 years, what college did you go to? One time in 30 years. No one gives a fuck.
I was just asked that the other day. I said, I went to college for 5 minutes. Sorry. But we have people like academics with 18 degrees who come to us for advice.
I was in college for 6 weeks.
Longer than me, actually.
Yeah, okay. That's what I forgot. You did. You were in for a few minutes. Yeah. Go ahead.
The reality is, though, you don't need these things. And it is about the mindset. The mindset to overcome fear and take action. The ability to understand what your beliefs are around money. That's a really big one for a lot of us. We don't understand that we have generational beliefs because grandpa saved pennies in a jar because we were afraid we'd run out of fuel oil for the lamp. Right? Those aren't our realities today, but we carry those forward to us with us without even understanding that it exists and that it's weird and it's not serving us. And there are other things like imposter syndrome. We all face that. I remember when this highly academic guy came to me and said, oh my God, I want one-on-one coaching with you. And I thought, what the hell do you think you're going to get from me? You have all the degrees. But guess what? 6 months into it, we've made a big impact in his business. It's because I knew enough to understand that I was feeling imposter syndrome and needed to get out of my own way. And that's the kind of stuff Christy helps us with. literally
Right.
getting out of our own way.
When we have people join Business Builder, we require them to attend Christie's sessions because we know those are the most important because they're not thinking correctly. They're thinking like a 9-to-5 employee. Oh, if I put in these much X amount of hours, I get paid this. That's not how business works. If I get more training and more certifications, I can make more money. That's not how business. That's how being an employee works. You have to make that mental shift, which is a hard shift to make for some people. So she'll be on. Go ahead.
One other thing to add is that a lot of, especially in the manosphere, you guys are hearing people screaming at you that if you don't do this, you're an idiot. If you don't do that, you're a pussy. How helpful is that really?
It's very helpful.
Right? How much does that help your inner voice to understand like how awesome you are and what you do have to offer? There isn't a lot of this in space for men and in space for business. And it's actually one of the fundamental skills you can learn. So I'm really glad that you included Christy in this. I think you guys will get so much out of it.
That will be for about 45 minutes, and that'll also be a recording. So what I'll do for the recordings is if you guys ask questions in the chat during the recordings, at the end, I'll kind of whip through the questions and answer what I can. And then at the end, 5 p.m. will not be the end. We will do the wrap up, and I will do Q&A as much as I'm able to do based on how tired I am. But I should be fine. I kind of planned this in advance. By the way, we are literally breaking live attendance records for this live stream. I think we're breaking the record for the live streams I've ever done. I think this is, in terms of people live, that's interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Cool. Okay. What do I want to cover next? We just go into niche. Yes. All right. So is there anything else, Billy, you want to talk about in broad strokes before we go into niche?
I do. All of you guys are capable of doing this. If you are able to read and write and have 2 brain cells between your ears, all of this is possible for you. It's a matter of getting out of your own way. So make sure that as you're going through this whole experience together, write things down, make notes, use your little computer, whatever it is, write down the things that resonate with you. And if you hear something that's actionable, write it down and do the thing. Make a plan to do the thing. The most important thing you can take away isn't the information you're going to learn. It is the ability to take an action. And we really desperately want that for you. So invest in yourself, take the notes, take the action. And with that, let's move into niche.
Writing on top of that, those of you who sign up for VIP, you have like a 15-page workbook, which covers a lot more techniques than we're going to cover in this live stream. So use that. Please use that. Don't just look at it and go, oh, that's cool. No, use that. Will a VOD be available publicly? VOD, video on demand? You mean a replay? There will be a replay of this. I believe, I'm not sure. I could be stating this incorrectly because there's a lot of moving parts to what's happening over the next few days. I believe this is going to be live as a replay for 24 hours. Then we're shutting it off. But you've bought the VIP tickets. You're going to get a downloadable version of this. I think that is correct. I might be off a little bit on that, but I think that's what we're doing. Okay. All right. So I want to bring on Coach Gary. Here's the problem. I don't know how to bring on 3 people. So I'm going to see how this works because I don't think StreamYard does. I think it allows 3 people, but not for video. But
pop me back into the studio. That's cool.
Well, let me try adding him, and maybe he can be on audio. Let me try this. Okay, Gary, hang on a second. Oh, there he is. Cool. All right. Can you see us? Say something, Gary, so I know the audio is working.
G'day all. How you going?
Gary is one of our niche coaches, and Gary is in Down Under in Perth. I can't do Australian accents. I tried.
No, you can't.
I can't do it. I can't.
No, I can I, funnily enough.
See, he does it perfectly. Gary is a niche expert. Gary works in Business Builder. He also works with Billy, and we're going to cover niche. Oh, Gary, say a few words before I'm getting excited. Before I start rambling, go ahead and say a few words.
Yeah, g'day all. I'm Gary. I've been with Caleb and Billy in the Business Builder since 2023. Started out as a participant and graduated, and here I am now, putting my 2 cents worth where it's hopefully appreciated.
We say this in Business Builder. Billy is addicted to poaching people at a Business Builder and hiring them as coaches. So that's happened a few times.
Might
We have several
happen a few
coaches who are
times. Yeah.
business builder alumni. So yes. Did your camera just fall? Are you okay, Billy? You okay
So
over
my
there?
computer is sitting on top of a little box because I have no good workspace here.
Oh,
And the
fuck.
box is
Where-
much smaller than
Are
the
you in your
computer.
apartment? Where are you? Where are you right now?
I am in my apartment in Paraguay. Yeah, in
All right, all right.
Villamella.
You don't have a desk? Fuck, dude.
Not in this one. They put me in a crappy apartment. What can I tell you this time?
All right, I
didn't
understand.
work out.
Yeah. You need a home in Paraguay like I have.
I don't
know
usually
you're
use
working
a
on that.
desk, Caleb. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing
Um,
is, when we find really talented people who are giving of themselves in the business builder, who are going out of their way to help other people, I will post you as a coach if you're awesome, and that's what it's all about.
I'm going to pause for a second. I'm getting questions in the chat about Business Builder. So I'm going to say this really quick and then I'm going to go into more detail in a little while. Okay. And I'll show you everything. Business Builder used to be $6,000. It is now $1,997. It's under $2,000. And we guarantee you'll make $5,000 in 90 days. So let me say that again. We guarantee you'll make $5,000 in 90 days, but it only costs less than $2,000. If you can't afford 1,997, you can get in for 3 payments of $797. So you get in for less than $800. Okay, which means this is part of what I said earlier. If you have the wherewithal to do that, and this is something you want to do, and you don't do this, you're stupid. I'm eliminating all the excuses. The only excuse we had was, oh, I don't have $5,000, which I understand. I was poor. I get it. 1,997, which you can put on a credit card, or 3 payments of less than $800 for a program that's $6,000. That used to be $7,000. And every other program you can find on the internet that is similar to this is way more than $6,000. It is $10,000. I was just talking to someone. I'm not going to say his name. What am I? Not a competitor, but similar. He's in this space. He sells a thing just like Business Builder, very similar. It's $9,000. $9,000. Okay, this is less than $2,000. So there's no more excuses. So I'll give you the details on that in a few minutes. Billy, go ahead. You said something.
And I was going to say, I finally twisted your arm into doing that. But by the same token, Boss Cooperative has a program. It's a little similar to this, but not exactly. It's kind of similar-ish in the same vein as the other person you're talking about. And you're right, the price is almost $10,000.
Yeah.
It is because we're able to do this at volume and we have it dialed in and we have freaking awesome coaches that we're finally able to convince Caleb to make this more accessible to everyone and to publish the price, which we have never done before. You'd have to call to find out. I freaking hate that.
Yeah. So less than a month
got
ago,
rid of it.
we didn't say how much it was. We said it's several thousand. You need to schedule a call. Okay. We're not playing those games anymore. It's 1,997. It's less than $2,000. You guarantee you make $5,000. Now, and there are a lot of people who make a lot more than $5,000 on their first set of clients. And there's some people who make less, and depends. And I'll cover all that in a few minutes. So that's
let's go to niche. Yeah, let's move into niche though, because Gary has only a short while to be with us. It's the middle of the night in Australia.
Okay.
But Gary's the kind of guy like me. We can see niche opportunities flying at us from every direction. So this guy is going to be someone you want to listen to.
So Gary, I'm going to drive on the you and the three of us have talked about this 10,000 times for 5 years. So, and if you've been in Business Builder, you could probably say these things by heart. I'm going to give you the 8 parameters of finding a niche, because this is maybe 80% of a niche. Is what makes a good niche? Is this a good niche? I'm going to give you the 8 parameters. And when you find a niche for your business, it must adhere to all 8 of these, not some, all 8. Some of them are pretty easy. Some of them are kind of hard. So I'm going to go through these now. Excuse me, Gary and Billy, just interrupt me if you have anything to add. I'm just going to go through the basics. So this is it. And frankly, this is worth the price of admission, although this is free. Right here. Just this list here. Okay. So, and they're listed in no particular order. It's not like this is priority 1, priority 2. They're all equal higher priority. Okay. All right. So the first one, the most common one that people fuck up on. And I have a feeling when I talk to the guys who are doing the hot seats today, I'm going to see some of this, and that's okay. We all make this mistake. A niche is a narrow type of business. A niche is not what you are going to sell. So like, Caleb, if I sell AI automation services to doctors' offices I'm making this up, in Thailand, is that a good niche? That's not a niche. You're selling AI automation. That's not a niche. That's the solution of that's the thing you're selling. So the name of your niche cannot include the problem, the solution, or the service in the niche. Caleb, I'm going to sell blank. That's not a niche. As soon as you say I'm going to sell blank or selling blank thing, you've killed the niche. That's not a niche. A niche is, I'll give you one of mine. Yes, go ahead.
Guys, your niche is your target audience. It's not what you want to sell. It's not your widget. It's not how you're going to service them. It's your target audience. That's who you're aiming for to help out.
One of my niches, for example, is cardiologists in private practice nearing retirement. What am I selling to them? You don't know. Doesn't matter because that's not the niche. What I'm selling is not the niche. That's the solution. And what you have to do under this model to make money very quickly is you separate the solution from the niche. What most business owners do, what most novice business owners do, is they start with the solution. I want to do this. Oh, AI or robotics or whatever the hell it is. Or I'm a bookkeeper, so I'm going to sell bookkeepers or whatever the hell it is. I want to do this, or I'm good at this, or I think this is exciting. So now I'm going to try to find someone who will buy this. I'm going to try to convince them to buy this thing. Yeah. It's backwards. If you want to make money quickly. Now, if you want to make money slowly and painfully, then you start with what you want to sell and try to get people to buy it. That's dumb. You do that, by the way, for your second business. So your second business, sell what you want to sell. I mean, I'm selling a comic book right now. That's not my first business. Okay, that's like my seventh. Billy, go ahead.
I'm selling an equestrian lifestyle community right now. That is not my first business. Right? It's like the fourth, fifth, sixth business. That's when we get to the stuff that's sexy and that we really like. Right.
Get free first. Get your 9-to-5 job first. Go ahead, Gary. Sorry.
I've been doing a little bit of research for some website update, and I found that within the first 5 years doing the traditional business cart before the horse way of doing things, within 5 years you're likely 80% chance of failing, and that's between 60 and 80% where you are in the world. So it's something to keep an ear out for everyone.
What I have here on the slide is 2 B2C examples. Do not do B2C, only to sell to business. I'm just using it as examples to illustrate. Personal credit repair for real estate investors. That's not a niche. That's your personal credit repair. That's the service, so that doesn't count. So if you chop that off, you have what? Real estate investors. Is real estate investors a niche? No. So that's not a niche. Moms with toddlers who need help decorating their house. Who need help decorating the house is the thing you want to sell.
How the hell would we determine that anyway?
Is that a big need that moms have? That's just what you want to do, for example. And then if you chop that off, you have what's remaining? Moms with toddlers. Is that a niche? No. So there you go. So you're going to be tempted to put the thing you want to sell in the niche. That's not the niche. The niche is Gary said it perfectly, what is your target audience? And it has to be businesses, not individuals or people. Again, if you want to make money quickly, we sell to businesses first. For your second business or third business, sell whatever the fuck you want. Once you don't have a 9-to-5 job and you're location dependent, you're happy. Then do whatever you want. But to get the hell out of your job and out of your collapsing country, sell to businesses only. All right, next one. This one should be obvious, but a lot of people screw this up still. It has to be a niche. A niche is a narrow niche, not an industry. So if you say healthcare, that's not a niche. Or tech, or AI, or crypto, these are not niches. These are gigantic, broad industries with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of niches inside these things. Doctors, that's not a niche. Lawyers, that's not a niche. I mean, lawyers there are. Law firms, are you insane? No. So it's a narrow niche, because depending on how you want to say it, I say niche because I'm a dumb American. Niche inside an industry, buried way deep, not an industry. Billy, do you have something?
Yeah, I was going to say real estate investors, not a niche. How would we drill that down to a niche? And we're going to talk about burrowing a little bit later. But let's say real estate investors, that doesn't mean anything to me. What about real estate investors in Paraguay? That's a little bit more of a niche. If I choose a city, Nuevo Asuncion, which is a new city being built near the capital. Okay, now we're getting into a niche. And if we say gated lifestyle communities in Nuevo Asuncion, Paraguay. Now that's a niche. But you see how narrow I had to go. They'll be like looking at the panhandle of Florida for golf properties, right? Really, really specific.
And even with types of property, commercial, residential, multifamily, industrial, right? You can get really narrow. And one of my favorite statements I've been saying for many years, and I say this a lot in Business Builder, but I say it publicly too. Well, what if it's too small? What if I have never seen a niche that is a real niche where you couldn't make a 7-figure income from. 7 figures, not 6, 7, if you wanted to take the time and effort. I've never seen a niche too small for 7-figure income. Don't worry about going too small. Don't worry about it. All right. Ask Me to Market is not dying. This one's an easy one. So you probably don't want to pick, anything to do with printing on paper, newspapers, printed magazines. Another one is a technical, like
bookkeeping,
audio recording studios. That's a dying industry because people have their own stuff in their house now, right?
So bookkeeping is a dying industry because AI companies have automated 80% of what they do. They've rolled it out at the enterprise level, and now it's scaling down to the smaller companies as well. So we know that is dying. That's simply not, that niche isn't going to exist as we know it in a few years.
So there's 3 categories for this. I need to kind of hurry up. There's dying industries. There are growing industries, obviously. We know what those are. Those are easy. And there are solid industries. They're not growing or dying, but they're just going to be there forever, like roofers. Roofers aren't going anywhere. AI is not going to threaten roofers. If you're a roofer, you'll have income for the rest of your life. You'll be fine. Is it a growth industry? No, but it's not dying, so it's stable. So you can think of dying industries, stable industries, and growth industries. Okay, and you want your business to service niches in stable or growth industries, not a dying industry. That's not a good idea. All right. The niche has enough money to pay for what you want to sell them, and that would be something in the number. Kill. What does that mean? How much money? The number I have in my head for this is around $3,000. You could be selling something for much more than $3,000, and you should, but a lot of people don't have confidence to do that. So let's say $3,000. So if you have a niche and you say, I'm going to help you solve your biggest problem, niche, $3,000. So they go, holy shit, we don't have that kind of money. Probably not a great niche. There are niches out there that are valid niches. They are true niches. They're real. They're B2B, but they are poor and they have no money. Or like restaurants, they have micro razor thin margins, so they don't have a lot of extra money to spend on stuff. Or some nonprofits. There's various areas and business industries and sectors that are valid niches, but they don't have a lot of money. We don't want those. And I've said many times that the ideal niche is a niche that has a huge problem that's driving them insane, and they got plenty of money. They're making a lot of money. That's the ideal niche. So you don't want to pour niches. What's that?
It's also why we also focus on B2B when we start our
correct. Same exact reason.
Well.
Businesses have money. You can send a $10,000 invoice to a company. It's not a big deal. If you charge an individual human $10,000, like the fuck? There you go. Right. Exactly. The niche, this is another one. This is common. And this is, unfortunately, AI has contributed to this problem. The niche has to be something that is real, that you have verified is real. It cannot be something that you made up or something AI made up. Because sometimes use AI to brainstorm niches, that's fine. But sometimes AI like ChatGPT, Perplexity is a lot better at this, will make up niches. It'll just make it up. Well, this is a good niche. How about this? And so I have in this example here, this is a real niche that someone gave me once a long time ago. Chiropractors in Canada who want to move to Bangladesh. Okay, you just made that up. That's not a thing. You just made that up and you were brainstorming thinking, oh, what about? No. So what you need to do is if you have an idea for a niche that's kind of popped into your head, use AI, use Google, and confirm it's real. Confirm there are actually companies in a given region or the region you want to target that are actually there and that's real. And one of the things that we do in the niche sessions that we have in Business Builder is when people give us their niches, the most common thing I'll say to them is like, did you verify that's real? Because it'll be a niche I've never heard of. Did you verify that's real? And often they'll say, yes, it's real. Great. And they'll say, well, no, but ChatGPT said, okay, we don't give a fuck about that. So don't make it up. Don't let AI make it up. It has to be something that is real in the real world. All right. The niche should be easy to locate. This is one of these. The next few we had to add as we went through several years of Business Builder. We learned this. There are niches that like to hide. There are some niches that don't like to advertise what they're doing. They don't want a bunch of websites. You can't really find them on Reddit. They don't want to be public. Well, that's not good, because we need niches that are very public, that are easy to find, for you to find a scraper and get a bunch of names relatively easily. You don't want niches that are very, very, very difficult to locate. We had, I'm not going to go there. So that's important. So you want to make sure that whatever niche you're looking at is something that is reasonably easy. If not for you, then for a professional scraper, you can hire for $50, $100, $150 to get you a list of 100 names, because
Or
it's odd.
you can also use platforms like Apollo AI and
Yes.
Lucia.
Yes.
These are things that will help you search by job title, by company, etc. There are many, many, many different ways that you can compile these lists in short time. But if you can't create a list of 40 or 50 businesses, there's probably a problem, because they're too hard to locate.
Right. And they're out there. Now, this is the next one. There's kind of a Venn diagram. There's some overlap between this next one here and the one I described. Your niche needs to be something that is easy to break into. There are some industries, banking is a big one, government, mining, aerospace is another example of this. There are some industries that are run by literally an old boys network. These old white guys, and they kind of run the industry, and you come in, hey, industry, I'm going to help you solve this problem. And they're like, the fuck are you? Get out of here. They don't want to talk to you. It's a walled garden is the phraseology that some people use for these things. They're really tough. They're either the culture is tough to break into, or there's lots of paperwork or whatever. I tried to get into banking as a consultant many years ago, and boy, did I beat my head against the wall. I'm like, banks have a lot of money. I'm going to go after banks. I made some money, but boy, it wasn't worth it. So you want to make sure that you want to choose a niche that is easy to break into, meaning they don't care if they don't know who you are. I go back to roofers. If you have an independent roofing company and you call them up and say, hey, this problem you have that you already know they have because you already done the research, Peter, we talk about that. I can help you fix that. They're like, really? Great. They don't care who you are. All they want is their problem fixed. Whereas you talk to a big banker, he's going to say, who the hell are you? What banks have you worked with? Where did you go to college? And blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different than gatekeeping.
Like, did you go to Stanford like me? It's that kind of shit. Billy, go ahead.
It's a little bit different than gatekeeping, which came up in the comments. So a gatekeeper could be the receptionist. It could be an assistant. It could be the wife of the owner. It could be the owner of them. It could be anyone. Gatekeepers are people that we can talk to reach the decision makers. But when you have multiple layers of hierarchy, such as in a large manufacturing, banking environment, something that's very heavily regulated, they need to be very careful about talking to strangers. So they're going to have many layers of walls between you and them. These are the companies we don't want to deal with. If they have one little gatekeeper, a receptionist, people in those roles, great. Bring it on, because we know we're 1 or 2 degrees removed from the decision maker. We don't want to be 10 steps removed.
Fantastic way of saying it. That goes back to, Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, just stepping in on the mining side of things. I've been mining for 20 years, and unless you know who to talk to,
right,
trying to get numbers and trying to get past all the ribbon and all the gatekeepers, because
right,
you call up a mine site, you're going to go to admin. Oh, where do you want to go? Oh, let's just say Drill and Blast. Who do you go to Drill and Blast? So they try and get hold of them. No one in Drill and Blast. Oh, okay, who's the next step? Oh, sorry, we can't tell you that. It's like...
Yeah.
Right. These industries want to know that you're already in the industry. And if you're not, and you won't be because you're a new business owner, you're in big trouble. The point, going back to what Billy said, is we're not going to address that on this training, but that's why it's generally better to go after smaller-ish companies. You don't go to
small,
tiny
mid-size.
Yes. Well, mid-size, again, is several hundred people. But again,
it depends on your definition. So maybe up to 100 employees is the max for what we want to do.
Sure.
As we're starting a new business, because we know it's easier to get to that decision maker than in a company that has 300 employees. Simple math.
Right. I got to 6-figure income in 1990s dollars. I got to a millionaire status dealing primarily with companies under 40 people. just all teeny tiny companies. And it was funny as I was working with these big companies, was doing what I was doing, but a big giant. And I'd have these meetings with these guys. And they're like, you work with companies with 40 employees? How do you make any money? They were shocked. It's really funny. So, and Billy's point is valid, is that in a small company, you can talk directly to the owner of the business or the person right below him. You can't do that if you sell to Amazon or, a big bank or, the U.S. government. You see my point? All right. Moving on. This one. Is this the last one? Yes, this last one. Okay. This one's important. And let me explain this. There's some confusion about this. You do not want to choose a niche that is going to be directly threatened by AI in the next 3 to 4 years. Sometimes I say 2 to 3 years. That'd probably be better. 2 to 3. And certainly now. So you don't want to do anything probably in the legal field. You don't want to choose niches in the accounting fields or the bookkeeping fields. These people are in really, really big trouble. And I could list
billing.
Yeah, medical bill. I mean, I could list
There are
10,000 things. Copywriters. What you don't want to do, and I've already seen this happen now, what I'm about to describe. Before it was a hypothetical I was given 2 or 3 years ago. I am now seeing this happen right now. You don't want to start a business to a niche, and you start getting clients, you start making money, and then AI wipes out the niche. And now you're like, oh, shit, I got to start another company now. Please don't do that. So you want to choose companies that are not threatened by AI soon. Now, the response people give to me on this sometimes is, but some people will say this, depends on how you feel about what AI is going to do over the next 20 years. Caleb, AI is going to threaten every niche. So we're all fucked. Okay. We're not worried about what's going to happen in 20 years. Let me go back to roofers. Is AI going to threaten roofers? Well, robots, that's 30 years from now. Go look up how long it's going to take to really actually manufacture tens of billions of robots. We don't have the manufacturing capability. It's going to be a long time. So
and people are resistant.
Go ahead. What?
People are resistant. Am I going to hire a team with a robot to roof my house knowing that the expense is going to be 20% more? Of course not. So that's not going to be rolled out in a large scale anytime, probably within my lifetime.
Right. So you're looking at niches that are not going to be threatened by AI in the next few years. Well, what if they're threatened in 7 years? I just did a YouTube video about 2 weeks ago on the Unchained CEO channel addressing that directly. You're going to pivot anyway. Billy and I have been self-employed for decades. We pivot every few years anyway prior to AI. AI is just going to be another pivot. Okay, I'm not selling the same thing I was selling 7 years ago, 5 years ago, certainly 30 years ago, and Billy's same thing. So we're all in the same boat here. So don't worry about that. We're just worried about the next 2 to 4-ish years. Make sure it's something that AI is not going to really hit. Now, a little asterisk by this is there are some niches, I'm in one of them, where they'll be benefited by AI. So that goes back to growth industries. So some industries, not most, but some industries are going to be helped by AI. Okay, that is a hint, hint. Go after those, for example. Let's see. How are we doing on time? We have 15 minutes. Billy, go ahead. You want to say something?
Nope, I was just giving you the count.
Okay, so questions. Those of you who are live, we have broken our record. I can't believe that. I was not expecting this. We've actually broken the record of live people attending a live stream for me. That's cool. Are there any questions for those of you live regarding niche? And if not, we're going to pivot into burrowing. We're going to talk about that briefly. But are there any questions specifically on niches? Now, I did see a question about showing up at someone's office. We only teach location-independent income here. So under this model, unless you want to violate the model, and you shouldn't, you should not be showing up at anyone's office. You should not be calling anyone in your local city. You need to force yourself to look outside of your region. It doesn't have to be outside your country. A lot of you, at least 50% of you are Americans. America's a big country, but even the UK, you could sell to Scotland or whatever the hell. So Australia, etc. So you only want independent. Go ahead, Bill.
I'm going to push back a little bit because Caleb and I are different people, as you know. I'm going to push back a little bit and say, as you're doing research and as you're building a business, walk in. Walk in. If there's 5 roofing companies near you, walk in the damn door. Bring a cool gift that they won't forget. My favorite are doing things like if I'm going to a pest control company, I'm going to order on Amazon those lollipops that have like bugs and spiders inside of them, because they're not going to forget me after I leave a gift like that. They're going to be more likely to speak to me. So yeah, I'll do some quirky little thing like that and walk in the door. But it's not because my goal is to serve those people on the ground, to be spending time in their offices. It is literally to be gathering information and getting a first client. But I'm going to change that model as quickly as possible. I don't actually want to work for you in this place. Even if I work with someone in my community, which I sometimes do, it's remote. I'm not going there. I don't have time for that, nor do I have the inclination, right? So think about this if you're doing research, but it's not that you want to be married to this region for what you're doing, and you certainly don't want to be expected to show up more than once at someone's office.
Correct. You just got to be really careful with, again, the location dependent mindset. We're trying to separate yourself from that. The biggest threat to you as a Westerner in 2026 is that you are if you are, and most of you still are, if you're location dependent. If you have to stay in a certain city to make money to pay your bills, you're in big trouble. You're in huge trouble. Now, if you choose to stay in a certain city and you could be anywhere in the world you want, like me, then fine. You can always leave. People were very worried about me in Dubai a few weeks ago, weren't they? Well, I could leave anytime I want. And I was fine. But anyway, so the reason I was so relaxed, and a lot of people are like, oh my God, kid, they're going to die, is because these were location dependent people. These are people with the paradigm of, I live in this city, so I'm stuck in this city and I can't leave. And so Caleb must be the same way, and Billy must be the same way, and Gary must be the same. We should all be. No. You've got to separate. That's part of mindset again. You need to think in terms of being a citizen of the world, not a citizen of your country or your city. A citizen of the world, and wherever you are is where you happen to be at the moment, but you can leave whenever you want. You've got to start getting your mind into that zone. It's really important, because if you don't make that mental shift, you'll never make the physical shift. And I'm going to say this again, and I'm not being hyperbolic or making a joke. The biggest threat to you, if you're a Westerner, right now in 2026, is if you're stuck where you are. You
need options. There's a reason that I'm in Paraguay right now. First of all, I love coming here, but it's because I bring a ton of people here to get residency. There's a reason I go to Dubai. It's to get residency. It's not because I freaking love Dubai. We need these options in our lives. The first step to doing that is having the financial freedom. You need to take action.
I see a question here. A few of you are asking questions that we're going to answer a little later, so just hang on and you'll get those answers. Like, how do you contact them? Don't worry, you're going to get that in the next few hours. You've always advised not to try to offer softwares due to limited time frame in building them. Right. Do not sell a software item. No. Plus, Claude Code and AI is coming for you. So no. What about resorting to white label? What's that?
White labeling is lame. That's what you do when you don't know how to do something and you don't mind selling something for pennies on the dollar that someone else built. I think of that sort of like MLMs. Not exactly the most legitimate business, certainly not one I'd be thrilled by. Now, I own a company that has a software that's white labeled, but that's because my company uses it and we want to offer it cheaply to clients, not because we have any desire to make money on it.
I didn't mention this earlier, and I probably should have. So we're giving you several rules here for your first business. B2B, location dependent. Here's another rule you're going to follow for your first business. If you want to do white label software for your second business, please do it. Once you're free from your 9-to-5 job and you're location independent, making at least $7,000 a month. That's my standard model. Okay. Another rule is what you're going to do if you follow these models and want to make money from zero. If you want to make money, $5,000 within 90 days, which is what we're talking about here today, you're only going to sell one of two things. You're going to sell consulting or a business service, and that's it. You're not going to sell anything else. Can I sell software? Is that consulting? No. Is that a business service? No. You're not going to sell software. Consulting or a business service. Why? Because you can charge thousands and thousands of dollars as a newbie to a niche with a problem and have most of that or all of that be margin, meaning profit for you, very quickly within a few weeks. You cannot do that writing an ebook unless you have AI write it for you. And then nice.
And even then, you just have to market the hell out of it and hope for the best.
Right. You're not going to be able to write your own ebook and make a lot of money in 90 days. You're not going to be able to write your own software or white label stuff and make a lot of money in 90 days. That's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. The number one priority.
Those
Yeah.
are volume businesses, which are legitimate businesses. But as a first business to get you to that financial freedom rapidly, it would be a horrible choice.
Right. What I keep saying over and over again in my content is, in this new era of AI and Western collapse, which keeps accelerating every year, your number one priority is speed. So if you have a business idea that's going to take you 6 months or 12 months or 18 months or 2 years to make money, and there are business models like that, no, please make that your second or third business when it's not urgent anymore. I see another comment. Are irrigation and electricians a good industries to find a niche? Yes, it's perfectly fine because by AI, anything blue collar is usually pretty good. Now there could be other problems, and maybe they have lower margins, but that's something you would research when you niche down. Yeah, but in terms of industries to start, sure, that's fine.
There's another one that showed up here, Caleb,
Yeah.
asking about the arts specifically. So working with, I'm sorry, I just lost it. It scrolled up.
Yeah, it moves up when people add
Is
new ones.
AI a threat to the creative industries? Absolutely, yes. A friend of ours, a client of ours, a year and a half ago, he's worked on tons of movies and things you've heard of, video games and things you've heard of. He's working on a famous video game, and in the middle of it, they fired all of the artists and used AI.
Yeah.
Everyone, first of all, people in the creative spaces generally don't have much money. Secondly, now they're dying to this.
Art-based niches are fine if they're already making money. So we've had several people do things like, I have a business for independent filmmakers. Well, they don't have any money. Remember, one of the rules is they need to make money. Remember that? So that. I think we just lost Billy. Maybe she'll come back. That's fine. So I'm qualifying what Billy said. If they're actually making Hollywood, great. If they're making money, that's fine. But if they're just doing, I'm going to write a comic book and I'm going to start. Is that the guy you want to hire? Is that a client you want who hasn't made any money yet? No. That's why another thing is no startups. No startups. Because people want to work with startups. No startups. No, they're not making any money. Now, sometimes they invest their money, I understand. Plus, that's a very strange business model. So you don't want to, anything complicated for your first business, you need to avoid. You do something complicated later, not for your first business. How much time we have here? All right, 2 or 3 more questions on niche, and then we're going to pivot to Jan. Oh, I'm going to bring back Billy. Here you go. Hi there.
I just had a coughing fit, and I didn't want you guys to have to listen to that.
That's fine.
So
I'm a
there is
trucking
another
owner
point
operator,
in
and I see
here.
lots of trucking companies struggle with problems. That's good. Trucking's going to be disrupted, but trucking's not going to go out of business because people still need to move items from one place to another. So that's another solid niche. It's going to be a lot, and they're going to have a lot of AI disruption that's coming down the road. So that's another good idea, good industry. It's not a niche, industry.
Let me add, there was one other question. I think this is such a wonderful question. How do I consult if I'm not an expert? If I don't know the niche? The fact of the matter is, Caleb, why did you hire me 8 long years ago?
To optimize my company, optimize my operations so I could focus on things that made more money.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a consultant, or I was.
What kind of stuff do you do in your business now? Like, you do time management.
Yep.
Right? You teach time management. You teach business building. You
Yep.
teach organizational and operational skills.
Yes.
But you needed someone to come in and give a hand and look at things through a completely different lens. And
Correct.
because I have no experience being an influencer business guru shouting dude, I didn't look through the same lens as Caleb at his business in any way. So I was able to take skills that I've learned elsewhere and apply them to his business. I do that the same for manufacturing companies, food companies, logistics, right? Because I have a different lens, I actually have a strength because I'm bringing no preconceived ideas. And one of the first things we did, and you guys are going to die, I love saying this out loud. Sorry, Caleb. Caleb freaking Jones, the business expert, paid me thousands of dollars to teach him and his team how to use Basecamp, which is one of the easiest project management tools in the entire universe. You cannot mess it up. It takes 5 minutes to learn. But we had to set up an ethos for Caleb and everyone in the business to understand the value of this. to understand how to use it correctly. Was it rocket surgery? Abso-fucking-lutely not, excuse my language. It was a very simple solution, but it's one because he was dialed in on a different site he would never have seen. And I have the same shortcomings in my businesses, which is why Caleb, Gary, Jan, Peter, and all of these people help me. You have something innate that you do not even understand the value of yet. And it is that which you will offer to people. And that will become exposed to you as you have conversations once you choose a niche and start moving into the research phase, which we'll talk about a little bit later. It will become clear to you. The only thing you need to do is say, oh, I bet I could come up with a solution for that. And then you think of some solutions. That's all.
That sounds a bit
Go ahead.
deja vu there, Billy.
I might talk about this frequently.
Consultants hire consultants. I know because I was consultant for 25 years and consultants hired me, and I've hired consultants, and Billy is a consultant. I hired her. Number one. Number two, if the details are something you don't know how to do, we show you in Business Builder, but not outside the scope of this training, hire subcontractors very inexpensively on places like Upwork, and they do it. So usually tactical work is either admin people or technical people. And the beauty of admin people and technical people is they're the cheapest people to hire. Even though everyone wants to be a tech person, that's the cheapest kind of person to hire. Is your tech people.
By far.
Okay, so it's very easy to outsource. You do what you can do, and then you outsource the details. And I've done bazillions of coaching contracts, including very high-ticket coaching contracts where I did the overall stuff, but the technical stuff, I subbed it out to somebody, a technical person, an admin person, what have you. So that's not a big deal. I want to demonstrate one question here. Can I find it really quick? Fuck. It demonstrated one of the things I'm talking about. Someone asking about hypnosis. Where's the hypno? Oh, okay. How about using hypnosis to help people over their video posting anxiety? Okay. So what is that? Item number one here. Hypnosis. You're stating the thing you're selling in the niche. So it's not a niche. You're talking about people who have video posting anxiety. That's not a niche. Number one. Number two, that is B2C. You don't want to do that for your first business. That is a second or third business. That is not a first business because you want to sell to individuals. You want to sell to companies. And that's not a niche because you already put in there, oh, I'm going to use hypnosis. So then if you pick hypnosis as the solution, not the niche, now you have to convince people, hey, you should buy my hypnosis. Why? Oh, because, and now you're trying to convince people to buy what you're trying to sell, which is dumb. Instead, you want to sell them something that a problem they already have. That's what Peter is going to talk about in a little while. Make sense? Okay.
Travel consulting, let me just jump in and weigh on this one. This is a new pet peeve of mine. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of companies that are popping up as MLMs that do business and travel consulting. Yeah. I already know how to use Miles. I don't need anyone to teach me. And if I did, there are a bunch of reputable channels that have been there for 10 years. I would struggle to justify that as a good business. And I'm not trying to attack you personally. I think a lot of people fall into this particular web because it sounds appealing, but most of us who play the Miles game know how to do it and know the resources. And if you don't, the social media channels are full of those influencers already.
And again, that's B2C. You don't want to do a B2C for your first business. I know B2C is more sexy. We understand that. We run into that a lot with Business Builder clients. I want to do this. I know that's cool. I know it's sexy and fun. B2C is more sexy. I didn't start a business on dating skills for men until I was already making multi-six figures as a B2B consultant. That's how you want to do this. Okay. And Billy didn't do B2C stuff until she was already making multi-six figures.
I did it the wrong way. I did it the wrong way first, if you remember, way back in ancient history. I was a horse trainer. I rode fancy prancy horses all over the country for fancy prancy owners. And that was the solution I provided, right? It was all just based on what I wanted to do. And then I broke my back. And then I couldn't freaking do any of that anymore. None of it. So I had to completely start over. And this is the thing we want you to avoid. This pain, that agony, you don't need it. Right. We're going to help you circumvent that by not pushing forth the thing you're passionate about or the thing that you want to do as your first business, because that is what will break you. That is what will make you broke. That is what will alienate your friends and family, because you will push in the wrong ways and freaking kill yourself. What we want you to do is go for the low-hanging fruit. Find your feet. Find a rhythm of creating a business. Learn the process, because the result of this process of learning how to build a business in Caleb's and my way is the side effect is you have a business that makes money and you know the process, so you can replicate it and then do the thing you're more passionate about. But the first business needs to fund the second one.
Right.
I did that backwards and I lost my shirt. Don't
Right.
do it that way.
Right. Do it in correct order. Really
And I think
fast.
we're at time, Caleb,
Go ahead.
for go ahead with that. But we're almost at time for Jan.
Right. We need to pivot now to sales. So really quick before we pivot, and I'll come back to this a little later. I'll answer your questions. 90-day Business Builder is 1997. We work with you for 3 months, 90 days. That's what 90 days is. Or 3 payments is $797. Here's the catch. What's the catch, Caleb? We close enrollment on Wednesday night. You got 4 days to do this. And then it's closed. Not like we have another cohort. No. We close it down. Because I imagine, I don't know, but I imagine we're gonna get a lot of people signed up the next 5 days. We got to be careful about capacity and stuff like this. So we're shutting it all down Wednesday night. You have a hard deadline for this. Caleb.top/get90day. That goes right to the checkout page. There's another website if you want more detail and some other stuff. I'll cover that in a few minutes. There's also 5 or 6 bonuses that we're going to throw in, including some of my coaching, if you get this in 4 days, that you're not going to get if we ever do this again. I'll cover that later in the session. Cool. But that's the website, Caleb.top/get90day. If you just want to sign up right now, $797 or $1997, and it's tax deductible. And you'll be starting the cohort in May. You're going to be on. You'll get all this stuff, and I'll talk about it later. So anyway, that's that. Okay.
Yeah, get Jan on. This is exciting.
So, Gary, any last words before we shift?
Yeah, no dramas. I'll still hang around for a little bit if chat still has niche questions, so I can answer that while you continue the program.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead.
If anyone wants to get hold of me, give us a message.
We'll do the Boss
You
Cooperative.
can put in the chat, Gary, if
Yeah,
you want.
Sorry?
You can put any links you want in the chat.
Oh, okay. I'll put the links of like my YouTube and my link to Boss Cooperative in the chat for everyone.
Okay.
And you can find all of the coaches that you're going to meet today at Boss Cooperative. So every single one, we have a few more that certainly we can't introduce on this call that will be involved in the program, but you can see the whole lineup and get to know a little bit more about the individuals, including Gary and myself, at bosscooperative.com.
I'll put all the links down the bottom, and I'll catch us later. Have a good one.
Cool.
Thanks,
Thank you, Gary.
Gary.
I got to make sure let's see, remove from stage. Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to bring on Jan. Billy, you want to hang on or do you need to go?
I'm going to take a break for a little while you're on with Jan, but I'll come back and join you.
All right, awesome. All right, I'm going to take out the stage. All right, cool. Let me bring on Jan. Are you ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Can you hear me, Jan? Cool. All right, hang on a second.
Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Yeah, perfect. Very good. Thanks, Caleb.
Jan is our lead sales coach. Jan is really good at this. You're going to see in a few minutes. You're going to see right now, actually. I'm actually going to give him the floor for about 30 minutes. And this is sales, particularly phone sales and or Zoom sales, because again, we're talking about location independent. We're not talking about, going in one-on-one and trying to sell something physically. So this is usually it's going to be over the phone. Sometimes it's Zoom. Depends on the scenario. Is there anything you want to say as an overview, Jan, before I hand it over to you?
No, I'm just going to talk about my story, how we met, and how I'm helping basically your guys to get to their freedom.
Okay. So I'm going to make you full screen, Jan. I'm just going to hang out in the background. I will for you guys live, I'll still kind of pay attention to the comments when someone else is speaking, and I'll make notes of important questions, and I'll circle back when Jan is done.
You can interrupt me at any moment, Caleb.
What's that?
Or any question.
I don't want to interrupt. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm going to let you go for 30 minutes. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt your flow. I'll just make kind of little notes, and then I'll come back on in about 30-ish.
Yeah,
Will that
sure,
work?
no problem.
All right, I'm gonna make you full screen here. Let's see if I can do this right. How do I maximize? There's you on
Perfect,
full
perfect.
screen. All right, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Caleb. Yeah.
Yeah,
So if
I
there's
can. All
any
right, I'm
question
gonna
in the
I'm gonna
chat-
mute myself, but you're on for 30.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you, sir.
Let me see. Yeah, okay. 24 minutes. Perfect.
Yep.
So guys, welcome to this event. I think you're very lucky to have Caleb, Billy, Gary, and all the coaches doing that for you, because I was probably in the same situation than you a couple of years ago, working a corporate job. I was making good money, but I wanted my own freedom. My experience around sales started at a very young age. I come from a family in France who were entrepreneur. My dad was a serial entrepreneur in the restaurant business, and from the age of 12, he told me, "Yeah, here I'm going to teach you how to make your own money." So at the age of 12, I started to work in my family business. From there, I learned to make my own money face to face with clients, and yeah, learn the valuable skill of any business, which is sales. Now, I've been very successful in London in the corporate world selling cybersecurity services. I've sold in the corporate world over £100 million. I've been in the corporate world for 20 years and selling B2B to banks in financial sector. And I wanted as well my own freedom, be able to create your own money on the side. And that's when I came across Caleb in London, and I set up my first business. It was very niche. I was focusing on early stage startup in the cybersecurity world again, but I was coaching founders, very technical people with a very strong background in IT, in cybersecurity, but never came across sales. So I taught them lead generation, how to niche, and how to close. With this business, I went up to 25K a month. So I can tell you this program works because it worked for me. And the first thing I want to discuss on this live stream is probably what I come across with the people I work with in the program. I've got a call every week on a Monday, and I work very closely with the people who join this program. So I work very closely with Peter, who's the communication coach. I work very closely with Billy and Gary for the niche, and I work very closely as well as your mindset coach, which is Christy. Mindset is a bit everything in sales. What I help the guys to learn is to believe in themselves, because most of them come from an employee mindset, as Caleb was saying, and how I help you crush this belief and make you understand you can change and can get to the money by yourself. I've got a very good saying, which I learned from my dad and from different coaches, is money follows value. So when you're an employee, you exchange a salary with your time. When you become an entrepreneur or a solopreneur, you exchange money with value. So that's what I do. That's what I will teach you in the program. And I focus on three things: mindset, reaching out to the people, and helping you convert. So making you understand you can ask for money for the value you bring at the table. Regarding the way we run the call, I don't do presentation. I don't do slides. It's probably more like a sport contact. If you join my call, I will work with you on role play to make sure you understand the framework. So you will not be left alone. You will be helped by myself to teach you the framework to get to your first goal, which is money. Now, the most valuable skills you can learn is definitely sales, because when you start as your first business, you don't have a brand. So is direct outreach. As Caleb said, is probably warm leads, probably from your network, from people you know, and yeah, that's it. In a basic way, the way I work is so if I start with lead generation, once you have established your niche, I will help you build your skills around 2 framework: cold outreach over the phone, because most of the time you never done it, you never pick up the phone, you don't know really what to say, and you come with the idea, I need to build a script, which is okay, but I will teach you more framework to make your script more conversational. So we really focus on, like Peter do on a Friday as well on this call, on communication skills. I've been a Toastmaster for 10 years now, so I will know how to give you the 10%, which will give you the 90% return in terms of communication, like Peter does as well. So, as I said, I focus on, well, not 2 things, 3 things: mindset, how to reach out to the people, how to talk to the people, and how to convert those people from cold to the money. And everything is based on framework. So you won't be lost if you never. Most of the people who join my course say, Jan, I've never done sales. I'm petrified about it. I understand how to look for a niche. I use AI. I use everything to get to the niche. They get to the niche. And when it comes to come to the spot contact, which means reaching out via the phone, via email, via DMs, that's where they froze. And that's why most of the people who join my call on Monday are successful, because I'll be your accountability coach. Because if you come, what I've seen actually, and I'm sure Caleb can confirm that, is most of the people who have made the money, who have been successful in the program, have joined the sales call. So sales, I know sometimes you can, when you hear the word, can sound like a dirty word, but it's actually your best friend when you start a business. And I'm not the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not going to teach you to become the Wolf of Wall Street, because for me, sales means one thing, and it's in one word. One thing is change. When you will talk to your niche, when you will look for their problems, when you will look for the value you can bring to the table, your only mission is to demonstrate you can help them change. Change in generating more revenue, changing in a way to reduce their cost, or changing in the way to improve the operation of their business. Now, pretty simple. Your mindset will shift if you join my call. If you join Gary, Billy, Christy, Peter, my call, you will change. We're here to help you transform from an employee mindset to an entrepreneur mindset. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, It's hard to change, That's why you want to join this program, to change, to get to your goal, which is freedom, financial freedom, generating your own location independent income. And most of the time, people don't realize their value. So when they join my call, they realize, oh, actually calling people is not that difficult. And when they start to understand the framework, when they start to understand the number, they start to enjoy the process. And when you start to enjoy the process, you start to get better and better and better results. So usually what I'll do on the call is help you with Christy, change your mindset to where you need to be. But if you make yourself coachable, I will teach you how to reach to the people in your network, how to reach to people over the phone, over email, over DMs, and finding your niche and your target audience offline. Because sometimes we had people on this program where when they joined my call, they were like, "Oh, I'm reaching out online, but no one is responding to me." And I'm like, what's your niche? Oh, it's in IT, in bank. And we thought about face-to-face events. And he went to face-to-face events and got their first clients. So I will be here to challenge your mindset, to challenge your belief, because sometimes you think a niche is there, but actually you can find them offline at different events, or you think you can find your niche at events, and actually you can find them online. So I will be here to help you find your target audience and reach out to them. Now, come the second part of the call, which is usually the second problem I'm resolving, is first how to get to those people, but second, how to get them on a call, and how you close, how you ask money for your services, and how you get them value and get the money to your bank account. So one thing I've seen in my coaching course is sometimes, because the audience we have are very intelligent people, already successful people, usually in the corporate world, they're very good at research and come with assumptions about the niche, what I'm going to offer, what the services I'm going to sell to them. And actually, when I ask them, where did you get this information? They say, oh, usually AI or Google. But I ask them, have you talked to your audience? No. So usually the second part of my call is role play, where we run the sales call. And the assumption is usually they ask me to be good at objection handling on the pitch, but they usually don't ask me how to be good on discovery. And in sales, your winning rates improve, and actually the sales is usually made in the discovery, which is the first part of the sales call. So that's what I do with the guys on the coaching call. Is we go through the role play, we build a framework for them to have successful sales call, and most of the sales call is spent on the discovery, meaning what your niche desire as an outcome, why do they want this outcome on an emotional level, because people buy from their emotion and back up their emotion with data. Third, we understand the status quo. Why are they in this problem, and why they done nothing to fix it, or what have they tried to fix it, for you to understand if they already work with a consultant. And from there, you create your urgency, understanding if do they want them to buy what you offer or solve the problem, and especially do they want to urgently resolve this problem. Because sometimes you go to a niche, they have a problem, but they have no urgency to fix it, So that's why we walk around the discovery, making sure you don't rush into the sales to get a lot of objections. Because sometimes I've got some of the guys who come on my call and say, yeah, I've got a lot of sales calls, but I get into objections. And so we review their sales scores, because they record the sales scores, and we realize they spend only 5 or 6 minutes in the discovery asking questions. Went into the what we call the bridge, where you tell them what you're going to do for them and do the pitch, and there the prospect is not ready to buy. So my work is obviously working with those guys to work on their discovery skills, being ready to listen, because sometimes they don't listen. Doing active listening to make sure you get the real problem, the real roots of the problem. And from there, building the steps of your discovery to be ready to do what we call in sales a bridge, which is every problem you offer a solution, step 1, step 2, step 3. From there, getting the prospect ready to be pitched. And that's where you can get to your first client, second client, third client, without dealing with many objections. Sometimes as well, because you don't have any social proof of you never done the service, we take the client for free, the first one, but we get testimonial to make sure you get more clients after. One of the main question I get from people who've never done it is, Jan, I don't have an offer and I don't know what to offer as a service. Well, usually what I say to those people is focus on the conversation, focus on the problems, and try to get the problems from the discovery. And from each problem, you offer a solution. I think in my first business, I started to have a real offer after my 5th client. So sometimes you think you need to be ready with an offer to go and close your first clients. That's not true, because your clients will help you build your offer. So that's one of the main challenges I see of the guys. They're good at finding niches. They're good at reaching out to the people. They're good at reaching to get those people on the call, but usually they struggle on the call to focus on the discovery, active listening, and having a normal conversation where you ask questions. But those questions build your sales calls to build your offering and be able to pitch to close. And most of the time, to tell you the truth, your offer doesn't need to be shiny, because the customer is really interested in value, which is the outcome. And my first offering was, I remember I closed it for 12K. I found a client on LinkedIn, reach out to the CEO, reach out to the COO, got them on a call through DMs. They didn't know me. We did a call. I spent 25 minutes, 30 minutes talking with them about their problem, what was their challenge, and their main challenge was to get their first clients. So I went through their problem around niching, around lead generation, around sales. They've never done sales before. And my offer was pretty simple. I will have 2 hours every week with you. Go through assessing your niche, assessing your test clients, assessing the way you work, The second, I will build a plan, which was a marketing plan and a sales plan. And third was execution. And I closed them for 12K and there was no objection. And after, over the years working with them, we realized the way they were growing up, different problems came up, like how to recruit the first SDR, how to build their first website, how to build their proposition. And the problems kept mounting. The more they're growing, the more problems you will see in your niche and your clients. So it's more about not spending too much time hemming, but shooting first. You will miss a couple, but at least you close one, and from there you will learn more. And in a nutshell, that's what I do with the coaches. We work very closely. I work very closely with Billy, with Peter, with Christy. This program is very transformational. I take a very great pleasure to see the guys hitting their first clients. I had some clients, some people on this program hitting 5 figures on their first client, even, 4 or 5 figures. So I think I'm up for the time, Caleb, and if there's got any questions.
Can you give me the top 3 things that you think are the most important for someone who is doing a sales call? And like I said, guys, we're going to do communications in a little
Yep.
bit. That's different than sales. So communication is kind of phase one, sales is phase two. So the top 3 things you would give a beginner, let's say he already knows his niche. He's already determined that this customer, this niche has a problem. He's ready to sell them on the phone. What are the top 3 things he needs to do or not do, in your opinion?
It's more the thing not to do.
I didn't want to say that, but you're right. But I wanted you to say that. Go ahead.
I think you'll agree with me. The people who join your program are extremely smart people. Probably already 6 figures in their corporate job or
Often. Yep.
Yeah. And the way you reward it in the corporate world is you tell people what to do. This is the way you talk. No. But in the world of entrepreneurship is more active listening. So when I review the sales calls of those guys who start in sales, they come back to me and say, "Oh, the call was brilliant, Jan, but I didn't close." And I say, "Let's see at your call." And his call is 30 minutes and he's spoken for 25 minutes.
So pause really quick, guys. I have been saying this on my dating stuff only for about 15 years. And I've been saying this now on my business stuff for about 5 years. I'm gonna double down on what he just said, because he is exactly right. That, by the way, so Jan's a sales expert. And I asked him, what are the top 3 things? You saw me, I didn't lead the witness. And the first thing he said was, guys are talking too much. And here, Jan, because I've listened to sales calls myself in Business Builder and to my other companies. And yeah, Jan's right. 30 minutes. And the guy trying to sell has been talking for 22 or 25 of those 30 minutes. No, you make money by asking questions and then shutting your fucking mouth. And I actually teach people this. I teach people this in Business Builder, but in my other stuff, my business stuff. You ask a question if you're on the phone. If you're on Zoom, you can't do this. You ask a question and you literally take your fucking hand when you do this and you cover your mouth. By the way, full disclosure, I've had to do this because I have the same problem. Not as bad as most of you guys, but sometimes I want to talk too much. And I'm like, okay, so tell me more about when you say da-da-da-da, what do you mean by this problem? And that forces me to listen. So I'm glad you said that. Yeah, that's number 1. And again, you have proof here. We're live, and I did not lead the witness. Jan, did you and I discuss what to talk about in detail before? No. Okay, yeah. So we're coming at this from 2 different people now. This is the problem. You guys are talking too much. Shut the fuck up. And smart people like to talk. And Jan made a good point. When you're in the corporate world, 9-to-5 employee, you're rewarded for talking and telling people to do and acting smart. And yeah, that's kind of an employee thing. That's not an entrepreneurial thing. You need to listen. They should be doing most of the talking. Yeah. What's the next second biggest thing? Because you're right on that. Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely the first one. The second one is mindset.
Mindset.
Like, are you sure that's gonna work, Jan? Are you sure they're not gonna? They're scared to ruffle the feathers.
Scared to make a mistake.
Yes.
Okay. And if you know my content, I've talked about that a lot, haven't you? I mean, I talk about that a lot too.
Yes.
Scared to ruffle feathers. Scared to. Well, are they worried? Like, do they say like, well, I don't want to make this guy mad? What do they say? What does ruffle feathers mean?
It's like, oh, are you sure I can say that on the DM? Are you sure I can say that on the phone?
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
it's new for them, and one thing, they will come with an assumption as well. And I will say, how many people did you talk to? 3 people. I'm like,
yeah.
In my first business, to get my first client, I had to speak to 600 CEOs.
Holy shit. Okay. I didn't speak to that many, but I had to speak to many before I got my first client on the cold calls. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. 3 people is not a pattern.
No. Yeah, no, that's
okay. So making
Yes,
assumptions based on
it's a mindset
Yeah.
thing, believing in, because they've made a lot of money in the corporate world, so they understand how it works. I apply for a job, I get more money, but I'm not free. And I think the penny drops when they close their first client.
yes.
When it's what happened to me. On my first sales, the guy was like, "How much is it, Jan?" I said, "12K. Okay, let's start Monday." And I was like,
You're like, what?
what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's interesting because I've got my call every Monday, and it's very interesting to see the evolution of the people. They start on the niche call, they do a bit of research, they start to join my call like, "Oh, Jan, I'm just going to listen and watch." But they quickly realize, oh, okay, that's the research. Research is sales. You need to have conversations.
Yes. Yeah.
Because what I'm not teaching sales. I'm teaching you guys to have normal human conversations, which is going to be a massive
Normal human conversations. That's what he just said. And that goes back to, and I say this to you guys as someone who used to be just like you. I had horrible people skills in my 20s. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was like, I'm smart and you're dumb. I'm going to tell you. And then, oh, you're dumb. And I would talk over people, and I still do that. But you get my point. There was no listening. There was no back and forth. So that's why I had to read. And these are the 2 books I recommend. And Jan, if there's any books you recommend, let me know. But the 2 books I recommend for all you guys, unless you think you're a very good people person, and most of you aren't, because I wasn't, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. That should be required reading in schools, frankly. Read that book. And then the other one is, a shorter one is Confidence and Power in Dealing with People by Les Giblin. Those 2 books. Those were my Bibles in my 20s. I read them and I put notes and I reread them and I put to-do items and I try to smile when you talk. Even if you're on the phone and you smile, you sound better. It's just how it works. Use their name, shit like that. Listen and then get an answer and then ask a question based on the answer you just got. That's how a normal human talk. A robot says, "How old are you?" "I'm 4. "Okay, well, so where do you live?" "Oh, I live here." "Oh, what do you do for a living?" That's a robot. So, yes.
I'm going to give you, on what Caleb says, I'm going to give you an advice, because not because I'm the sales coach on this program, but my biggest change is when I invested money in a mentor to teach me sales, to have normal conversation, because I was reading a lot of books, but I was using books as a procrastination. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yes. I did too.
Yeah, you read books and you think, oh, I know the stuff, but I wasn't picking up the phone or calling. And when I joined the program, boom, I had a mentor saying, stop reading books, pick up the phone, and have conversation.
Yep.
And
that's the whole point of our program, is to get you guys to action, force you to do it. We're yelling at you. We don't yell at you. I do. The coaches don't yell. I do. We push you gently over the mountain to get over that hump. That's our role. Because again, if you're a LISIG, if you're an INTJ, you're going to think a lot and not take a lot of action. You're going to think about it and analyze it and listen to podcasts. He's right. Read books. And you're going to think you're accomplishing something, and you're not. Yes.
That's my
last word. Go ahead.
That's my biggest advice. If you want transformation, if you want to change, and you've been on the fence like I was, set up your first location independent income to get to this freedom. You have to work with people who have done it before. You have to go through.
Yes.
It's very uncomfortable, but I will do a lot more than and view the price. It's a steal, because you learn the most important skill in life, which is sales. Because as we see, and actually at the moment I work with a business in AI, and we see it. AI make people less comfortable in conversation.
Yes, especially Gen Z. Yep.
And this skill we're teaching sales, like me, Peter, it's a 6 to 7 figure skill.
Correct.
I had a guy on the program, first client, 140K. Conversation. He didn't have a a LinkedIn page. He didn't have an Instagram. He didn't have. It's just went to his network. You have this problem. I can fix it. Okay, 140K. Boom. He couldn't believe it.
If you are good at sales, and then I'll let you wrap up. If you're good at, I've said this before, if you have sales skills, not a sales wizard, don't be a sales superstar. If you're good at, if you're decent at it, you'll never have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Even with AI, you won't, because that's the skill that pays the most amount of money and makes the most amount of money is sales. Can you make money without sales? Yeah, but it's harder. If you're going to be a tech nerd, that's hard to make a lot of money as a tech nerd. It's possible, but it's hard. Sales, everybody needs this. Everybody needs salespeople. Everybody needs to sell something. So that it is, and I've been saying this for 7-8 years, the number one most important skill in business is sales. That doesn't mean other skills aren't important, but this is the number one most important one. And again, to repeat, you're like, well, I couldn't be a good sales. You don't have to be good. We're not talking about this training and Business Builder and this training today. It's not about how to be a billionaire. I'm not a billionaire. I can't teach that. It's how to make $7,000 a month or a little more or a lot more if you want, location dependent, and do that within 90 days. And you can do that with being okay at sales, especially with all the other stuff we're talking about: niche, problem solving, identifying the niche, identifying the problem, mindset, everything else. Yeah. Anything else you want to say before we change topics?
No, the most successful people on this program are the people who went all in sales. They were not scared to change. You know what I mean, Caleb? They came up with a niche. They were not scared to tweak their niche from their sales calls to get to the money. You know what I mean? They were not scared of change. And if you join this program and you come work with me, as Caleb said, we're not here to transform you in billionaires, but we'll help you definitely to give you this skill, and you'll be able to make money anytime you want.
Right. Literally anytime you want for the rest of your life, because you'll know what to do and you'll be confident about it. Thank you, Mr. Young. Do you want to hang on, or do you want me to, I can put you back down, or you can leave the live stream. It's up to you. Or do you want to hang on?
No, I need to leave. I need to leave.
You leave.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. I'll speak to you later, guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Let me hang on a second here. What are we going to do now? Let me check my own agenda. That might help. Hang on a second. Hang on. Why am I not add to stage? There we go. Cool. Oh, hot seats. Okay, great. So those of you who purchased the VIP that has hot seats, the first 10 of you, if you are live right now, and if you're not, that's fine. But if you are, hang on a moment. I need to bring up my list of names. And maybe none of you are live. Well, I guess we'll find out here. Hang on a second. I'm going to call out your name. And if this is your name, I'm going to give your first name and the second initial of your last name. And if you're live on the call right now, let me turn this back on here. If you're live on the call right now, you could give me your niche idea or your business idea or whatever you want to give me, and I'll work with you for a little bit. We'll do that for the next half hour, and then we'll do Billy, do you want to come in for the hot seat or no? Yes? Okay, I'm going to add Billy in here. Hang on a sec. Hang on. There we go.
Hello.
Yeah, someone said call my name. Yeah, you're really cute. I don't even know if you're on there. Okay, so we'll just kind of work with you for a few minutes each, and then if we have extra time, I'll circle back to some of you if I had to skip ahead. So hang on, let me get my glasses on because I can't read anything because I just turned 54. And I'm going to call your names here, and I'll give you a few seconds to respond. So if you're not paying attention to the live stream, this is on the background. Start paying attention, fuckers, because you paid for this. Okay, ready? All right. There's only 10 of you. Some of you have foreign names that I will mispronounce, and I apologize in advance. Soterios K. I'll wait 15 seconds. I'm watching the comments. If you are live right now, put in a comment saying, yeah, that's me. Soterios K. While you're thinking Soterios, there's another name I'm going to mispronounce. Adesoji? I think it's Adisoji. Adisoji A, are you there? We have a lot of people live. Are you there? Are you there? If you're not, great. If you are, put in the chat right now that you're there. Okay. I'm going to keep going with names. I don't see anyone yet. Ricardo E, are you there? Let me know if you're there. Put something in the chat saying, oh my God, that's me. I'm Ricardo E. Jose C. I love the Spanish names. It's getting me excited for Paraguay. Jose C. Are you there? If you're there, put yourself in the chat. By the way, all of you got the DW, what's it called? The DYW thing. I forgot the name of it. And the VIP. You should have already received an email with the workbook. And those of you who bought the Billy session, you should have already gotten the link for her. You just schedule a call with her. You can talk to her. Well, it's up to her now. Are you traveling next week? Yeah, you are. So at some point next week when she's not traveling.
I'm going back home Wednesday at 2:00 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So,
oh, that's fun.
Just a couple of days of travel.
All right. Luis T. Luis T. Luis T. Are you there? If you're there, put your name in the chat. Next one is, I'm going to mispronounce this, Manyang B. If you're there, put yourself in the chat. I wonder if I have nobody. That's going to be fun. Then we can talk about something
I'm so
else.
glad that you have to read the list and I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Christopher B. There's a Western name I can pronounce. Christopher. Are you there? If you're there, tell me you're there in the chat. Now's the time. Oh, and also you guys will be getting a link for the extra session with me. That's going to be on Tuesday. You'll be getting a Zoom link for that. Either you already got it, you'll be getting it in the next few hours. Those you got the VIP or the DW thing, but I can't remember what we sold.
MB.
Manyang B, is that you? No emails showed up yet? We just sent them out a few hours ago. Check your spam. We did send it. Yes. Okay. So MB, you are at my disposal and Billy's disposal. Whatever you need from us. If you have a business idea, niche questions, whatever you need, go for it. Take your time. While you're typing, I'm going to call one more name. Yasir. You. Yasser or Yasir. You. If you are there, let me know you're there. But MB, we're ready to talk to you when you're done typing. I have two more names. Stephen B. If you're there, let me know you're there in the chat. It just arrived. Okay. Last one, Tommy S. Makes me think of Tommy Hilfiger. Tommy S. If you are there, let me know in the chat right now. And now's the time. So I'm going to circle back to MB. MB, do you have any questions for us? I'll wait 15 seconds. Excuse me. Why am I burping so much? I don't know. I'm on a new diet. Everything's weird now.
Well, Caleb, you started off weird, so cycle is just
that's true. Yeah. You know what's going to suck is that you don't have any questions. MB, you're good. You good? Okay. You sure that? Okay. If you don't, that's fine. But all right. By the way, those of you with names I just called off, you could be in the live session with me on Tuesday, and a lot of you are going to be talking to Billy one-on-one too. So depending on what version you purchase, so you still get help. Don't worry about this. All right, that's cool, no problem. I was just going to say, Billy. So my favorite thing in Paraguay is Don Vito.
That's right. You love the empanadas.
I do, and I can't eat them because of the stomach problem I have. So I'm not allowed to eat gluten until July. So I guess I could have one in July, but I have to be really careful. So it's like, so I just realized this. I won't be able to get Don Vito when I go to Palmer.
Oh my God.
I'll be eating my Greek yogurt.
You're going to have to start going to the Korean barbecue and those kinds of places.
Well, yeah, no, that, yeah, no, yeah.
And the meat is so exceptional. You might as well get it cooked every possible way.
Right.
We've hit the Korean barbecue. There are 4 of them in town. We've been to all 4 of them between my last 2 trips.
Oh, damn. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, that I can have. I got all the meat I want. Yeah. That's awesome.
I
As long
also
as they
took
have
them
a
to
shirt
the
on it.
German beer hall because I thought it would be hilarious because most of them don't realize how much German community is down here. So we had the steins of beer and the big, schnitzel and sausages.
All right, I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes here, and then I'm going to start Coach Peter's communication skills. You want to watch that. That's a full presentation with slides and everything. That's core. Well, this is all
It is.
core, but communication and mindset, this is what we're covering today. Billy, go ahead. Sorry.
There's a reason that we have when you're actually in the business builder. The pattern goes you talk to Christy first about mindset, and then you talk to Peter about communication. And it's not just communication like, oh, you need to be a good speaker. You must communicate clear. Absolutely not. It's how to break it down to ask questions that make you feel uncomfortable and get answers and engage in real dialogue. And for me, that's always been really challenging. Unless I know we have something in common, even in social situation, I'm the one hiding in the corner. But if we have something to talk about, something in common, I could chat your face off. And Peter teaches us how to leverage those skills that we actually have, even when we feel uncomfortable, unsure, where we don't know the niche and we're afraid of feeling foolish. He's helped me overcome so much of that. And he's the reason that Caleb finally talked me into being on podcasts and such, events like today with him. Really, a lot of it has to do with Peter's input specifically. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And Christy is, again, she's a person that drives all of us coaches to be better. And Gary would tell you the same thing. She helps us find out where those sore spots are and understand why they exist and what the hell we do about it. So do yourself the favor and really pay attention to these guys. It's worth your time. It's worth your effort.
Really quick for Business Builder. So the website I gave you earlier, caleb.top/90day, is literally the checkout page if you just want to sign up. We just had 3 people sign up.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, that's cool. So if you want more detail as in what is included in the program, that is a slightly different page. That's caleb.top/90day. That's the new version of the website. Actually, I'm going to cover really quick, really fast. First of all, let me repeat this really quick. 1997. You cannot sign up after Wednesday night at any price for many months. You can't do it. This is your only chance. Okay. Or 3 payments of $797. Caleb.top/90day. Let me tell you what is involved quickly, and I'm going to start with Peter stuff. So some of you already know this, but just in case you don't, we work with you for 90 days. And by the way, that 90 days doesn't start until the first session of your curriculum, which is going to start in mid-May. Matter of fact, I don't even have the date. Billy, do you know the date, or do we have one yet for May yet?
Yeah, we do, but I don't have the spreadsheet open right now.
I think it's May 9th, but I could be wrong. But it's mid-May. So the way it works is you're going to sign up now. Your 90-day timer doesn't start till mid-May. So you get about 2 or 3 weeks free. Now, you won't be getting coaching, but you'll get all the materials. You'll be in our base camp. You'll be in the message boards. You'll be in all that stuff. So it's actually more than a 9-day program because it's open now, but the curriculum doesn't start till mid-May, and that's where your 90-day timer starts at your first session. I do the first session. Anyway, so then you get 4 sessions a week that are live with coaches. Jan, Peter, Christy, Billy, me, Gary, a few others. Okay. So that's every week. You don't need to go to all 4. It depends on what phase you are in the program. You're assigned. This is accountability coach. There's actually 2 of them. You get 2 accountability coaches now. We have 2. It's a 24/7 accountability coach who helps you in terms of you having trouble. If you stumble, if you have questions, they make sure that you stay on track with your assignments because you get weekly assignments in our base camp. You will be in our base camp. We have a base camp set up just for 90-day Business Builder customers, and you'll have access to that tool for the rest of your life. You own it forever. Okay. So you have those people available literally 24. We have 24/7 coverage for this stuff over the entire 9-day period. So you'll never not know, oh my God, I have a question or I'm scared or accountability coach. Yeah. And Billy, interrupt me whenever you need to.
It'll never be more than 12 hours before you get a response ever. And if it is, you message me and let me know.
That was a big thing for me, is I wanted 24/7 coverage because I didn't want people stay up late, people in other countries. You have 24. It is a 24/7 program for 90 days for less than $2,000, which you're not going to find anywhere else in the entire world. And I mean that. Okay.
And we have coaches in literally 5 continents.
Yes, that's right.
Continents.
That's right. That's correct.
No
All over
joke.
the
They're
world.
in there. We guarantee the coverage.
Right. 12-week curriculum. So this is a step-by-step curriculum. Every week you get a new assignment. If you fall behind your assignments, you have accountability coaches, you have message boards, we have instructional videos that are only in this program. They're not in any of my other courses. They're only for Business Builder. You have access to, for the rest of your life, Billy mentioned this earlier, in-person meetups with alumni and coaches, various places throughout the world. Billy did one in London recently.
London?
She does them in
Yeah.
Paraguay. She's done some in the United States. They're all over. She's all over the fucking place. So you
Yeah,
have
if you
lifetime
come to-
access to those for the rest of your life.
Exactly. Come to Pakistan with me. Like, we name it. We'll make an event.
Also, it's not on here. I got to add this to the website. There are 2 message boards. And when you're in the program, you're going to be in the program with, 100 other people. So those are 100 experts in their own area. So you can actually interact with them as well. You get a lot of value from the other people in the program because they have skill sets that we the coaches don't have. And a lot of the value of a program like this, and I have been in programs like this. I'm a consumer of the things that I sell. I've been in programs like this myself. I got a lot of value from the other people I learned. Things I learned from the other people in the programs. You have that too. Now, Caleb, are you going to do this again at some point? Yeah, probably in several months. But if you don't do it now, you will not get these. These are the bonuses you get if you sign up now in the next 4 days. You will not get these if you sign up later. 3-hour focus formula is a 3-hour long training I gave about how you can sit down and focus and work for 3-hour blocks at a time, which is what I do every day. I give you step-by-step details with workbooks and handouts and a video and audio training. I'm throwing that in for free. You get it for free. You do not get this if you sign up later. Number 2, the Focus and Dopamine Mastery Lab. These are several videos, 30-day guided program. Billy is involved. I'm involved. It's how to manage your dopamine and your focus. Also, if you are neurodivergent or have that kind of zone, Billy discusses that in the program. It's fucking awesome. This is one of the best programs we've ever done. It was not cheap, but it's free if you sign up the next 4 days.
And this is one I'm really excited about. I didn't know it was being added here. This is awesome. Because if you're like me, if you have ADHD, if you're on the autism spectrum, if your brain works differently, where I cannot sit for 3 hours unless I'm in hyperfocus, that's my personal truth. If you need to work in different ways, we address that because nothing is one size fits all. So we've covered both ways of learning here, which I think is very exciting.
The next bonus you're going to get only if you sign up for this promotion. It's not even a promotion. It's only when you can sign up. Next 4 days, office hours with Caleb. I have another program called the UAT program, Unchained Action Table. That's for my other brand. But in that, one of the things we do is every Monday for 5 hours, I have a Telegram, and it's open to everyone in that group. You can ask me any questions you want for 5 hours on anything. So as a bonus, you get that for 2 weeks. So 2 Mondays, you get access to me. I don't do a lot of coaching these days.
No.
And I answer any question you want for 5 hours, and I throw that in for free. If you sign up for Business Builder later, you will not get this. This is only if you sign up now. AI tools and script for some of my AI courses. We're going to throw that in for free. And 90-minute group coaching call with me when you're in the program. 90-minute group coaching call like with me. It's mostly Q&A, but I talk about Caleb topics. I yell at you a little bit. That's what I do. Okay, so that's that. Hang on.
But you also have access, as we said, you can go to bosscooperative.com once you're done signing up to check out all of the cool coaches that you have access to, including your accountability coaches, Matt and Usama.
Say that one more time, bosscooperative.com, yes?
Bosscooperative.com.
Let me go back to the agenda. I'm answering a few quick questions. I want to start Peter's session.
And while you do that, I am going to say my goodbyes to everyone. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Billy.
I would love to stay with you longer, but I'm in the middle of creating a new development down in Paraguay. So meetings are
I might buy a house from you.
cool. Meetings need to happen. So yeah, save this space. You can be neighbors with Caleb and Billy and
awesome.
get your business kicking ass.
Yeah.
I look forward to meeting those of you who do sign up. Gary, myself, and the rest of the team will see you every single week in the program. And those of you who get one-on-one time with me, awesome. Get it booked. Let's talk. And Caleb, as always, awesome to see you. Sorry our paths aren't crossing this time, but I'll hang out with you in Mexico. And that's a story for a different day.
Yes, in August. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Ciao, ciao.
Right. Bye. I'm seeing a few quick questions. I'm going to start the communication session. I can't. Could we sign up next month? No. You cannot sign up next month. Your deadline is Wednesday. Can I pay right now but start later in the year? I don't have time right now. I can pay in full today. I'm going to say yes, but you will not be able to pick the dates. We're going to tell you when you can start. If you're cool with that, yes, I'll allow that. I'll allow that. Here's another question I get every time I talk about Business Builder, and it's a hilarious question, and I always yell at people when I get it. Caleb, what if I sign up? What if you just help me for free, and then you get 50% of my profits until I pay off the? No. What if you sit on your ass and do nothing? You wouldn't make that deal if you were me. So I'm sorry. No, you're going to have to pay us. I'm sorry. There's a guarantee. The guarantee of this program is you will make $5,000 in new clients within 90 days. And if you don't, we will work with you forever for free until you do. And it costs less than $2,000. So it means if you can afford it and do it, and this is something you want, and you don't do it, you're insane. The guarantee is $5,000, only costs $2,000. It's a win. It's an automatic win no matter what happens. See, you see what I mean by taking away your excuses? And well, I don't have $2,000. Do you have $797? You can put on a credit card. Get in for $800. A $6,000 program, which used to be $7,000, by the way. And if you find this anywhere else, this is $9,000, $10,000, $50,000, $20,000. I've taken away all your. There's no more excuses left. I've eliminated all of them. Isn't that nice? All right. Can I make more than 3 payments? No, you cannot. We've had too much trouble with that. People don't pay. So no, unfortunately, no, you cannot. 3 payments. Sorry. All right. What I'm going to do now is I had to figure out how to do this. I need to upload a video file. Let's see if I can do this. Oh God, I hope this works. If not, we'll have to jury rig this fucking thing. Hang on a moment. Here we go. Peter Young.
What's up, everybody? My name is Peter Young.
Awesome. It's working. Okay. This is Peter's session. You need to watch this. Please take notes. Now you have the handout, but this is some of the slide stuff is not in your handout if you have the VIP. You have extra stuff that is not in this training, but some of the slides are not going to be in that handout. So you want to watch this. I'm going to take myself off the screen. This will be about an hour, a little over an hour and 15 minutes. This is communication skills when you research the niche, which is critical. Find out what their problem is, and also some sales stuff. This all ties together. Okay, this will go for about. This is Peter. You're going to see what a genius he is. He's one of our coaches. I'm going to start this now. Where's the sign up link? Caleb.top/90day is the sign up link. Caleb.top/ something else is the other one. Hang on, there's 2 of them. There's the sale. Caleb.top/90day is the sales page with all the stuff, and you can click the link there. Or you can go to Caleb.top. If you just want to sign up right now, you don't want to fuck around with websites, Caleb.top/get90day. And that's literally just the sign up. You just click it, you buy it, and you're in. Cool? Cool. Okay. I just signed up, didn't get confirmation email. Send an email to theonlyblackdragon@gmail.com, and please, for the love of God, check your spam. I have a feeling it's in your spam. Theonlyblackdragon@gmail.com, and we'll help you. This is going to be a little chaotic the next few days. I think we're going to get a lot of signups, so there are going to be some minor hiccups. Don't worry. We have it in our. If you paid us money, you're in our system. Don't worry. We'll take care of you. This is our flagship product, so you're not going to get lost in the shuffle. I promise. Any more questions before I start this? Just to let you know, someone is an alumni business builder. The cost of 90 Business Builder has been taken over by the profit I've received from the businesses I've created for this program. Let me see if I can bring your comment up. There you go. This program works, guys. We've had a lot of people make a lot of money in this program. I mean, some of you have seen the testimonial page where it's pages and pages of videos of guys who made money, of interviews and case studies of guys who made money. And all those guys started from zero. They had never started a business in their lives. This stuff works. And now it's the cheapest it's ever been. It's the cheapest I can make it. I can't make it cheaper than this. It's not possible. Cool. All right. All right. I'm going to start this. Pay attention. This is core. If you follow this, you'll make money. Ideally, you should join Business Builder, but if you don't want to join it, you can't. I'm giving you this for free. Pay attention, take notes. And if you have questions, go ahead and ask questions in the chat, and I'll circle back when the video is over. It'll be about an hour, and I think it's going to go for about an hour and 15 minutes. Cool? Cool. All right.
I'm the growth and retention coach for 90 Day Business Builder. And I am also
Hang on. Can you guys hear that? Listen.
the one who holds the business communication and outreach.
Can you guys hear the audio?
One of
Clearly.
several weekly
Put it in the chat.
sessions that
You
you'll
can or
be getting.
can't. Well, but you're on the stream though. Make it louder. Shit. It's audio's low. Okay. Hang on a moment. Let me see if I can figure that out. Damn it. Barely. Yeah, I can barely hear it too. All right. Hang on a moment. Damn. Move from stage. Okay, hang on a sec. I'm going to try this differently here. It sounds fine when I play it on my computer. Let me try it on mine here. It sounded fine on mine.
And I am also the one who holds the business.
Hang on a moment. Technical issues. Hang on a sec. Okay, tell me if you can hear this audio. Okay, listen.
Several weekly sessions you'll be getting as part of this program.
Hang on, I'm going to fast forward into this.
I promise you'll come up with something around 90%, no matter what.
Can you hear that?
And the vast majority of them fail for two reasons.
Okay, can you hear that? I'm going to wait. It's still low. Still very low. You're kidding. Same as before? I know it's quieter than me. That's not what I'm asking. Can you hear his words? You can hear, but barely. Okay, shit. Okay, hang on a moment. %. Okay. I don't care what percentage of the volume output it is. Can you hear what he's saying? Yes or no? It's a yes or no answer. Not, he's lower than you, Caleb. I understand that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to try something else here. Hang on.
It's actually one of the most common problems where you have a good product, but it
Okay. Listen very carefully. Turn up your volume and tell me if you can hear what he's saying. And I want a yes or no answer. So I'm going to start again. Ready, set, go. Listen.
still doesn't sell. And that's when the cost of change is too high. So what you're going to find is, even if you've dialed in the problem, like you know the problem exists.
Okay. Most of you are saying you can hear it.
That are dealing with this problem. A lot of times you'll find they already have a solution.
All right. Awesome. I think he starts quiet at the beginning. Let me play this start.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Okay. So he's a little quiet in the beginning and then the volume goes up. Right? Cool. All right. Awesome. Okay. I'm glad that works. Yay. All right. I'm going to remove myself. I'll be back here in about an hour and 15. Cool? Cool. And you can keep commenting if you want. If you have questions, go and ask the questions. I'll circle back after the video is over. Okay?
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Peter Young. I'm the growth and retention coach for 90 Day Business Builder. And I am also the one who holds the business communication and outreach sessions, which will be one of several weekly sessions that you'll be getting as part of this program. when we introduced this course, a lot of the other sessions, it kind of makes sense, like sales, mindset, niche, like those. It kind of makes sense why we have these, but the communication session in particular is kind of interesting because we could often get questions like why we have a dedicated session for just business communication, or as I like to call it, business language. And in my opinion, and Caleb can say if mention this if he agrees with me, but I think business communication is actually the most important part out of all of this, because if your business language skills are poor, your sales skills are going to suffer, your niche research calls are going to suffer, your client relationships are going to suffer. A big part of running your own business is building strong relationships to get clients who want, who retain and continue to renew their contracts with you and refer you to other potential clients, right, to increase referral business. And so all of this stuff all hinges on your ability to communicate. And when I say communicate, I'm not just talking about being the friendly, fun guy that everybody likes, liking the same football team, pointing out the fish on the CEO's wall. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is be able to communicate in business language. So, example, or maybe maybe a quick example of what that means, right? Like, what is business language? It's kind of in contrast to, say, worker language. When you are a 9-to-5 worker, there are workflows, daily tasks, whatever. There's kind of like a vernacular for the work environment that you're in. So when you, the 9-to-5 worker, is talking to other 9-to-5 workers, there are topics and priorities and objectives and challenges and constraints that most of you tend to fall under, and that kind of forms like an ecosystem, which is like the 9-to-5 worker ecosystem. When you are in leadership, and by leadership I mean like director and above, basically, you're not just in charge of the strategy being executed correctly. You're actually in charge of building the strategy when you're up at the higher end, where the strategy is kind of like your responsibility. Like, what is the company going to do? What are we going to do over the next year? What are the markets that we're supposed to be focusing on? How do we communicate to those markets? What's our sales strategy? What's our rollout process? What about when we expand into this other territory? That's the strategic level, where they're kind of setting the direction of the ship. If you imagine a business like a giant ship, they're setting the direction of the ship, and then it's sort of like the crew that makes sure that the ship moves along the desired path, and it gets there in time, doesn't fall apart, and keeps the ship running, all that stuff, right? And so when you're up at that strategic level, where you're the one kind of deciding like this is where the ship needs to go in order to reach some larger objective, that ecosystem is very different, because the constraints, challenges, objectives, all of those things, it's a totally different language, talking about totally different things. A lot of times the leadership, they don't really have a lot of visibility into like the operational level, 9-to-5 worker level stuff. They kind of rely on their managers to kind of communicate that stuff upstream, because they're kind of looking at the business from a different viewpoint. And so so when I talk about business language, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about how most of us, myself included, coming from a 9-to-5 world and a 9-to-5 ecosystem with its own like vernacular, and transforming ourselves into someone who can speak CEO language, business language, that ecosystem language. This totally unlocks a whole different world for you. This puts you in a place where you can just walk up to a CEO and start a conversation with them, and they're going to take you seriously, and they're going to want to talk to you. They're actually going to kind of like hang out and wait to keep talking. Like, they're going to stick around to keep talking to you. And it's all just about how you talk and your perspective on things, like the things that you notice. If you're discussing a situation the leadership's going to notice different parts of that situation than, say, the workers are going to notice. And when you start noticing and asking questions about things that business leaders care about, that's going to get their attention. They're going to take you seriously, and then they're going to start. This is one of the things that I noticed most in my career was when CEOs started asking me for my opinion. Like, hey, Peter, we've got this situation. What do you think we should do? As an engineer, which we'll get into my background in a second, but as an engineer, I never heard questions like that. But as soon as I moved over to the business side, I started getting questions like that where, C-suites asking me for my opinion. How do you think we should solve this? What do you think we need to do? And that's the level I want to be able to get all of you towards, because once you get to that level, niche research, sales calls, all this stuff is going to be a million times easier because you can speak to the decision makers. By decision maker, I mean the people who sign the check to pay you. You're going to be able to speak to them in their language. And that's what's going to unlock tons of revenue potential. It's going to unlock new markets for you, all of that stuff, right? So anyway, that's my opening spiel. Let me jump into this. And again, I apologize for not being able to attend on time. That's why I have to record this. It's just that I had I talked to Caleb and I had a schedule conflict, so I had to record this. But if you have any questions live, it's, Caleb, I'm sure, is more than qualified to answer any questions that you have and can cover me for that. But again, thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. Oops. So just a quick intro on me, just so you know who I am. So I was a software engineer for over 20 years. My background was in GPU hardware. So I've worked for lots of big companies, lots of small companies. Probably the two biggest that you've heard of would be Google and NVIDIA. I was on the 3D side, not the AI side. So unfortunately, I missed out on that AI money. However, there's another company I worked for, definitely like FANG adjacent. If I told you who they were, everyone watching this knows who they are. And then lots and lots of startups, maybe ranging from like 30 employees up to about 300 employees. So kind of been all over the place. I transitioned over to the business side 12 years ago, and that was just because I'd kind of hit my ceiling in the GPU space, where I was basically just doing the same thing and for several years. And so I reached a point where I had to make a decision, like, do I just want to remain a principal engineer for the rest of my life? Do I want to get into management, or do I want to try something else? And so I decided to give business a try. And part of this was just because of my exposure. I think NVIDIA was where it started. A lot of my business objectives were driven by the sales and marketing departments. Even though I was an engineer, we had a close relationship with sales and marketing. And that kind of opened my eyes to how impactful the business side could be. Even though I didn't really understand it, I could see how impactful it was. Like, it was arguably more impactful than what I was doing as an engineer, because as an engineer, I'm just kind of building stuff and optimizing stuff. Whereas on the sales side and the marketing side, those were the folks who were having a noticeable impact on the company. Like, the company grows because of the work that they do. We hire more people. They create jobs, right? The work that they do creates new jobs and opens up new territories and stuff. So wanted to be a part of it. And so what I found, and this is one of the big reasons why I'm here in 90 Day Business Builder, is that what I found was transitioning from the engineering side to the business side, it's the complete opposite. The way you work as an engineer is the complete opposite from what you do on the business side. I'm not going to go too in-depth into that, but the main thing to keep in mind is that I know Caleb's audience very well. I know a good percentage of them are coming from tech and engineering backgrounds. I want to say this to kind of get you ready for this, because with you starting your own company, you have to be on the business side, because you're the captain of the ship. You're going to be running this thing, and be ready for things to be backwards. You're going to want to kind of do things like an engineer, and it's not going to work. Trust me. It took me a really long time to make that transition. And part of the reason why I'm here is to try to make that transition more quickly for you, so that you can get to the money and become successful more quickly than I did as a solopreneur. But you're going to have to trust me on this process here. A lot of the correct ways to do things in the tech world or in the engineering world, it's not going to work in business. Like, in fact, it's going to be a detriment to you. and it's going to screw you up. And so don't make the same mistakes I did. Don't screw it up because you're trying to stick by your tech guns. Just trust us that we're going to show you the right way to do it, and just give it a shot, even if it feels wrong. The only reason why it feels wrong is because you've developed habits over the years working a certain way, and we need to break you out of those habits if you're going to be successful. And trust me, once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it anymore. You're going to get it. If I can maybe say one more shocking thing, not doing this to piss you off again, just like saying this because I personally experienced this. One of the things I noticed when I moved over to the business side and I started to see how things operate, I realized that engineers don't know shit about business. They're completely clueless about what's going on the business side. And what's even worse is that they think they do know, right? So it's like there's a Dunning-Kruger effect there where like they are overrating their, like massively overrating their ability to assess like how a business is being run. And so that's why you see like in the, in social media all the time, you see articles where it's like, oh, software engineer tells horror stories about CEO and how stupid they are and do this and this and that. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, dude, I guarantee you the software engineer is on crack, right? There's no way like the software engineer has any idea what the CEO is doing. And it's just hilarious to me because when I was a software engineer, I used to think that way too. I used to think the CEOs were idiots and sales and marketing were useless. And it's all about me and the product that I'm building and no one else matters. But when I finally moved over to the business side, I realized, no, I was totally wrong. And so if there's another maybe side little thing here I'm trying to do is not just easier transition from being a worker to the owner of a company, but also kind of like preparing you for that transition, because you're going to realize that a lot of the long-held beliefs you've had about business are completely backwards. You might have thoughts like, oh, sales is sleazy, marketing is just hype, CEOs are clueless, they make tons of mistakes. And the truth is that all of those things are wrong. While it's true, there are salespeople who are out there who are sleazy, and there are marketing people who rely on hype, and there are clueless CEOs. In general, and again, speaking from experience at multiple companies, I can tell you that those are the exceptions to the rule. The truth is, I mean, maybe I just got lucky, but the truth is I have worked with like amazing salespeople who really, really understand their craft and approach every deal with a very collaborative mindset. It's not Wolf of Wall Street. It's not Glenn Ross. It's nothing like that at all. They're very collaborative. They negotiate in a collaborative way. Basically, they're looking to form long-term relationships, win-win deals. And that's part of what we're going to show you. We're going to show you how to do the same. We're going to teach you how to do it the way the good guys do it and not the way the bad guys do it. But your mind needs to be open to that. If you're going in, and we've had conversations like this with past students where just like, I don't want to do sales because it feels too sleazy. It's like, well, you got to just at least listen to what we're teaching you, because we're not teaching you how to do it sleazy. That's not the goal. And it's actually a bad idea, in my opinion. I feel like if we were teaching you the sleazy way to sell things, we would be doing you a disservice, because when you take that approach, retaining customers and getting referral business is a lot tougher. And retention and referrals are extremely important for running a location independent, business. So we would be doing a disservice to you if we were going to do that. So for those of you who are skeptical, just trust us. We're going to teach you the right way to do it. It's not going to feel sleazy. It's going to all be collaborative, but it's still going to be effective, and it's still going to work. You're still going to close deals. It's a good balance between leading the conversation, being assertive, but not being pushy. That's going to be the goal. So yeah, transition to the business side about 12 years ago. I worked in corporate and business for a long time. And yeah, like I mentioned before, like I got to a point where basically, I was often at the table with CEOs and leadership, and they're like asking me for my opinions on stuff, asking me for opinions about partners. What should we do about this, like this partner relationship? Like, what would be the best way to handle this? And a lot of that was just from, basically going in there, making lots of mistakes and learning how things work. and then fast forward to now. Now I run a location independent consulting business. And with that note, I apologize for the big mess behind me. I am leaving the United States in 6 weeks, and so my apartment is a disaster zone right now. I apologize for that. So I hope it isn't too distracting. I tried to make myself really small on the screen so it wouldn't be too distracting. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Why are we even talking about this? It all comes down to the fact that 90% of startups fail. This is a very common statistic. This has been true for years and years and years. I don't think anyone will argue with it. If you've never heard this, you can look it up. I promise you'll come up with something around 90%, no matter what source you use. And the vast majority of them fail for two reasons. One is because they build a product that no one gives a shit about. Or two, it's because they are completely tone deaf in business conversations. Meaning, when they're in a conversation going on, and this entrepreneur in question is only hearing like one track, they're not hearing the other tracks, and so they're missing cues, they're missing information, they're missing context, they're not able to make decisions effectively, and also they're frustrating the prospect or potential partner because they're just like, I don't know how to explain this, to this person, because they're not, like, I'm trying to explain this over and over again, they're not getting it, right? So let's talk about those a little bit. So let's start with building the wrong product. Right. This is probably a story that we can all relate to. And again, this is what happened to me when I started my first business. So I'm the first person to raise my hand and say that that this happened to me. So for those of you who have started a business, this might sound familiar. For those of you who haven't, this might still sound like how you would, if you were to envision yourself starting a business, that this might be how you envision it, right? So a typical way that people start a business, it starts out just completely randomly, right? You're out with your friends, kind of just chatting it up, and then one of you at the table has a great idea for a business, and everyone kind of falls in love with it, and so you spend the night kind of exploring like what the world would look like, how the company would run, what would the product look like. Everyone's got ideas about how they can add features to the product to make it cooler, and everyone's getting really excited about it. Right. So, you go home and the next day you start telling your family and your other friends about it. Hey, we came up with this cool business idea. I'm looking for feedback. What do you think? And your friends and family are like, hooray. Yes, that's a really great idea. I'm sure that would sell really well. I would definitely buy it. You should definitely pursue this. I fully support you, et cetera, right? So you're coming off this high where, you and your friends at the table are getting really excited about the business idea you had. You're getting all this support and encouragement from your family and friends who are telling you, yeah, you should do it. That's a really great idea. I think it's going to be successful, et cetera, et cetera. So going on this alone, you start building out the business. Like, let's do it, guys. Let's start this business. We're gonna be entrepreneurs. We're gonna quit our job, whatever. So we start, pulling people in, forming a team, start planning out the project. We start working in our off time. We've got schedules and Gantt charts and whatever. We've got milestones, etc. As part of that, we're now starting to build out some infrastructure. So, we register our domain name for the company. We get a website. We start setting up mailing lists, marketing funnels, payment processors, whatever. All of this is starting to cost money, but this all feels like stuff that we need to do because we want to have, what we perceive to be a legitimate business, right? And so after we spend however many months, or years working on like building up this business and spending however much money it takes to build out all the infrastructure for all this stuff, we finally get to launch day, right? So we go out to all our social media platforms and, hey, we're very excited to announce that, the highly anticipated blah, blah, blah is finally ready to release. You guys have asked and we're delivering and blah, blah, blah. And you can reach us here and you can pre-order here, whatever, right? And then launch day comes along and boop, nobody buys anything. And so you're like, what the heck, right? So you're calling around all the friends and family who told you that it was a really exciting product and they would definitely buy it. People would definitely buy it. And, they're either not answering their phone or they're giving you excuses. Well, now's the not right time. I just had these bills come in, or I need to talk to my spouse first. And nobody's buying. You're getting a whole lot of fluff and sunshine being blown up your ass, but like nobody's buying anything. And so you try feeding more money into it. You try running ads. The ads don't do shit, which is something we see a lot. People dumping money into ads and not affecting anything. That's a easy trap that you can run into. Or even more depressing, you start talking to investors to see if they're willing to invest in the company, and they're saying no, right? They're being polite about it, but they're kind of giving you these wish-washy answers where it's like, we like what you're doing, we're not sure if this is a good fit for our portfolio yet, we might want to revisit this in a few years to see where you're going, but right now it's not the right time. So it's like you're kind of not really sure, and so it's easy to, when you're at this stage, it's easy to slip into a mindset where you're just like, oh man, well, all my friends and family who told me this was a great idea were lying to me because they didn't actually buy it. And the investors are giving me a bunch of double speak, and they're not telling me the real reasons. And then you go down the whole, evil, greedy venture capitalists, blah, 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 right? That whole mindset. It's really easy to fall into that pattern where it's just like, the world is fighting against you. You had a great idea and it's just the world doesn't understand. There's something wrong with the world that can't see that there's a problem, or can't see like the value in what you built, because you and all your friends were really excited about it. But the truth is that this is just business language tone deaf. That's all it was. So for starters, when your friends and family were telling you it was a great idea and people will definitely buy it, it's going to be hugely successful, they didn't actually really care about your idea, and it's not like they did comprehensive, robust marketing research to determine that your product is going to be successful. They're telling you that because they love you and they want to support you, right? They want to encourage you. They don't want to discourage you from following your dreams, and so they're encouraging you. Okay, that's why they're saying it. But by no means can you take that as like fact that your business idea was going to sell. And that's where the business language miscommunication happened. Their words, what they were really saying was just, we love you and we encourage you. We want you to pursue your dreams. But you're reading it as like, oh, it's definitely a good idea because that's what they said. And it's the same thing with the investors, when they're kind of giving you double speak and blah, 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 blah. And you're kind of looking at it like, they can't just give me a straight answer. Or, what is it with this? The system's all, system's corrupt and blah, 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 blah. What they're really saying is that they talk to you, and based on the conversation that they had with you and the early numbers that you gave them, they already know what you did wrong. And based on the way you're talking, there's really no point for them to explain it to you, because it's not going to, again, this goes back to the whole transition from engineer to business, right? Like, there's a very difficult mindset transition you need to get into. VCs don't have time to explain that to you. Oh, by the way you're looking at things, the way you're running the business is completely wrong. Let me, sit down and talk to you for like 5 years and walk you through it, right? Like, they don't have time for that. And so that's why they're trying to they don't want to be discouraging, because they don't want to, they want you to keep going, but they know that what you're going to have to do, like, you're going to have to completely reorient your brain. You're probably going to need to start over fresh with a new product, like give up the product that you just built. start over, and then learn how to do it correctly. Which, by the way, is what we're going to teach you in this program. We're going to teach you how to do it correctly. But in this case, like, the VCs are actually trying to be as gentle as they can about this, trying to set you up so that maybe you can figure it out. But the thing is that they can't figure it out for you. You have to figure it out. And if you never break out of that, oh, you know, like, the investors are all evil and the whole world's against us, you're never going to figure it out. But at the end of the day, this is another business language tone deaf, right? Like, they're not giving you double speak. They're not hating you. They're not against you. It's just because you don't speak business language, you don't understand what they're trying to say. And so that's part of, like, the goal here is so that we're going to teach you how to speak business language. So now you'll be able to walk into a room with investors and just talk to them, and you're going to understand what they're saying. And when you respond, your responses are going to make sense to them. And they're going to think, okay, this person knows what they're talking about, right? Because we're speaking the same language. And it's kind of the same thing with, you know, when you're talking to your family and friends, they think, oh, it's a great idea. Okay, you're like, all right, well, I'm really glad that you're my family. I'm glad you're here to back me up. That feels good. At the same time, I'm not taking this as de facto market research data, right? Like, I realize that part of this is just because you love me. I still need to go out and get real research data before I move forward on this project. So that's kind of some examples of how being business language tone deaf can really send you down the wrong road, and it can be really difficult to recover if you never have someone to guide you back towards business language literacy, which is what we're trying to do in this program. So now let's go back to the other problem, right? So there were two problems. One was business language literacy. The other was building a product no one cares about. And I can tell you from my experience as a person who lived in product and engineering for a really long time, almost always this mistake starts with the words, I don't need sales and marketing, just build a good product and it sells itself. Which is flat out wrong. And if there's one thing I need to reorient your brain first, it's going to be that. Trust me, just building a good product does not mean it's going to sell itself. I'm going to go into the reasons why in a second. But again, this is where a lot of the unnecessary animosity between sales and marketing and engineering and platform and product come from. It's because they think sales and marketing is totally worthless. It's all soft skills. They're not doing anything. Really, it's the product that's important. And I can, let's just go right into the reasons, right? The other way this kind of manifests itself, building a product no one cares about, is when, and this kind of ties back into the VCs, right? If you're in a conversation with the VCs and they're asking you questions and all you're doing is talking about features and benefits and ROI, and you have no idea or you have a very vague understanding of who your ICP or ideal customer profile is, you have a very kind of vague or loose definition for ICP, and you can't really describe things like, oh, this is exactly how they use the product. It's to solve this problem. And, they work in this environment, and these are like some of the particulars of the environment that they're working in. And here's some ways where they use the product where we weren't expecting them to use it this way, but we had to make some changes because, this was kind of like an emergent feature that we noticed. Like, if you're not able to go into that level of granularity and you're kind of just sitting on features, benefits, and ROI, that's another sign that you kind of built the product in isolation and didn't really plan out your business model correctly. And that can also lead you down the road of building a product that no one cares about. So let's go back to the ROI, right? Like, I'm talking about how you don't need sales and marketing. You just build a good product and it sells itself. It's complete horseshit. Just building a good product doesn't mean it's going to sell. Even if the ROI is solid, right? Even if the features and benefits seem to line up with what your idea of a customer is, and there's a clear ROI, like, we did the math, and the software costs $10,000, but it saves $100,000 a month. Like, the ROI is drop dead. This thing should sell, not necessarily, right? So let's go through some examples, right, where just ROI and building a good product isn't enough. Example number one: you're solving a problem no one cares about. This happens a lot. especially when we're starting a business with just us and our friends. We're all kind of in an echo chamber, right? Just because we all agree that this problem exists, like maybe we all work at the same company, we all work in similar fields, or we've worked at similar companies. And so we're kind of in a little echo chamber where, we're all part of the same culture and we talk to each other all the time. So it can kind of give us this false sense of relatedness where, we're in a little reality distortion field, right? Because the rest of the world doesn't really agree with us. This happens all the time. Even more common is you are solving a real problem that people care about, but all the companies in the industry they're targeting, they all have higher priorities right now, right? And you'll hear this in conversations. Like they'll say, yeah, I mean, honestly, like this is a problem. We wish we could fix it. But right now we have this huge fire that we're dealing with. There's some new regulation. All the companies in this industry are dealing with like having to, deal with like these new regulations. And right now, like we do not have time to fix this little problem that you're talking about because we got this huge problem that we're dealing with right now. We can't talk about this until at least next year. Or maybe it's just the scale of the problem. It doesn't matter, right? Like, you're talking about $100,000 problem to a $20 billion oil company. And they're just like, dude, we don't give a crap about, like we got way bigger problems to worry about. We will probably never, that $100,000 you're talking about, that's like change in the sofa cushion. Like we do not care about that. We have way more important problems we're worried about right now. So you're never going to sell to them, right? So you're going to have to either pivot or start over. Another very common problem is you're solving a real challenge or a real problem, but your user experience is terrible. And calling out the engineers here again, you resist feedback to the user experience. This is again, I'm calling out engineers specifically because I've witnessed this so many times. And it usually takes the form of, maybe there are people who are talking about the user experience for a product. And they're just like, I really hate how it's set up like this because you have to do this and that, this and that. And then the engineer steps in and says, I don't know why you're complaining. It's so easy. All you have to do is right? Now, if you've ever been in this situation, you know what happens. Usually the conversation just ends right there. And engineers, I got some secret info for you. The conversation did not end because you won the argument with your impeccable logic, okay? Because you told them to stop complaining because it's easy, right? That's not why they stopped talking. It's because they're not talking about how hard it is, right? User experience has nothing to do with how difficult it is. It has to do with how intuitive it is to use, how easy it is to remember the commands, how quickly they can work through the workflow, right? Extra clicks are bad. It slows down productivity. Inconsistent interfaces are bad, right? That slows down productivity. It's harder to remember. When maybe there are times where they step away from the tool because they're working on a different project, then they come back 3 months later. They forgot the stupid arcane interface again. Now they got to relearn it again, right? So the reason why they stopped talking is not because you won the argument. It's because you have no idea what the heck they're talking about. You think this is a conversation about difficulty and challenge, but it's about usability and intuition and workflow optimization. And they don't want to teach you that. So they just shut up and end the conversation because they don't want to deal with your ass. But I call this out because this is a very, very common problem, especially for engineering founded startups. They have a fantastic product, but the UX is god awful, and they get really defensive when you try to give them feedback, which is the worst thing that you can do. And because of that, the product doesn't sell. And then you end up back in, negative Nancy land where it's, it's the world's fault. They just don't appreciate our genius and our wonderful product, when really it's your fault because you are terrible at business language. You're doing all the wrong things. And again, this is what we're trying to train you out of, because we're not here to win battles. We're here to form successful businesses. And a lot of that means working with people. Another one, and this is actually one of the most common problems where you have a good product, but it still doesn't sell. And that's when the cost of change is too high. So what you're going to find is even if you've dialed in the problem, like you know the problem exists, and you know the companies that are dealing with this problem, a lot of times you'll find they already have a solution in place for it. It's not ideal. They do want to upgrade because there are things about their current solution that they don't like. And your solution fixes those things. And that's why you're in a sales conversation with them, because they wanted to hear, make sure that, okay, this actually is better than what we have. But then once they start going down the line, they realize, oh my God, you know what? For us to migrate, we're going to have to do all this data changeover, and we're going to have to do a bunch of training. And then what if something doesn't work out? Then the person who greenlit this deal is going to look like an idiot because they just cost the company all this money and all this downtime, and they're going to get heat from the upper management about it. And so it's like all these problems start stacking up, and they're just like, you know what, we love your product, we really wish we could use it, but we can't transition to the product right now. And so that's another case where, features, benefits, ROI, problem match, like those things still aren't good enough to sell. And then kind of going back to the whole communication thing, like sometimes they just, maybe they just hate talking to you. Again, I talked about how frustrating it is when you're trying to have a business conversation with someone and they're just not getting what you're saying. Even if they like you and they like the product, like they're thinking ahead, like what's it going to be like working with these people, where like if we have a problem with the system, or we have a new business goal and we need to talk to someone who's going to help us use the tool to achieve that business goal. Like what's that experience going to be like? It's going to be a pain in the butt because we're going to have to be explaining things over and over and over again, kind of like hand holding them through the conversation. That's going to be really frustrating, and maybe it's just not worth it to deal with that. So what I'm getting at, like, let's zoom back out again, right? So all of these problems that we're discussing, they all kind of center on one thing, where what we're doing is we're trying to kind of hallucinate a business model while we're sitting at home alone on a computer, or maybe sitting with just our friends, and we're not talking to anybody, right? Like we're focused on, just very literal and logical arguments for building this, this product or service or whatever it is. And we're almost kind of self-absorbed, right? Like it's just our opinions, my opinion, or myself and my closest friends. Our opinions are the only ones that matter. We don't care what anybody else thinks. We can just look all that stuff up on ChatGPT or Google. We'll get all that through our tools, but we're not going to talk to anybody else. And this is where most businesses die, is when we kind of sit here in this reality distortion field. We're not figuring out who our customer is and what they need and try to understand their life. We're kind of just living in our own little bubble and hallucinating a business model, and just in a very self-absorbed way, in a sense. And so that's really the crux of the problem, is that we need to step away from this, holing up in our little cubby hole and doing everything in close quarters, and instead get outside of the house or get on the phone and start talking to people. Because really, what we see here, this is not what business is. This is a fantasy. This is not real. This is fake business. Real business is this. It's two people or multiple people, right? Talking to each other, getting to know each other, learning to understand each other. What are their personalities like? How do they think? What's their perspective of the world? What are their objectives? What are their goals in life? What are their current objectives, like their smaller objectives that are kind of contributing to that goal? What are some of the current constraints that they're facing right now? What are some of the obstacles that they're facing? What is their communication style? Are they direct? Are they more team-oriented? Are they more analytical, like maybe like an accountant? Are they more social when you first meet up with them? Do they want to talk about your weekend and invite each other out to drinks later? Like all of those things come together to help form a business relationship. And when both parties are kind of doing the same thing to each other, and what you'll find is, again, majority of the people that you meet in business, they are going to be like this. If you approach the situation like this, they're going to return it in kind. And when you have both people kind of vibing off of each other, learning about each other, truly understanding each other, to the point where a third party could come in and say, hey, what's going on with so-and-so? I could say, oh yeah, I just talked to them. Like right now they're working on this, this and that. They're really worried about this. They have this to take care of it, but they're still worried about this. Like I can describe that person's life because I've gotten to know them well enough to be able to describe it. And what you'll find is as these business conversations continue, you start to build trust, you start to build rapport, and that's when the deals start coming in and they start they start expanding and retaining. And that's when once you get to that point, that's when you're in a good place. Because now it's not just a deal anymore. Now it's like a partnership or a relationship. And you would be surprised how quickly this can come up. And this is something later after you join the program, I'm going to be talking about some of this stuff in the communication class. Like how do you very quickly portray the fact that you have expertise in the industry or the niche that you're serving without telling them that, right? Like you don't tell them, I'm an expert in the niche. Like anybody can say that, nobody believes that. So how can you communicate that you're an expert in the niche without saying that you're an expert in the niche? That's one of the things we're going to talk about in the communication course when you join. But you'd be surprised how quickly people can pick up on things just by speaking the right language, talking about the right things, asking the right questions. They can very quickly sum up within like 30 seconds or a minute, like, oh, you know what? I know this person knows what they're talking about. I know this person's for real. I'm going to give them another 20 minutes to talk because I know they're not wasting my time. That's how fast it can happen. But you need to be trained. You need to be shown how to do this. And that's one of the things we're going to be covering. When I say business language, that's what I mean. One other thing I wanted to point out too, actually, while we're still on that slide, because we also, a lot of times, this is another thing we get pushed back a lot on, is what about internet research, right? Like we get guys where I'm telling them like, dude, you gotta get on the phone and you gotta make calls. That's the only way to do research. Trust me. And we always get folks who come in and we're like, well, I did it on ChatGPT and this is what ChatGPT says. And I tell you, I have done this challenge several times and ChatGPT loses every single time. Grok did okay once. It lost, but it did better than ChatGPT did. But I'll tell you, like every time I've done this, I'm like, okay, tell you what, I'm gonna pick up the phone. I'm gonna talk to like 5 people in the niche. I'm gonna find out what their big problem is and all the associated data that comes with it. And then you go to whatever AI program you want to, and you punch it in, and then we'll see what it says, right? And so then we finish up, and I've got my list. Like I just talked to 5 people. They all told me the same thing, right? And it was very clear. Like this is the thing they need to fix. They're looking for people to help them with this because right now they don't have a solution yet, and it's hurting them. They're losing money every month. A lot of money every month, right? So then we look at the ChatGPT output, completely fucking wrong. Like the number one problem that the business owners told me didn't even show up on ChatGPT's list. In fact, every single time ChatGPT never had it that we tried it. Grok, I think maybe once or twice actually had the problem that the CEOs mentioned. However, I only give it half a point because in the Grok list, usually what Grok does, or what all these programs do, right, is they come up with a list of potential problems in the industry, and then they stack rank them. And within the stack ranking, the number one problem that the CEOs told me about, that they all said, right, they all told me the same thing, that this is the number one problem. When you look at the Grok results, it's like it was on the list, but it was like number 5 or number 7. Right. So even though at least it did better than ChatGPT, where it actually got it got it right, it ended up on the list, whereas ChatGPT was completely oblivious. But it had the stack ranking all wrong. And if I had just followed AI's advice, on what to pursue as a business, the business is toast. Like, you're just wasting your time. It's not going to go anywhere. You're going to try to, eventually you have to get on the phone and start trying to sell this stuff, or setting up a marketing funnel and trying to sell stuff. And nobody is going to buy because no one gives a crap about that, because AI was wrong. So again, resist the temptation to say, well, I'd rather just use AI. Trust me, it's not accurate. I don't know, maybe one day, 20 years from now, AI will be smarter than us. I honestly don't think that's going to happen. But right now, that's the case. It's not reliable. The only way to do it is with the phone or in-person conversations. Email and LinkedIn are also possible, but the issue with email and LinkedIn is that it's really hard to keep a sustained conversation going. Actually, there's two things. The first is the response rates are terrible. The phone is like 100 times better. The pickup rates and conversations rates are better if you do what I tell you to do. We're going to talk a little bit about that towards the end, but I'm going to give you like a call structure and a script structure for everything. And as long as you follow the structure, your success rates are going to be pretty high. Definitely higher than a lot of the other training that you can get. But if you go down to email and LinkedIn, you're going to be in like the 1 to 2% success rate. So like every 100 emails you send, you're going to get 1 or 2 people to respond, which is terrible. Whereas like when I'm on a call spree, like maybe I'll just call for an hour. I can talk to like 5-10 people. And a lot of those are going to be conversations that could end up in booking a sales meeting, right? It's just way faster, even though like you'd think like with email and LinkedIn, like the volume is higher. Yeah, sure. The volume is higher, but the quality of responses are terrible. But that said, you can do it. I know a guy who runs a location independent business, and he generates all of his sales from cold DM, and he makes enough to, he can support himself living in Europe. So, I can't say that it's impossible, but just remember, it's like, that's a much tougher deal. The phone is the easiest way to do it. And you get the best results from it. And really the only downside to using the phone is getting over your initial nerves, and whatever phone phobia you might have. Once you get over that, you will have seen the light, and you'll understand, just how great it is. So let's talk about business reality a little bit. I'm talking about, we're talking about how, just holding yourself up in your cave and doing all your research on the computer and trying to materialize a business model from that isn't going to work. Why doesn't that work? Why do we need to get on the phone or get in person and talk to people? And it's because, like I was saying, like business is a human to human operation. At the end of the day, we are people trying to help solve each other's problems or trying to help bring value to each other. And all of that is tied into emotion. These are emotional decisions. You will hear this everywhere. Jan, our sales trainer, is going to tell you the same thing. People buy on emotion, and then they backwards justify it with logic. There have been tons of studies on this. There was a study a while back where they had a bunch of researchers got together and pulled in a bunch of test subjects who had suffered some brain damage due to like some accident trauma or whatever. And so the part of their brain where their emotions, their emotional function was located, had been diminished or eliminated due to an accident or something. And so what they did was they pulled in all these test subjects and they started putting them through these decision-making exercises, right? And what they found was insane, right? Like they would put them up in these situations where they have to make a decision between, say, choice A and choice B. And what they found is these people could look at choice A and choice B, and they could logically think through the pros and cons of each choice. Well, if I choose choice A, I'm going to get this, but I'm going to have this drawback. If I choose choice B, I get this, but then I have this drawback. And even in cases where it was super obvious, right? Like they should definitely choose choice B because choice A is just the dumbest decision ever. And they're logically thinking that, right? Like I should definitely choose choice B because I get this, whereas like with A, it sucks, right? Even in that situation, they would either be completely paralyzed. They could not make the decision. Even though they know that choice B is the choice, they couldn't commit to the decision. Or they would just randomly make a decision, right? Like they would say, you know what, I know choice B is the right one, and there's absolutely no reason for me to choose choice A, but I'm going to choose choice A. And so the researchers was like, what the heck is going on, right? Like, it just shows how important of a factor our emotional brain processing is for making decisions. And, you know, if we want to keep talking about this, we don't even have to get that far, right? Like if you can look at, so I'm recording this. I don't know where Caleb is right now, but depending on where he's at, maybe right now in his background, if not in his background, maybe you can dig up some old videos. But you go through Caleb's videos, you know, you'll see sometimes like in the background, he's got like this giant toy model spaceship, right? Which I'm sure was not cheap. It looks really expensive. I mean, that's an emotional decision, right? Like that's, and he's probably one of the most rational and logical people I've ever met, right? I mean, look at all his content on, you know, other topics, right? He's very rational and logical about stuff, but he's still got irrational, you know, stuff that he spends money on. Totally emotional. And I'm sure there's some backwards, you know, logic justification. You know, it's like, well, I'm a science fiction fan, you know, kind of feel, you know, puts science fiction vibes in the house, you know, whatever. I'm making stuff up, Caleb. You know, I could be totally wrong about all this stuff. But, you know, same with me, using myself as an example. You go around through my place, you're going to find all kinds of stupid shit that I spent money on. When I was packing up to leave the US, I was packing up, you know, I've got like a small collection of video games, packing up my video games. And I realized, for those of you who are familiar with the old school game Super Metroid, I realized I bought Super Metroid 6 times. The exact same game. I bought it 6 times. It's ridiculous, right? Like, there was no reason for me to do that. And I mean, logically, I try to rationalize it. Well, you know, I wanted to have it on the Switch, so then that way, if I'm on a plane and I want to play it, you know, I don't have to bring another system. But that's BS, right? Like, really, it's an emotional decision. I just love Metroid, one of my favorite series of all time. Samus Aran's one of my favorite characters of all time. It kind of speaks to me as a child because I was a kid when the original Metroid came out. I was blown away that, you know, Samus was a girl. You know, we didn't find out until the very end of the game. You had to like beat a certain time. You had to beat the game in under 30 minutes in order to get the secret ending where it revealed who Samus was. So, you know, there's a lot of history. It's a totally irrational decision for me to keep buying Super Metroid again. I'm sure when I get a Switch 2, I'm probably going to buy it again just because this is just like one of the stupid irrational ways that I spend my money. And it's going to be true with like no matter who we look at. I worked in the GPU space for a long time. There are a lot of rational, logical people that I worked with. A lot of guys who are a lot smarter than I was that I was working with. Same thing though, you know, you get them out for beers and you start talking and start learning more about what they did that weekend and what their hobbies are. They got stupid shit they're spending money on too. Like it doesn't matter how logical you are. We all, in the end, we make emotional decisions. And that's really important because if we're talking about having, you know, acquiring business language and be able to hold business conversations that eventually lead to deals, we need to be able to communicate on an emotional level. And that's a big part of where this business language comes in. It's like we need to be able to talk to people on an emotional level. Remember, we talked about earlier, like just ROI is not good enough because ROI is a logical communication, logical language. We need to speak an emotional language too, and that's where a lot of this stuff. When you get into the business communication sessions, we're going to be going over how to do that. Like this is how you speak to a person's emotions. And you're going to be speaking both logically and emotionally at the same time. It's going to be 2 tracks at the same time, and you need to be communicating in both and be aware of how you're communicating in both. And we're going to teach you how to do that. Another bit of business reality I want to talk about here is pain, right? So one thing you're going to find in sales is that you know, I talked about how ROI isn't always like the selling factor that everyone expects it to be. One of the most reliable ways to sell something is by surfacing pain in your prospect. Now, it can also be gain too, right? Like they're kind of like the two things that that tend to sell the best would be like either the prospect is experiencing pain and they want to get rid of it. You know, you got a headache, you go straight out to the store to buy a buy a Tylenol or whatever. Then you also have the potential for gain, right? Like, you give me X dollars and I give you twice as much, right? Or you buy this thing and it's going to go up in value, right? However, there is a bit of a ranking order there, right? Generally speaking, statistically speaking, removing current pain tends to be the best. That tends to be the easiest way to sell. If you're solving a problem that eliminates current pain, that tends to be the most reliable. Future pain tends to be number two, right? So maybe they're not experienced current pain, but there's future pain, right? Like winter is coming. Okay, winter is coming might not make you spring to action immediately, but you are going to start thinking about it because winter is coming. That kind of sucks, right? Like that's going to be on your mind. Like, oh my God, like we need to make sure we're ready because winter is coming, right? So that tends to be a strong motivator too. Not as strong as current pain, but it's still strong. And then current gain, that always helps. If we can make extra money right away, usually a pretty good motivator. Oh my God, why am I forgetting the word? We're not as in a hurry as we would be with current pain, but current gain is still pretty good. And then future gain tends to be the long pole. Like that's the one that we're a little hesitant to get into. But however, there is more nuance to all of this. Just because someone has current pain doesn't mean it's going to be an easy sell. So let's go through a couple examples, right? So first example, you're walking around with your phone. You drop your phone and you get a crack in the screen. Okay, well that sucks. That probably pisses you off, right? In fact, it probably pisses you off every time you look at it. Like this sucks, man. Like it's ugly, and now I have to be careful when I'm using the screen, and it makes me angry every time I look at it, right? Is that emotion? Most definitely, right? Is that pain? Yeah, most definitely, man. Like those are not good emotions you're feeling. I'm sure it's probably stressing you out, right? Okay. Question number 3. Do you immediately run out and buy a new phone because of this? Most of us do not. Most of us, we can live with it. We hate it. We're pissed off about it. It makes us angry every time we look at it, but we can live with it. At least for a little while. I mean, how long our threshold is kind of different for all of us, but some of us, it's like we might put it off until we've got a free day to go to the store, and then we'll go buy another one. Could be weeks or months. Some people, they're just like, you know what? I can't justify spending another $1,000 on a phone, so I'm just going to live with it until I get my new upgrade. But the point is that most people do not rush out and buy a new phone immediately. At the very least, even if they're loaded and $1,000 is nothing to them, they're still not going to cancel a meeting to go get a new phone, right? Like they're going to wait until maybe the next time slot. Like maybe they'll wait until the weekend to go replace it or whatever, right? It's not, even though it's painful, it sucks, it pisses us off. We really want to fix it. It's a current pain. It's one of those I can live with it type of pains. Okay, scenario 2. It's the middle of summer. It's a hot summer. And then your air conditioning breaks. How long do you wait before you call the HVAC company to come out and fix it? We usually call them that friggin' day. We call them right away. And once we get them on the phone, we're like, can you come in today to fix it? Right? I don't want to wait until tomorrow. Can you guys fit me in today, please? And I know this is true because I have friends out here in Las Vegas who own HVAC companies, and they all tell me the same thing. They all say, owning an HVAC company during the summer in Las Vegas, you don't have to do shit to get sales. Like you literally don't have to try at all because their phone's just going off all day with people who are desperate to get a new HVAC installed, right? They just moved here or they changed places or whatever. Or they're upgrading it, or it's people calling desperate to get it fixed because it broke down. So one of the easiest businesses to run, I mean, it's seasonal, right? So during the winter, it's a little different. Then they're kind of scrambling, trying to figure out what to do. And a lot of them, they do a separate business during the cold months because the HVAC business is slow. But during the summer, yeah, business comes to them. They don't have to do anything, right? And this is a difference between an I can live with it problem, like the cracked iPhone screen, versus I need to fix this like right away, which is the broken AC. And again, this is kind of just like an emotional decision, right? Like, I'm sure there are probably some people who are really used to the hot climate. If their AC breaks down, they probably don't care because they're used to hot climate. But for people who, you know, like, shoot, like when I was living in Seattle, man, I heard people complaining about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, they're just like, oh my God, it's so hot. I'm like, I don't even run the AC at 80 degrees, right? So again, this is all still emotional and it's all relative. Like, we all have different, you know, we all have different thresholds. But the thing is, once we cross that threshold where it's unbearable for us, our emotions kick in and we're not really thinking logically anymore. We're making emotional decisions. We're on the phone. We stop whatever the heck we're doing to call the HVAC company. And we're just like, look, I don't care. Get over here. I'm willing to move stuff around on my schedule. I'll stay home. I'll cancel that thing. Just, I want to be here when you can get here so that you can fix this right away and get me out of my misery, right? So again, emotions, pain, problem, like all of those are similar, but some problems are things you can live with and some problems are gotta fix it now problems. And that's the level of nuance that we need to, when we're talking about business language and business conversations, we need to be able to speak at that level of granularity. When we're talking about a problem, we need to understand, like, okay, is this, when they're describing this problem, is this problem a I can live with it problem, or is this a I got to fix it right now problem? And again, this is more stuff we're going to go into more in depth when we get into like the communication classes as well as the sales classes. So kind of continuing with that, I don't want to keep this too long, but there, like the nuance goes, like this goes deep. There's tons of little nuance here, right? Like when you're starting a cold conversation, how do you start a cold conversation without triggering telemarketer vibes? If you start the conversation, they just hang up on you. Or if you start the conversation with, hi, it's Peter at XYZ company. How are you today? And they're like, fine, what do you want? You blew it. Right? You screwed up. You gave them a strong signal in the first few seconds that you're a telemarketer, and the call's like, it's going to be very hard to turn that call around. And that's just part of the subtle nuance, right? Like how your tonality sounds, how your delivery is, the words that you use, the question, all these little things kind of come together. And depending on which way you go, you could end up like sounding like a strong telemarketer, or you could end up sounding like a very educated consultant. Again, something I keep harping on, knowing that the answers that we're hearing are facts and not just, you know, mom telling us that we have a great idea because she loves us. Again, there are ways to consistently get factual answers from people, but it takes a very structured approach. You need to know how to ask the questions. You need to know the timing of the questions. And a lot of times, like there's a little bit of a game. Like sometimes you kind of have to push a little, then you have to pull back a little sort of like social dynamics involved in like getting the facts. But you can do it. And once you get good at it, you'll be at a stage where you can get off the phone after talking to 4 or 5 people and you're like, you know what? I know we have a problem. I know we have a business model here. I know the problem. You know, I talked to them and, you know, their answers, you know, I set them up to where they could have lied to me and they didn't. And I'm convinced now, like I've got facts here, like everything's lining up here. I'm ready to move forward. You'll be able to do that when you're done with our program. Know that we're hearing buying pain versus live with it pain. I already talked about that, but again, like this is something, you know, we'll teach you how to do as well. One thing that I haven't talked about, but this is super important, is knowing what they're willing to pay. This is another one of the big problems that we run into. People don't know how to price their service. They don't know, like, oh my God, $1,000 feels like a lot of money. Oh, $5,000 seems like a lot of money. The truth is you don't know what is a lot of money to them until you get on the phone and talk to them. And there's a way to find that information out. And we're going to teach you how to do that. But just know that at the end, you're going to know how to price your product. Getting CEOs to treat us with equal business stature. This is probably the most important thing. I'm going to talk about this a little bit at the end. And then again, I talked about this tonality and body language. Do these things align with our message? Are the words we're using and our tonality and our body language are like different communication tracks? They all need to line up. If one of them's off, you're in trouble. There's going to be a miscommunication, and you could end up losing the deal. And then most important, again, and this is the whole point of 90 Day Business Builder, is knowing that your business model will work before we build anything. Like, that's the whole point to all of this, is pick up the phone, talk to 5 people, and when you're done, you know that the business model will work. You know that these people will buy from you. Or you know that the business model is not going to work, and then you pivot to a new niche, right? Like, that is how the pros do it. The pros don't magically, hallucinate this wonderful working business model. Steve Jobs didn't just come up with, the iPhone one day while he was in the shower and just perfectly mapped out everything to a successful product, right? Like, Steve Jobs probably made tons of mistakes leading up to it and had to start over and whatever. But the point is that he didn't let the mistakes kill him. And that's what we're kind of doing here too, right? Like, the whole point to the niche selection process, niche research process, is we're trying to front load all those little mistakes so that, it turns out, oh, you know what? This niche doesn't have any money. I'm going to get out now before I start building out a website and doing all this crap, right? And wasting my time. That's the whole point behind this, is to front load the mistakes so that it's cheap and quick for us to make a decision. And then we just keep doing that, going through different niches until we finally hit gold. Once we get there, it's like, okay, we're off to the races, right? Like, now we've got our niche research, everything checks out, we're ready to go. Now we're ready to start selling. And as Caleb's going to go into, once you get past the niche research phase and you've validated the niche, and you've validated the problem, you've got all the metrics that you need, dude, the rest of it is going to be so easy. It's crazy. Like, it's like you just, it's like you hit the top of that roller coaster and then you just shoot down, and you're moving forward. So, and you see that with a lot of the testimonials Caleb has. A lot of those guys I've worked with, and it was crazy. Like, a lot of these stories, it's funny. In fact, we have like a pattern. It's funny. Like, someone will post something on the boards and they'll just be like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to make it with this niche. I've been spending all this time working on it. Oh man, I don't know. It's like, maybe I should just get out. And then like 2 days later, it's like, dude, I just signed a guy for $10,000. And it's almost kind of become a meme at this point on the message board. So like, anytime someone starts losing hope and worrying about the niche and maybe they should just give up and blah, blah, and then like 2 days later they land a client. So, again, like, that's just part of the process. Like, just trust in the process. Like, it's gonna get you there. It's basically scientific. Like, we're basically applying the scientific method to building a business. We can go more into that later too, on another day. But that's the reason why this stuff works, because we're not just poking around and guessing and taking leaps of faith. We're applying the scientific method to build a business model. And sometimes it takes time, sometimes it takes multiple experiments, but eventually we get there because it's a scientific process. Okay, so really quickly, I kind of covered a lot of this stuff already, but basically this is what you can get. And honestly, like, I had more stuff on here, but I ran out of room. So I'll just quickly go over it. So like, so you have a discrete sense of what you're getting. So first of all, you're going to learn how to open a cold call without losing their attention or losing their interest. And important to note here too is, or a live conversation. One of the coolest things about developing cold call skills is that it directly applies to in-person conversations as well. And so what you're going to find is, when you get experience with cold calls, you get comfortable with it. You get comfortable with starting conversations with new people and potentially making new friends and stuff. These skills are going to start to carry over into your real life. You would be surprised with how many conversations I have with Uber drivers and baristas, and I'm not even really thinking about it. It just happens now. Also, my communication with like my family and my friends has gotten better, and it's all just from learning how to cold call. And this is especially important in business because, there may be a day someday where, say, you're at a trade show or a conference or an industry event, and you're at a corporate party, you're at the bar, and then, oh my God, your number one, the whale comes in, right? Your ICP whale walks in and walks up to the bar next to you and orders a drink. What are you going to do? You've got a like tiny little window to start a conversation with this person. If you don't know how to start a conversation with a person and start a business conversation with that CEO, like, dude, you just blew it, man. Like that's going to be the worst feeling in the world. It's just sitting there with probably the biggest prospect that you could possibly get. And you blew it because you didn't know how to start the conversation, or you started the conversation, but you weren't communicating correctly. And so the guy was polite for a minute and it's like, okay, well, great to meet you. I got to go talk to my guys. Boom, gone. You're never going to talk to him again. Right. So that's one of the biggest things here is, although we focus on cold calls, all of this stuff applies to live conversations. So use this when you go to trade shows or when you visit companies. I talked about research data, how we're getting research data on the phone. What this means is there are basically 4 conversational data points that you need to get in the calls to prove your business model. You need to get consensus on 4 things. When you get those 4 specific things, that's when you make a decision. Is this a business model I want to go forward with or not? But that's all you need. You just need those 4 things. That'll prove everything that you need. Like if the data on those 4 points is good that you got from those conversations, you're ready to sell, basically. So we're going to go over all that. And I'm also going to kind of teach you like how to structure the conversation to get those 4 data points from someone and have it be conversational, right? I talked about this already. Like, I'm going to teach you how to ask the right questions so that people can't lie to you, or at least you can tell if they're lying or they're trying to make you feel better. They don't want to hurt your feelings. Basically, asking questions the correct way to kind of steer around that. How to transform your research data into a sales pitch. This is probably one of the other most important things. For any of you who've worked in sales, if you have not done market research before selling, or someone else didn't do the market research for you, this is going to be a game changer for you, because when you try to do a sales pitch on something where you've not validated the problem, or you haven't validated, like their status quo and gotten emotional buy-in from them ahead of time before trying to sell it to them, sales is typically like, it's a fight, right? Like it's an uphill battle. And it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of kind of wrestling going on. Whereas when you do your research data first, and then use that research data that you got from the niche calls and use that to form your sales pitch, dude, these are going to be the easiest friggin' cold calls you've ever done. I've done so many calls, and it's crazy how consistent these calls are, where like within 10 seconds, the guy on the phone is like, oh yeah, that's a big problem for us. Yeah, no, that's funny. That's exactly what we're going through right now. This just happened to us last week. It's going to be mind blowing. And not only that, but they take you so much more seriously when you have market research data to back up your conversations. Like they instantly trust you, and they instantly think, oh, this person knows what they're talking about because they're speaking my language. They're talking about something that's relevant to us. You're going to get two call structures and 2 sets of sample scripts. One is for the research calls, and then one is for the sales calls. So the sample scripts are basically just ideas to get you moving forward. And then the structure is there. The reason why the structure is there is because generally what we want you to do is we want you to start with the sample scripts just to get on the phone and get comfortable. But once you start getting comfortable, we want you to come up with your own scripts. Because the sample scripts, I tried to make them as generic as I could so that as many people as possible could use them. But really what's going to take it up a notch is when you kind of adapt that to your own personality and your own voice, add your own humor in there. That's what's going to really put the polish on it. But in order to do that, you need the call structure, right? Because if you change the script and you break the structure, then the calls aren't going to go as well anymore. The structure is the most important part. The scripts are just to get you started. In the end, as long as you're following the structure, you're good. And it's the same for both sales and research. Research calls are to gather market research before you start selling. And then the sales calls when you start cold calling for sales. And this little note I have here where I say tested in thousands of calls, that is not an exaggeration. I ran a little bit of a test project. We went for 2 years And I had about 70 people go through that test project. And what we were doing was we were doing live cold calls, testing out different scripts. Live cold calls, like really calling businesses and testing out scripts and seeing how they work for people. And so the sample scripts that I'm giving you, these are the ones that tested the best. So these are the ones where they're the easiest to remember. They're the least uncomfortable, right? They're the least sleazy. And they worked across the board for the most people. So we had some people who were really aggressive, some people were really shy. These are the ones that were consistent among different personality types. So that's what you're going to be getting, and then at some point you're going to want to fill in your own. Leading conversations. So this is something we're going to cover a lot. I only briefly talked about it here, but really I'll give you this bit of piece of value right now. Whoever leads conversations is the one who asks the most questions. And on top of that, whoever asks the best questions. That's where a lot of the business communication comes from. What you want is you want to be in a situation where you ask a CEO a question and the CEO's like, huh, that's a good question. Or, oh, wow, no one's ever asked me about that before. When you're hearing responses like that, you're getting them to think. You're recontextualizing the situation for them. They're interested. They want to know, like, it just boosts your credibility like crazy when you can get them to stop in their tracks and think, oh, wow, I never really thought about that. That's a good question. I hadn't considered that. I could see how that's a good question though, right? Like maybe I should be thinking about that. Like you just recontextualize them and potentially even taught them something new or gave them a different perspective. All of a sudden they're really interested in what else you're thinking, right? So this is super important. Again, we're going to go over this a lot in the sessions. I talked about this already. Know exactly how to price your service. Again, this all comes from the market research. A little too complicated to go into now, but we are going to get here. When you get done with your market research, you're going to know how much you can charge. You're not going to feel dirty about it, and it's probably going to be a good amount of money for you. You will probably be able to charge more than you think you can charge. And it's going to be a very comfortable number, and you're going to know that it's comfortable for them too, based on the research that you did. Detecting buying signals, again, this is just business language, being able to pick up on emotional cues, body language cues, nonverbal cues, uncovering the real pain. What's the real pain? What's the thing that's going to get them on the phone right now to get it fixed? Not the, I can live with it pain, but I need to fix it pain. And then a couple other things like handle objections. You don't really get these in the research calls, but in the sales calls, you get them all the time. I will show you how to handle objections. It's actually, we have a good framework for it. Handling objections is not that bad, and you can not be an asshole about it too, which is really cool. So we're going to show you how to do that. We're going to show you how to work with gatekeepers. Okay, I'm going to sound like I'm tooting my own horn here, but honestly, gatekeepers really aren't that big of a deal for us. Now, don't get me wrong. I've never met anybody who's 100% with gatekeepers. Like going through gatekeepers is always the worst way to cold call, for sure. But I don't know. We have a pretty good track record with them, man. Like I think we get through like maybe 50% of the time. It's insane how quickly we get through gatekeepers and how consistently we do. I don't know why, but I'll go through what we're doing. I'll teach you what we're doing, and you can give it a shot. You're probably going to find it works really well. I don't think we've ever had anyone who had a problem with our method for going through gatekeepers. And then, yeah, like I said, speak business language, get respect as a CEO. I ran out of room, but yeah, there's other stuff we're going to talk about, like how to generate leads, how to get mobile numbers, how to generate some quick personalization. One thing I like to do is do a quick scan of the company and pick out a few key things that I can talk about. So in that way I open the call with some contacts. That usually really helps. And as long as you're doing it quickly, it doesn't affect your productivity. So we're going to talk about lots of stuff like that, and also some just random stuff. Also, we have a lot of people who have tried different like VoIP phones and platforms and whatever. And so you'll have that as a resource too. Like you can talk to people. And I've only used a couple of software, so I don't have a lot of experience with all the different software out there. But we have a lot of people who have posted experiences with different software. So there will be a lot of resources there you can check out. Anyway, there's a ton of stuff, and I'm probably forgetting like 1,000 things, but whatever. Like I said, I'm out of room anyway, so it doesn't matter. But really, the point here, if there's one thing to take away, really what we're doing here is we are we are taking where you're at now and we're transforming you into CEO. Because if you're going to run a location independent business, you are a CEO. That is what you are. And for you to do business with other companies, you need to talk to CEOs. In order to do that, you need to sound like a CEO. You need to act like a CEO. You need to think like a CEO. And so that's why this communication stuff is so important, because if you're not speaking, thinking, acting like a CEO, it's going to make business extremely difficult, because the decision makers you're talking to, they're going to feel like, I don't know, I don't know if I'm getting through to them. I don't know if they understand what I'm saying, right? Like, it's going to be extremely difficult to get any headway on any of that. So that's really where all this comes down to. So yeah, communication sounds really friggin' boring, but it's actually the most important thing. If you don't nail that stuff, your sales is going to suffer, your lead generation is going to suffer, your marketing is going to suffer, all of it's going to suffer. So all I say is stick it out. It's going to be worth it. You're going to notice a huge difference when it finally clicks and you start, you're going to be, okay, yeah, I need to stop because this is like going on forever. But like I got to share one story, right? So we had one guy who was making cold calls, and he was just getting slaughtered, right? Like, he's getting hung up on the phone constantly. And finally, he had this one conversation where, honestly, I think the guy was being nice to him, because I think he probably had a sales background too, like the guy that he was calling. And so I think he was trying to help him out, but he was not pulling any punches, right? Like, he's telling my student, like, why are we talking? Tell me why we're talking. And, my student's like, he's like, dude, like, you're telling me stuff I already know, right? Like, why should I talk to you? And he's trying to give, our student like an opening to, ask a good question or make a good statement, but he's just stumbling through it. And finally the guy got frustrated and just hung up. And so I said, dude, okay, look, the problem is, like, your opener, like, we need to rewrite it. Because we're getting responses like that. So let's rewrite it. And what we're going to do is we're going to rewrite it so that you sound more like you know what you're talking about, right? Like, you're not just asking generic questions. You're asking very specific questions that only an experienced person in this niche would even know to ask, right? And so we took a day, we rewrote his opening script. And I swear to you, the next day, his next two calls, he talked for like a half an hour to both of them. They didn't end up as sales, unfortunately, but it wasn't his fault. It was the timing, because one lady he talked to was selling the company. I think the first guy was selling the company, and the second lady had just bought the company, right? So neither one of them were ready to, like, take on any new consultants. But the first conversation especially was crazy, because, like, this is after being hung up on over and over and over again for days. When he got into that conversation, the guy that he was talking to kept saying things like, well, I mean, you've been in the industry, you know how it is, da 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 da. Or, as you know, with someone with your experience, blah blah blah. Like, that was just from rewriting the script, right? Like, it's not like our student had, all of a sudden he just gained all this experience in the niche, right? Like, that, none of that changed. The only reason why they were saying that to him is because we changed his script so that he was speaking better business language in the conversation. And so the business owner he was talking to, just assumed that our student was also a business owner and was talking to him like a business owner. And that was that was the game changer. And so that's what we're trying to do with everyone in this class is, we're not just trying to get you to fast money and then just, leaving you by the wayside. We're trying to teach you how to transform yourself into a CEO. And it starts with thinking like a CEO, speaking like a CEO, acting like a CEO. When you can do that, you're going to notice that CEOs, directors, managers, they all treat you a lot different. And they're going to take you seriously. They're going to listen to your pitches. They're going to believe that maybe you can help them. They're going to, they're not going to look for reasons to try to get rid of you. They're going to be more honest with you. It's going to totally change your life. And that's going to be a thing that unlocks like crazy revenue potential for you. So anyway, This is longer than I meant for it to be, but I'm sure Caleb, you're welcome to chop out any bits. That's totally cool. Maybe I rambled a little bit too much, but anyway, that's what we're here for. So I hope this gave you a good overview of what you're going to get out of the course. And again, this is just one session out of like how many? Like 5 or something like that. This is just one track. We have other tracks. We've got sales with Jan. We've got mindset with Christy. We've got niche with Gary. We've got Billy. We've got the 2 accountability coaches. We've got Caleb. So this is just one session track that you've got. You've got other session tracks that are covering other stuff. So yeah, you've got a ton of stuff. Anyway, I think that's pretty much everything I want to get through. And yeah, look forward to meeting you, those of you who end up joining us. And have a good one. See you later.
Okay. If you guys were still on, I'll explain what happened in a second. My button came unbuttoned. What am I doing? I'm doing a striptease. Could you put a 2 in the chat if you can see me and hear me? Camera skewed a little bit here. Put a 2 in the chat. Those of you live, you can see me and you can hear me. I'm really loud. How about now? Am I too loud, or is that one person saying that? All right, cool. I see lots of twos. All right, I'm going to answer a few quickie questions, and then I'm going to go right into mindset with Coach Christy. And I realized should have done that first. Fine. Okay, fine. Usual Caleb. All right, great. I realized I should have had Coach Christy go first. Mindset is step 1. So about to show you that now. That'll be about 45 minutes, I think. And then what happened, by the way, with the live stream? How many people are live? We lost like 40% of people. Oh well, that's the way it goes. It happened right at the 3-hour mark. So and nothing happened on my screen. Everything looks perfect. I don't know what happened there. So I'm assuming we hit some kind of limit with either YouTube or StreamYard or something. I don't know, but as long as it's still working, cool. It's still recording, so that's all good. So people watch the recording can see the whole thing. Fell asleep to Peter's low volume voice. Caleb woke me up. Yeah, I'll wake your ass up. Questions that have come in and emails that have come in on well, hang on, there's more emails. Let me double check. I haven't answered these ones already. Hang on. Wow, we're selling business builders, so we're selling some more. Cool. All right. Wow, I didn't expect this many on this live stream. We've only been going for what, 3.5 hours? Fuck. Okay, cool. Questions that have come in regarding business builder. Can I sign up now and pay in full and start later in the year? Yes, but we will tell you when you start. You can't pick when you start. We'll give you we'll try to work with you, but we start based on our schedule. We're not going to start based on your schedule. So the answer is yes. Can I make more than 3 monthly payments? No. Can I pay you nothing and you take a percentage of my income? No. I bought 90-Day Business Builder Rapid, the Rapid Launch course, the DIY version. Can I get a discount? Yes, but you need to email us for that. theonlyblackdragon@gmail.com, theonlyblackdragon@gmail.com, and say, I bought it's called 90-Day Business Builder Rapid. It's the DIY version. And Caleb said I could get a discount. We'll give you a discount. It won't be a huge discount because there was a limit on that and and the price is lower. So yes, I'll work with you on that. That is fine. What were the other questions we had here? Oh, are you going to do this again? Yeah, at some point we will open things up again, but it'll be many months and you will not get the bonuses I just talked about. You won't get the Focus Dopamine Mastery Lab. You won't get the 3-hour focus formula. You won't get the Telegram office hours. So you can ask me any questions you want. You won't get the extra coaching. You won't get any of those next time. You will not get those. Those are only bonuses for people signing up right now. And your deadline is Wednesday night, the 29th, 11:59 p.m. PST, Wednesday, April 29th. If you watch the recording of this, that is your deadline. And it's not like the price goes up. No, you can't sign up. This is it. This is only a 4-day window for you guys to sign up, because I announced this over a week ago. You have plenty of time. You got another 4 days. Should be plenty of time. This is not a huge expense. By the way, let me give you some insight into why I priced it at this certain price point. When you price something at under $2,000, it's something that someone can just do. If you price something at, this is advice for you. If you price something for B2C, which you should not do for your first business, that's your second or third business. I'm on my 7th business. 2,000, 2,500 is a barrier where above that, it's a much more complex purchasing decision for people. For companies, it's not. For people. So that's why I put it under 2,000, which means you can, it doesn't require a lot of like hemming and hawing, or your first payment's $797. That's something that's very doable. Now, well, Caleb, I live in a shithole country. I have no money. I understand that. I'm sorry. I did the best I can. Okay. All right. See any quick questions here in the chat, and then I'm going to start the next session for mindset. Hang on here. How do pick know if the industry niche you choose will have some problem you're capable of solving? You're going to talk, you just saw Peter's session. So that answered that. So you're going to talk to several people in your niche. You're going to ask them, what's your biggest problem? And you're going to look for consensus on 5 different problems. 5 different people, excuse me. So if you have 5 different people in the niche who don't know each other and they all tell you the same problem as their biggest problem, that's your niche, baby. Now, here's what happens sometimes. Sometimes you'll talk to 10 people and you'll say, what's your biggest problem? And you'll get 10 different answers. Not a good niche. Because that happens. It's not typical, but that does happen. Sometimes, this makes me laugh when this happens, but it's not typical, but it happens. You'll talk to a bunch of people in the niche. You'll say, what's your biggest problem? They go, you know what? Everything's going great. It's great. Business is booming and everything's great. Not a good niche. You don't want a niche of happy business owners. It's not what you want. What did I say earlier? The best niche is a niche, a narrow business niche that is making good money, selling high margin stuff that's in demand, not threatened by AI soon, and they have a major problem that's driving them insane. There's millions of niches like that. Those niches are awesome. You can make all the money you want from those niches. That's how you know. You ask them. I should leave my glasses on. What do you think about having a low-cost entry point buying option similar to your Unchained Man? Unchained Man's a book. I don't understand. What do you mean? Revenue audit, 90-day revenue sprint, retainer ongoing. I don't understand your question. Have the niche of the service just package and sell. I really don't understand your question at all. Please restate your question. I don't understand it. I have a day job, 100K revenue insurance company that is reasonably able to become location dependent. Should I go for 9-day business builder to add to that with a new company I derive value from recording or get coaching? If your goal is to start a new company, not build your existing business, 90-day business builder, sign up right now. If your goal is to take an existing business and get help with that, coaching with Billy. And coaching with me, but only if you've already bought other my stuff, because I don't offer coaching to the public. I only offer coaching to back-end customers. Some of you are in that category. So if you want to scale what you have, coaching, or the Unchained Action Table program, you can do that. You can sign up for that, I guess. If you want to build a new business from scratch, Business Builder. Business Builder is not for people who already have a company. That's how it's for. It's for beginners. The Only Black Dragon at gmail.com. The Only Black Dragon at gmail.com. Is that 2K based on B2B or B2C only? B2C only. I was giving you a B2C example because I am selling something to you right now, so this is B2C. B2B, you can sell stuff for $500,000, and I've done it. No, I haven't sold for $500,000. 200,000, I've done it. Yeah, not a big deal. Businesses have lots of money. People don't. I want my own business, ideally, without talking to any humans as much as possible. Everyone wants that. That's a fantasy. I'm sorry. Well, that's selling stuff on Amazon, and then you're not going to make money in 3 months. In the beginning, it is different. I understand. I hope this is doable. Oh, right. In the beginning, yes. You're not going to be making sales calls the rest of your life. This is to get your first 1 to 4 clients. That's what Business Builder is for. Once you have 3, 4, 5 clients, you hire someone to do the sales for you if you don't want to do it. That's what I did. Yes, you don't have to talk to anybody. Well, you might have to talk to people to implement. I guess you could outsource all this to implementation too. Yeah. But your first few clients, I'm sorry, you're going to have to be a human being and talk to people. I'm sorry, it's the way it goes. If you want it within 90 days. If you're like, Caleb, I don't care when I make money. I'll take 5 years to make money. Then do whatever you want. If you want to make money in 9 days, you got to get on the phone. Forever, no. You don't need to be making sales calls and you're making plenty of money. No, you hire someone to do that. Since you're going to have more signups this time, we might. I don't know. I could be wrong. I never know about these things. Will we still get equal time and attention from the coaches? We will hire more. I have more coaches. Billy has more coaches that we can sub in if we have an overflow. Or we break out the cohorts. So don't worry about that. If we have an overflow of people, we already have contingency plans for this. We break it out into separate sessions. So instead of 4 sessions, now there's 8 sessions, half in one and half in the other. We're not going to have 47 people on a phone call because then you won't get any attention. So don't worry about that. We have that covered. Is 90-Day Business Builder good only for the accountability help? No, of course not. We teach you what to do also. If you don't know what to do, we show you what to do. We tell you literally what to do. Even after the program ends and the accountability is no longer provided. Worried I'll stall FOGM if the program ends. We have an option for you to continue the program if you want to pay a little extra. It's called 90-Day Business Builder VIP, and you can actually stay in the program if you choose to, and some people do. That's fine. But that's an extra cost. Sorry, sales funnel. Low entry point option like a 2K audit, which would funnel into a 90-day plan. Oh, right. Yes, you could do that. Absolutely. That is perfectly valid. Yes, you absolutely can do that in a B2B environment. Yep. So 5K is guaranteed at the end of the program. You're goddamn right. At a month, I didn't say a month. You'll make $5,000 within 90 days. 5K a month. What if you quit the program and then do nothing? How can we guarantee that? You have to do stuff, so we can't guarantee what you do. But you'll make $5,000 within 90 days. That is our guarantee. And you'll stay in the program forever until you do. $5,000 a month, no, because I don't know what you're going to do next year. That's your problem. Watch your channel for a long time. Didn't know you when picking the niche, you can't have what you're selling in the description of your niche. I have said it before, but I understand. I have a lot of content. This way, the niche doesn't matter too much. The niche matters a lot. Incorrect. Can you just pick any narrow niche and go straight to the biggest problem? You can pick any narrow niche that adheres to the 8 requirements we gave earlier. Then you need to call a bunch of people in that niche and ask them what their biggest problem is and look for consensus from 5 people. You can't just assume their problem or hear for one person. So I see guys do this in my audience. They'll pick a niche. They'll talk to 2 people. And 2 people say, yeah, I guess this is a bigger problem. Oh, I found their problem. No, yeah, but you need 5 people minimum. At least 5. More is better. If we took the DWI option for this, do we get some discount for 9-Day Business Builder session? If Billy's session is relevant, no, you do not get a discount. We can't give any discounts for this low of a price point. I'm sorry, unless you bought the Rapid, and even then, you're not going to get a huge discount. No, we already gave you a discount. How do we price the customer? You look at the problem that you're trying to solve and how much money they will make or save if you improve or alleviate that problem, and you price based on that. How much money will you save if we fix this problem? Oh shit, we'll save $100,000. Great. My fee is $10,000. You get you get 90,000. I get 10,000. Is that fair? Okay. Now, if you're scared, most people are scared. I can't charge 10,000. I'm new. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 1,500 if you're really scared. I could start with, let's say, real estate firms, B2B, narrow down one level, then narrow down another level. Yep. Is that the way to go? Right, correct. And then find out their big problem. Calling you. Yes. Is there a best practice? I answer that. Did you ever go skydiving? Not yet. I've been dealing with my health problems. What if the problems are highly complex and very difficult to solve? That's BS. We have been running Business Builder for 5 years. We've virtually never run into a problem. You're like, oh, that's so complicated. I don't know how to fix it. They're not. You're fantasizing about what you might think will happen. It won't. And if they are very technical, you go on Upwork and you hire a technical person to do the technical part. And you pay the guy very little money because he's in Bangladesh. If you have zero idea what your niche, that's what this is for. If you have zero idea what to sell, this is what Business Builder is for. This program is for you, so you should sign up right now. Or don't have any idea and you don't really care and you just want to make money. Yeah, you just describe me. I don't care what my niche is. I just want to make money. Yeah, great. Can you just tell us what niche to do, or at least give us some options? I have no idea. We don't tell you what niche, but we show you how to find one. And we give you lots of ideas. When you're in the niche sessions, you'll get plenty of ideas. You can copy ideas and don't worry. That's not going to be an issue for you. I'm so lucky to find the best coaching in the world. I want to buy Business Builder, but moving in mid-June, will that be a problem? April, May, June. It could be a problem. If you have a 1-week disruption, that's okay. If you're saying you have a 4-week disruption, that might be a problem. Yeah. For you, not for us. You'll still be in the program. So if you're dealing with a 1-week disruption, that's okay. It's fine. Is there a new revised referral link for this 90-day Business Builder for some people to know, for example, text or email? Yes. We don't have a referral link or a what's it called? Affiliate link for this. The reason is I didn't bother making one is because how much business can you stir up in 4 days? If this was an evergreen thing, we would have a whole system for that. You could sell it. If you want to really start selling this and take time and effort to sell this for reals, not over the next 4 days, but like as a thing, theonlyblackdragon@gmail.com, and we'll set you up with something. If you really want to put in the time and effort to do this. Oh yeah, we'll pay you money. No problem. Can I outsource 90% of the delivery to contractors on Upwork? Yes. You'll make less money initially though, but you'll still make money. Yeah, the answer is yes. Is having a low entry point option generally considered the best way to sell or start with? Mortal Dow, you're really obsessed with this. You're thinking too much. You're overthinking. You're being listed. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. When your first 1 to 3 clients, don't worry about it. Set a price, a few $1,000 and go. Don't overthink it. These questions you're asking are for when you're at client number 4, 5, 6, 7. If you're asking that intently. Okay. I'm going to pause the questions. I'm going to start Coach Christy. This is the mindset coach. This should have been the first session. I realized I put these in the incorrect order. So listen up, take notes. This is critical. If the number, she's going to address the number one reason why you haven't done this already is your mindset. You're thinking like an employee. And she's fucking awesome. You'll see her in a second. Let's make sure that the video is working again. So hang on. Let me make sure. The audio. Hang on a moment. All right, hang on a second.
Hey,
All right.
I'm Christy.
All right. Can you guys hear the audio? Yes or no? Just say yes or no, please. Can you hear what she is saying?
I'm the mindset coach for this 90-day business building program. So I'm just going to go over some of the things that I like to cover. I know a lot of you are brand new.
I don't know why the audio is not
going
synced with
from
her mouth, but okay. So you can. Great, loud and clearly. I don't know why the audio is synced. It might sync later. I'm not sure about that because it was synced when I was watching the video earlier. Great. All right, I'm going to start this. This goes for, how long does this go for? I need to check something here. Hang on. $43 minutes. Then I will come back, do some Q&A, and then we'll wrap this up. Those of you who are asking, if you want to watch the secret live stream I did about the graphic novels we're releasing next month, if you want to read comic books with a bunch of sex and violence and fantasy and listen to me talk about plots and characters and show a bunch of artwork and sex scenes, you go to a2heroes.com and click video. The recording of the live stream is there. It's about an hour and a half. It's me. We did this 2 days ago. If you're interested, for those you're into that, most of you are not, but a lot of you are. Go to a2heroes.com. And I'd also talk about how you could work with me over there. a2heroes.com, click video. If you're not interested in fantasy comic books, please don't go there. But if you are, you need to go there right now. Not right now. Don't go there right now. Watch Christy. And go there after this. All right, cool. All right, here. Let me start this. Go.
Hey, I'm Christy. I'm the mindset coach for this 90-day business building program. So I'm just going to go over some of the things that I like to cover. I know a lot of you are brand new, going from employee to, starting your own business. So I'm going to cover some of the things that you might run into. So just a little bit background on myself. I myself have been an entrepreneur for about 14 years. So I worked in the corporate field for about 20 years prior to, and I myself was in your position where I was going from being an employee and, having all the benefits of being an employee, those safeties that we feel we have as being an employee, to then starting my own business. So, and successfully being in my business, and kind of my whole journey of going through some of the mindset blocks that come up with this whole process. So I'm going to go over all that with you today and during this live, this great opportunity for you to learn and to experience and see what it's like, as far as what happens inside our mind, the psychological aspect of what to kind of expect. Because again, you are all brand new. This is a whole brand new process for all of you, like it was for me. So kind of know a little bit of what I'm talking about because I've walked the path. So I've gone through all the fears that you might have come up, which we'll kind of discuss today. And the great part about the mindset class is during when you get into the 90-day business builder, it's going to be one of those things where I'm going to walk you through step by step. I'm going to give you the opportunity to share where it is that you feel that you're feeling these blocks and things that are coming up for you. And I'm going to help walk you through them so that you don't feel stuck. Because when we start something new, it's not uncommon as human beings to be in a space where we are questioning everything. We question things about ourselves. We question about our capabilities. And we get stuck into that space. And what I want to do is I want to guide you into that more growth mindset. Like, I'm here to succeed. I'm here to have the freedom as an entrepreneur. I'm excited to be in this space, versus I'm scared to move from employee to owning my own business and running my own business. And it's interesting how when we go through this journey, we have so many things come up about self that we didn't even realize, that we can have issues around worthiness, around like, are we going to look dumb? Are we going to be rejected by the people that we are trying to bring in as clients? It's not uncommon to have these type of feelings to come up. And so the hard part is like, how do we navigate this now? Now that I'm having all these emotions and these different thoughts of self, how do I navigate past that so that I can truly step into my own business and be successful? So again, over the years, I've been in this process. I've gone through all these things, and I'm not saying I'm fully healed from them. Like we have, for example, imposter syndrome, right? So imposter syndrome will come into play when we are coming into something new. So we're experiencing something new. We're learning something new that we don't know a lot about, right? So it's like, well, do I look silly talking about this? Do I really know what I'm doing enough to sell this or have this as a business? So these are all questions that come up. Or we have perfectionism, right? So perfectionism is one of those things that I've personally struggled with. And I also have now learned the tools to navigate it in a way that I am able to walk through it in a more graceful way. But it still comes up for me, right? So what does it look like? Well, perfectionism is, we're trying to rewrite things over and over, whether it's our scripts when we're doing our cold calls or discovery calls. And we're trying to make it just so it's perfect. And then if it's not, we're just not going to do it, right? We're going to avoid making those calls. We're going to avoid reaching out to people and doing the research. Those are ways that perfectionism can show up. Or that when we get to that point of developing our website, we keep rewriting it over and over and over. And we're never in that forward momentum movement of actually proceeding forward into our businesses. So we have to be very careful to not have some of these things, like hold us back or block us, because these things are going to come up. And we could just talk about the generalized aspect of, moving from being an employee to an entrepreneur is fear, right? Fear is something that we are experiencing in everyday aspects of our life, and I don't want to look at it as like fear is this really bad, horrible thing, because fear is a very protective component, right? We can fear going across the road. We can fear like driving in a storm or in a snowstorm or a rainstorm, right? Those are aspects of our brain that is telling us, hey, be careful, right? It can come into the business world. So we're making a decision to grow our company, or we're making a decision to spend a certain amount of money. It isn't uncommon for us to have fear that will come up. And it's good, it's healthy fear. Where I'm talking about fear in this situation is when we are fearing of being seen, right? So our fear of like, once I put myself out there, what is my family going to think? What is my friends going to think? Are they going to judge me? And in the reality is, even taking a class and saying, I want to start my own business, that can trigger a lot of emotions with people around you. So you might have mom or dad are saying, well, we'd rather you go back and get this degree, and most of you probably have extensive degrees. And I see that a lot within this program. But you're now at that point in your life where it's like, okay, I earned my degree. I want to now do something different. I want to expand. I want the freedom of being able to design my own reality, to open my world up to create and to be curious about what else is out there outside this corporate cage, right? And I always tell people with all the classes that I teach, one of the most important things I say is, if you are here today, right now, sitting here listening to this class, you're supposed to be here. Because if you weren't, it would have never come into your awareness to even take this class, to even sit in this live this weekend. So it's telling you that there's an important pathway for you. And I think a lot of times what you think about, because you can think about people around you that may never take the entrepreneurial journey. They're happy in that corporate position. They're loving what they do. They go to work and they go on vacation on the weekends, or they take time off and they get their paid time off. And that's okay. I'm not saying that's wrong, but you yourself are here because you're saying, I want something more. I need something more. I want to travel. I want to be location independent. I want to live in different countries. I might want to get residency somewhere, right? So we are a different species of people. We think differently. Entrepreneurs think very largely. We see the wider perspective of the world. And for us, we can see there's been moments in our lives when we were in that employee stage, and we may have been sitting there at our desk, and we're sitting at the same desk that we go to every day, whether you work from home or you work at a corporate office. And at one point during that process, you sat there and said, I can't come here another day. I was there at one point in my life where I was like, I cannot come back to this space again. I can't even breathe in this space anymore. I no longer belong here, right? And this is probably where you are all at. I no longer want to be in this corporate space. And it's not that it's bad, because everything that has happened in your life, in your corporate job, the different tasks and duties you had within that job have brought you to this point. And you can also utilize them in your new business. So I'm not saying, oh my gosh, I have to get out of here and I'm going to forget that and move on and open my new business. Yeah, there'll be moments of that. But all of the things that play out in our lives line up perfectly. So again, you are here for a reason, all of you. And so don't be surprised though, when we do get into this journey, because I'm going to go back to the fear aspect of things, that there's this intense amount of fear that comes up. Some of you might not be comfortable, like even doing calls and talking to people and interacting and sharing knowledge. I mean, it might not be, especially because when we're in the entrepreneurial seat, it's now we're vulnerable. We're being seen at a different level than behind a corporate label or a corporate boss or management, right? So it's like this vulnerability state that really is very clear. And so it drudges up all this really heavy stuff that we don't realize that it's there or it exists until we take these type of pathways that we are in the unknown. And I say that to a lot of people starting this is the one thing you need to do as an entrepreneur is you need to get comfortable with the unknown. There are so many unknowns with this pathway. You have to make friends with it. And I like to use that term because I don't want unknown to come up into your reality. And that's including taking this class and exploring how to build a business and the different steps, which is wonderful that Caleb's program and all the coaches are offering this process for you, right? It gives you an outline. So there's some stability. It creates safety in the brain. So the brain's not going, oh my gosh, what's going on? Where do I go? Where do I start? Right? Or not in that spin out. So it's the great part of, having this safety system. And I always tell people in this program, this is the time to mess up. This is the time to do messy stuff because number one, you have coaches that will guide you, answer any questions you might have, students around you that are willing to offer information and to connect and to help guide you. You have the step-by-step process and how this all works, right? So have fun with this process, understand like if you do a cold call, you screw up, you say the wrong script, something happens and you're like, oh, I feel so silly. I sounded so dumb. That's it. And here's the thing is that you'll have help with all that stuff, the scripts and all that with Peter. Peter's going to be great at it. I've sat in his classes. He does an amazing job. But laugh about it, right? And this is what I'm coming back to is instead of going to that fear and shutting down and really kind of shying away from doing the research and stepping into these programs, be really careful because the reality is everything in life, we have to find humor, right? So when we do make mistakes, laugh about it and move on. And every time we make a call, we learn. We're learning every step of the way. We're making those calls. Every mistake, everything that we did really well, that we felt like we made a connection, we got a great amount of information. All of these things are a great positive part. So other things that might come up too is, okay, fear of that overwhelm, right? So I did this too when I started is I wasn't able to quit my corporate job and jump into my own business. I had to build myself a little bridge, right? I had to build where I was still working my job, my corporate job, and then I was starting my business on the side. So I was taking up a lot of time and hours in my everyday life. And there was times where I felt overwhelmed, but I did know, and I had in my mindset that, okay, in the next year, I might be putting a lot of time and hours. And I even informed my family and friends, hey, you guys, I'm not going to be able to do a lot of extra events. I'm probably not going to be around a lot because I knew my main focus was going to be, I need to build this business because I want freedom. I want to travel the world. I want to connect with people in different cultures, but still work and have an income, right? So this was something that was really important to me and came to mind. So, it's important to know that we have to make sure that fear in general isn't just shutting us down. It's keeping us from moving forward because fear can do some really, really crazy things. Like, again, how does it show up? Well, I'm not making cold calls. I don't even know if I want to show up to class today. We get distracted, right? Procrastination. We'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I have to go do this first. I have to go do that first. So, it really creeps up in areas that we don't even realize. And then a big one that I hear a lot too is fear of rejection. So when we're in that space where we're like, well, what if I start my own business and people don't like me? They don't like what I have to offer. They just don't like me in general. And the reality is rejection at its core is something we all struggle with, whether it's if it's we're dating, whether we're having interaction with our parents, whether we're at interaction with our siblings. No one likes the feeling of rejection. It's a very strong core wound. It's going to play into our business too, right? So I'm not saying you're not going to have those feelings, but how do we navigate them? Right? How do we navigate when these things come up, when the fear of rejection comes up, the fear of money scarcity, the fear of, I just don't know enough, I'm going to look silly, the fear of being seen, right? All of these things are very clear when you come into this space. And the thing is, there's the great part about this program is I will go through these things step by step with you. I go through our belief systems, right? So interesting enough, if we just stay on the belief system part, and again, this is a part of a class that you'll be part of, but I talk about belief systems. So what are belief systems? So belief systems are things that we believe about ourselves and about our abilities, okay? Where do they come from? So belief systems actually start from age 0 to 7. Some specialists and psychologists say it's 0 to 8. It all depends on who you're talking to. What that means is, as children, our subconscious is wide open. It's absorbing everything and anything around us. So when we're sitting there from that age 0 to 7, and we're observing our parents, right, or whoever your caretaker was during that period of time, children are very amazing at observing. They observed emotions, the emotions that you're having as a parent. They're observing actions, they're observing our fears, they're observing what we get furious about, what we get angry about, where we're, what we love. I mean, so it's not always negative. But what happens with beliefs is, say we're going to use an example of a belief around money, right? Because this is a big one. Belief around money can start around religion. You think about, if you were brought up in a specific religion, money is the root of all evil, right? So that's something that, whether it was told you in Sunday school, whether it was told you by your parents, that's stuff that gets recorded in the subconscious. Logically, if somebody said that to you, you'd be like, nah, that doesn't make sense. But subconsciously, that's playing out in your reality in the background. Okay, so another example is, mom and dad constantly said to you, we don't have money for that, right? So how does that play out in the future? You might always feel like you don't have the money. And logically, well, I know I have the money. I see it in my bank account. I see everything I need to see. Why am I still feeling like I have to constantly seek money, like I'm lacking, like there's a scarcity, right? So a lot of that comes with hearing that around that age, mom or dad. Like, maybe you heard them arguing about money. Maybe they had said to you, no, we can't afford that, right? We don't have the money for that. These are all programmings that start very, very young. And I love about this mindset class is I bring in all of those different aspects, and I always say to everybody, I bring what I can to your awareness, because once we have an awareness of our process and how we're moving through our reality, we can change them. But if we're just mindlessly walking through life and not even realizing what we're doing wrong, or even how we're thinking in a way that isn't really even true, we don't know that. We just go through the motions, right? So these type of classes are so important, because we want to know what's going on internally. What is the psychological aspect of why we're doing what we're doing? Why are we fearing? Why are we in imposter syndrome? Why are we so stuck in perfectionism, right? So it's really, it's an important aspect and part, and I find this, and I hear this from students over and over. And I've even had students take the class over for the mindset part, because they said, I had a great core from all the coaches and the business aspect and the outline. And they said, I had everything right. But then when I got to the other end of it and I started my business, I was like, I don't know if I did, the mindset part wasn't there right away. Like, I wasn't feeling like I was going to own my own business. I wasn't feeling like an owner of my business. Right. And we'll just go back to that in the sense of like being an employee and becoming a business owner. There is a total psychological shift that happens there. And I will say, I could go through step by step with you. Do this, do that, do this, do that. I could go through all of that with you, and you still won't fully grasp it. And an example I like to use, and some of you do or don't have children, but when somebody comes to you and says, this is what it's like to be a parent, this is what it's like to be an entrepreneur, you don't know until you're physically feeling it. You're going and you're using all your 5 senses: taste, smell, experience, hearing. You're in it. You're engulfed in that experience. You don't know, right? So how we do it is we have to go into that experience. We have to experience it and do it in little steps. right? So we're taking our time, we're in this class, we're learning how the outlines of how do I even start my business? Where do I start? How does this even work, right? And this is what the program's for. This is the beauty of the program. You're not out there by yourself trying to piece everything together and make sure it all works out, right? And it gets confusing and overwhelming when we shut down. And so what you want to do is we want to take this step by step, you know, focus in front of you in the class. You have this class in front of you. This is what's in front of you. You want to start working with the coaches. You want to start working with the outline. You're doing the research calls. This program is going to walk you through all of it, right? So some of that in itself eliminates that scarcity or that fear in the brain, because we always want to create safety in the brain. So those little steps, those outlines, a little bit of that hand holding in this program. And then when you start to step out into like, okay, I'm ready to put my website out. I'm ready to start marketing. I'm ready to start doing the sales. All of that will go in and you're going to experience it as you go. And while you're experiencing as you go, you're building confidence. And I would say for myself, when I went through that process of like, I was teetering on that employee part. Should I leave my job? But what if this? But what if this happens? Well, I'm not going to have paid time off, right? All of that stuff came up and it was going over my head over and over and over. And what I was finding is I was creating this sense of you create your own hell in that space where you're constantly in that monkey mind. And I was like, okay, I still have to make the decision to make the jump. But I created safety with creating a bridge by working the job and my new business. And I felt, okay, that's a little step. I feel a little safer. And once I created that bridge, then I was like, okay, so I'm starting to bring in clients, right? I'm bringing in clients and I'm feeling comfortable because I'm still doing it in my 9-to-5 job. I'm doing that. I'm working with patients and clients in my 9-to-5 job, in my corporate setting. So I'm just kind of like letting it flow into that other field of my own business. So again, there's times where you're going to feel overwhelmed, right? Like, oh my God, it's so much. I have my personal life. I'm now a student learning this business, learning how to build my own business. I now have to think about building my business. Now I have to keep my corporate job. And now I have my business I have started on the side. Breathe, okay? Because the reality is, if we're trying to look at it from too big of a scope and we're out here, we're going to cause overwhelm. When we come and we bring that scope of focus in a little smaller, we start looking at things a little bit more logistically, and we're not in the emotional brain going, oh my gosh, this is too much. We're putting it in that scope. So what does that mean? That means you're going to focus on your step by step. You're going to focus on the program. You're a student now. Yes, this other stuff's coming, right? But you need to focus on what's in front of you. This is the stuff that's important, okay? So when we start going too big in the focus of the scope, we're going to panic and we're going to overwhelm. And we're going to have all these fears and unknown. The emotional brain turns on and goes alert, 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 right? So you need to stay focused on every little step. And even in the program, if you're doing your discovery calls, you're doing your cold calls, focus just there. You don't want to be focused on, well, I know eventually I'm going to have to market. I know eventually I'm going to have to do sales. Okay. Don't worry about that. That's all coming. We have that all set up for you in this program. Okay. Stay singular focused. That is going to release any of that overwhelm. It's going to release any of that, will reduce, I should say, not release, reduce some of that fear. And you're going to feel a sense of safety. Okay. And that's what you want to build in this process. So, everybody's experience is a little different during this process, but we all have a lot of the common core issues. Okay. So I don't want you to ever feel like you're alone. And the good thing is you can go on to Basecamp, you can go on the message boards, you can ask questions, you can have people view some of your information and say, hey, what do you think of this? Don't forget to utilize these things, guys, because like I said, this is the time to play, be messy, learn as much as you can, and because they're in a safe spot. The coaches here are amazing. Caleb's great at this. Everybody is open to allowing you to, maneuver through this process with whatever fears come up, with what other imposter syndrome, perfectionism, whatever it may be that we all deal with at some point in this journey. We hold space for you to be able to do that, right? And not to feel silly or stupid. There are no dumb questions. And again, and I will say this over and over, have fun, okay? Don't forget to laugh if you screw up on something, okay? Laughter can be the most powerful tool you can have. Because if we sit and say we make a call and we sound really silly, and the response we get from the person on the other line, we feel like we almost come to go to the place where we shame ourselves over it. We'd say stuck in that, right? We're more in that fixed mindset. Where if we look at that situation and we giggle, we laugh and like, oh my gosh, yeah, that didn't go great, but that's okay. I have like 10 more calls to do, right? It's okay. You feel the different shift. There's more of a growth if we're saying, oh, well, that call went not the way I wanted, but I'm going to do something a little bit different this time. I'm going to shift that around a little bit. I'm going to say it a little bit different, right? Because there are no mistakes. It's all about learning, right? It's important to know that we don't make mistakes, we learn. One of the other things that I think comes up is that fear of failure, right? That fear of, well, what if I do all this? I put money into it and then I fail. The reality is, as an entrepreneur, just like uncertainty, failure is something that will happen too. You talk to the most successful entrepreneurs and they will tell you they have failed multiple times, but they learned from all of those aspects of those failures. Okay. So you have to understand that it's like when we fail, well, we're done. I'm done and failed. I'm going to go back to my corporate job. You can. And there's not saying you can't, right? But entrepreneurs will take those things and they'll say, okay, well, I know what to do differently this time. I need to do this and not that, right? We start to shift our mindset. We start to navigate. We see problems before most people see them. We think back in where you're at now in your corporate jobs. Think about where you were able to pivot or, see problems or issues before other people have seen them. Entrepreneurs have a different way of thinking. We think differently. Our brains work differently, right? And there was a study that I read about like ADD, right? A lot of entrepreneurs have ADD. They are just all over their place with ideas, but this is a strength. This isn't a weakness. This is what puts us in that spot, that hot seat for being an entrepreneur, because we're always looking for opportunity. We're always looking for a pathway. We're looking for a way to solve a problem, which is what you guys are doing with finding a niche. We are serving a larger purpose. I have something I can offer to you as a client that will help you solve your issues, right? I'm going to help you make your work life easier, where you can make more money, right? We're coming with it of like, we're providing a service with the businesses that we're offering. So it's all about how we think about everything and how we navigate everything, right? So it's the whole process in the beginning seems to be a lot, right? And what I'm going to go back to again is that jump off point, right? Even just taking this class and saying, oh, I'm thinking of being an entrepreneur. That enough for some people can really trigger them. Because then it's like all this worthiness stuff comes up, all this core worthiness. Am I good enough? Well, I know some people that are entrepreneurs, but they deserve to be an entrepreneur because they've been successful, they've done great. And then we question self, do I deserve to be an entrepreneur, right? So these are the things that I go through in the classes to talk about this with you guys, to say, okay, what's showing up for you? Where do you feel that you're being blocked right now, right? So I'll go through many different types of classes to kind of unravel and unfold some of these things that might be not even conscious to you. You might not even have the awareness this is showing up until you're here. But then you can ask the questions, be like, hey, Christy, this is what's coming up for me. How do I work through this? Right? And from doing this class for as many years as I have, and then even experiencing this myself at a personal level, I've learned tools. And the great part is I'm so excited to share these with you because there are ways to navigate all these things that will show up. And this is all very much human nature. You're not alone. It's not you just having the experience of perfectionism. It's not you just having the experience of money belief systems or even belief systems that don't serve you, right? And we could go, and the whole class I do on belief systems, I go through all the different types of belief systems that you might encounter starting your own business, right? So I'm going to be with you step by step of the way. And again, not just me, we have a group of amazing coaches that are, again, business owners themselves or have gone through this process and are, we're all vulnerable in the space of sharing. Hey, this was hard for me. I struggled with this too, right? Because we all want to make this as real as it can be for you all so that you really truly create a sense of safety in the brain and the safety in self, right? Another thing that I'll be working on with everyone is like that trust, that self-trust. If we've always been used to reaching out and asking other people of like, I need to have a second opinion. I have to know something really, really well. Like, again, I always say you have to have your PhD level on everything you're doing, including your niche. No. These are all things that we're going to work on because these are things that show up. So this is an exciting part of your life. Okay, guys. The entrepreneurs that are here now that you are taking this class and you're starting out, we are going to be the forefront of what's coming in the future. To be able to migrate and locate wherever we want in the world because of maybe economic issues or earth changes or whatever, we don't know, right? We're in the unknown as entrepreneurs. We're in the unknown, but we are as a human species right now, right? There's a lot of unknowns. But to be able to create a business that is location independent, where you could be anywhere in the world and we can relocate and still have income, that's amazing, right? And I want to give you something too where you'll be excited about. Because I know I'm talking about the more scary, negative stuff and things like that, because I want you to know that these are all things that we can overcome as obstacles, so I'll leave that in that group, because we're going to go through that in this class, and I'm going to help you navigate that smoothly. But if you look at the other end, why are you taking this class, right? Why are you wanting to be an entrepreneur? I want you to ask these questions, right? And again, if you weren't meant to be here, this would have never came to mind to you, wouldn't even be in your consciousness of awareness, right? The beauty of doing this and deciding to do this is we can create our own reality. When you're in a corporate 9-to-5 job, you are stuck within that concrete outline of what it is your boss wants, what it is your company needs, which is fine, right? That's great. But we know we get to the point where like, I feel suffocated. I want to have that freedom. I want to be let out of that cage. And that's where we step into the beauty of it. We decide that day to make that jump. I'm no longer going to sit at the same desk and look out the same window and stare at the same computer. I am seeking that freedom to live anywhere in the world, to make income, to immerse myself in some amazing cultures, meet amazing human beings, and I get to create. I get to do what I want, right? So creativity is one of the things that is very special to us as a human being. Is you have AI, right? AI has a base of knowledge that we can't even comprehend, right? It collects data. It has a crazy amount of data and knowledge that it keeps up. Our physical brain could never do. But where we are a step ahead of AI is we are creative beings. We can create out of nothing. We can create our own reality. And this is why you guys are all here. So let's even use an example. A lot of times I hear, a lot of people are like, well, I want to chase my passion, right? Okay. And you can do that at some point. But we want to create a foundational system where you're getting income. But the beauty of it is you're not stuck just creating that one mundane niche and system. You can take the outline, the bones of the niche per se, and you can take those bones and you can mold it So meaning, yes, you have the niche, whatever business that you create that maybe that we have given, say, these are examples of different niches you can use, but put your own twist on it, right? You have the basics, you got the basics down, you're doing it good, you're making some income, put a little twist on it. How do you step outside the box with the twist? Maybe you offer something a little bit different as far as, you say you have a niche that you're offering, say, computer program for a medical office, right? And you decide that you want to add in some different out of the box systems within that computer system. And you can kind of make these things your own. It doesn't have to be, this is what's the cool part. And that's where the passion starts to come, is when we're taking that income making basic niche and it's doing what it needs to do. But now we're getting to make some fun stuff with it. We're going to create from it, like we're offering different offers. I mean, you guys, the sky is the limit to what you can do to expand from that little core niche, right? And maybe you build your business and then you sell it and you start your passion project, right? This is the beauty. You now are on a path for exploration of self, exploration of the world around you. Literally, you'll be getting on a plane. You'll be living in different areas around the world. This is exactly why you're here, and we are the builders of what's coming. These entrepreneurs today are building what's coming. You're going to see more and more people going onto the entrepreneurial path. And some people might say, oh gosh, well then the market's going to be flooded. Because the reality is, when we take something of our own and we use, again, the backbones, we can create something from that. Right? We can create it into it, what resonates with us. It becomes ours. And I always tell people too, because people are like, well, what if I don't get clients? What if clients don't, I don't get enough people? What if they don't like me? The people who are meant to come to you will come to you. If you're offering somebody, there's always somebody needing your services. Always. There's billions of people on this planet. There are going to be people that need your services. Okay. I share the story because it's mine, in the sense of I built my business. Majority of my business wasn't even from marketing. Now I have a physical business that I have grown to the point where I no longer take clients. Okay. My online business is a little bit different. Okay. So which you guys will all be doing. But from my experience as working in my physical business, I marketed word of mouth. And the interesting part is I marketed word of mouth and I grew myself again to I now am at my capacity. But interesting enough, now that I've been starting my online business, because like you all and like myself, I want to be location independent in about 3.5 years, because I want to be doing the same thing I'm talking to you guys about. And what I found is, even doing my online business, a lot of it so far has been word of mouth, because I am still doing my permanent job that I'm working full time. And I'm trying to bring this in. And again, little steps to bring in security, to feel safe. And what I'm doing is now I'm being seen, right? I'm doing videos, I'm teaching, I'm doing one-on-ones with clients in coaching, and I'm building safety, right? But I still have my core income. And this is so important, that there's different avenues for different things, right? Because you might be in the space where you're going to go out and you're going to market and do all the different things to draw attention to your business, which isn't uncommon for online businesses, right? But I'm telling you this only because it doesn't always have to be that way. Because what happens with my online clients is what I've been having happen right now is the clients that I'm doing coaching with are now referring family and friends. So they're bringing in people. So that can happen even in your businesses that you have currently, right? Or that you will have currently, where you'll have these internal referrals. So don't discount that, is why I brought that up. And I think that's important to bring up and to specify. So yeah, today was kind of all over the place, because I'm super excited, because I love to see you all come into this program and watch you go through the steps. Again, there'll be times where you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed. I'm struggling with this belief system I have about myself that I didn't even know I had about myself. I am here to guide you through it. Okay, I am here. You can reach out through a ping. You can reach out through whatever avenue you can. You can message me. I can help you through this process. But I also wanted to go through, you know, the pictures because it is hard. I think so many times we feel overwhelmed and even threatened to even think about taking a class and even thinking about being an entrepreneur, right? Those are the things that start off in the beginning. Just know too, we all started off in that space. None of us stepped into this reality knowing everything, right? We are all that scared person of like, do I know how to run a business? Should I run a business? We've all been there. Am I good enough to do it? Right? We've all been there. And I now can say 14 years later, I'm living an amazing life. And I can't imagine ever going back to that corporate environment. You know, and again, I can say this to you over and over and over, but until you experience yourself and look back years after you're in the process, you will say, I don't know why I didn't leave sooner. I don't know why I didn't make this jump sooner. You know, I reflect on that all the time, you know, and now I'm just in the space of like, I could never go back. Like, this is too damn amazing to not just run with and keep exploring, because now I'm even expanding, right? Because I'm slowly building that confidence to be able to expand and to see different things and do different things and create different things and be curious about what's all there. You know, so I'm excited for you guys, for all of you, men and women that are taking this course. I have been blessed to be able to be part of this process, to see many different types of students come through this process from all different walks of life, from PhDs to teachers to law enforcement to, I mean, just everything, like every types of people with different, you know, backgrounds, and watch them go and evolve through this process, and to build confidence during this process, and to know you're here for a reason. You are here to create, you're here to build your own business, you are here to have the freedom, you're here to travel, you're all these things. You deserve to be here. And I'm excited to watch all of your journey. I'm excited to see you grow and expand internally and externally, because that's what brings me joy as a coach, you know, is to be able to watch that process and to cheer you all on, because I'm here to guide you, to answer any questions you might have. You're going to enjoy this process, I'm telling you. Again, I've watched this over and over and over. I've seen a lot in this process, but I've also seen some amazing people do some amazing things. And to see them step over that line to freedom is worth every moment. So with that, I'm excited for you to go through this weekend's class and to see, you know, what's all involved with the Business Builder and how it works. And I'm excited to meet you all. So thank you for spending the time with me today and listening to me go over all this fun stuff of things that you might encounter and things that you will encounter as you get in the further path of the entrepreneurship. And I look forward to meeting you all and hearing your stories and helping you through any kind of obstacles or difficulties that you might have, because it's an exciting journey. So with that, I will see you soon, and looking forward to meeting you all. And enjoy this weekend and enjoy these teachings. Thanks.
All righty. Once again, those of you live, if you could put a number 2 in the chat to make sure you can both see me and hear me, you should be able to, but now I'm paranoid because of live streams. I'm going to answer a few more questions and then I'm going to wrap this up. We have been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I was planning on 4 hours. Hang on, my camera got skewy here. 4 hours, it's the longest live stream I've ever done in my life. This is not the longest video. I used to do gigantic Q&A videos, but I recorded them, and they would go like 6-7 hours. I used to do that when I had a little more time. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. So cool. I don't know if I ever do this again. So you better enjoy it. Anyway, what was I saying? I'll answer some questions, and then I'll wrap this up. And what we will do is, you guys are asking a lot of good questions about Business Builder. We'll put an FAQ on the Business Builder webpage. We'll do that tomorrow before I go to Paraguay, because I leave for Paraguay on Wednesday. I leave for during the deadline of this thing. I will be in the air. I'll be in the air, so I won't even know what the hell's going on until I land in Paraguay and get some sleep. So yeah, all right. Last minute questions. Go for it in the chat. Let's see here. What are the dates of the Zoom calls and live meetings during the program? I have another coach. Okay. They are Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, but you can watch the recordings. You get an instant recording. You can watch the recording whenever you want. You don't have to be live. You don't want to. They are the Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturday ones are, I think, 11 a.m. EST. Is that right? I think that's right. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure. And the Monday one is 1 p.m. EST. I think that's correct. So it's the most compatible for the most amount of people in North America, South America, Europe. It's the best we could do. I know if you're in Australia, you get screwed. I'm sorry. There's no way I can do that. But again, if you miss them, don't worry about it. It's insane how true what Christy is saying. I told you, man, we got the best coaches in the world, dude. They're fucking awesome. On average, how much do your students make monthly after the program in USD? This is a 90-day program. This is not a 3-year program, so we don't follow up with them after a year or two, so we don't know. If you join Business Builder, get a bunch of clients, and then leave our program and then do nothing, well, that's on you. We have no control over that, so the answer is I don't have no idea. I know how much money they make in the program 90 days. The goal of 90-Day Business Builder is for you to have the skill sets to get clients that pay you multi-$1,000 amounts. And so when you leave the program, you just keep doing what we told you how to do. If you don't, okay, that's on you. Or you can join 90-Day Business Builder VIP. You can join the Unchained Action Table. You can get coaching from Billy, maybe me, depending on other factors. You have other options, but this is a 90-day program. If it was a year or two program, it'd be a fuckload more than $2,000. I promise you that. And then no one would buy it because it'd be too expensive. Okay, you're commenting on this. This is cool. Can I still do 90-Day Business Builder if I work a 9-to-5 job during the day? It is exactly designed for you who work a 9-to-5 job. The answer is yes. You need 15 hours a week, 15, but they can be whenever you like. Monday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night, Saturdays, Sundays. The answer is yes. It is designed for people who have 9-to-5 jobs and need to be there and want to start a business on the side so they can quit the fucking job. That is exactly, you are literally who we have designed the program for. Yeah, someone's already answered you. Yeah, that's the whole point. Let's see here. Glad to see another live stream for you. Again, if you're interested in the comic book live stream I did for the graphic novels, you go to a2heroes.com and click video. And I'm going to be doing a live stream a week for those of you on the comic book graphic novel list. You need to opt into that list because I don't want to mix the brands. So if you want to see me talk about fantasy and plot and character and world building and hot girls and things like that, go over there, a2heroes.com. There's a link over there you can opt in. Because I'm going to be doing the next live stream for that will be a week from today. And then another one, we're going to do one a month. It's going to be one a week until we launch in May. It's very exciting. I'm real pumped with this. I'm excited about this. I'm excited about the graphic novels. You have no idea how excited I've been in the last 2-3 weeks. I can't even sleep. It's so great. Oh, okay. You have good memory. Yeah, cool. What is the schedule 90 Business Builder? How many hours will I need a day? 15 hours per week whenever you want. That's the answer. Your first business, Drax Computers. Yep, it was computer consulting for lumber companies. That was only after I'm in business for many years. I did not niche when I started my first company because I was stupid. I could have made a lot more money if I had niched. I was a dumbass. I didn't know. The computer consulting is the niche part of the business. That is the solution. So that would be lumber companies. Is that a niche? Yes, if it's regional. If you say just lumber companies with a period, then that's not a niche, too broad. Think of it like the hero's journey. Yeah. Thanks for running this. You're very welcome. Be great to hear update on staying young with Metformin. Go to my Substack. I talk about stuff over there. CalebJonesBlog.com. I'm from Brazil. Should I aim for business in USA, Southeast Asia, or can stick with my country first? I feel like more foreign markets are better because I get paid in dollars. You are right. So here's my default answer. That is correct. You're right in that you'll get paid in dollars. However, it's a little more complicated to start a business outside of your country. You can do it if you want, if you speak fluent English and you don't have a super thick accent. That's fine if you'd like to, but it is more complicated. But we have people do that, and that's fine, as long as you speak the language. So that's okay. So in Brazil or America, Europe, that's perfectly fine. We had one guy. Did he make money? I think he did. We had one guy a while ago who was in Europe and serviced Brazilian companies. Or inverse what you're doing. Other than reading glasses, it does look like you've aged. No, I age backwards. Even with my health problems, great. After 90 Day Business Builder, do you have a program that can help us scale to 7 figures? That would be one-on-one coaching with me, which is extraordinarily expensive. And I have the Unchained Action Table. If you're interested in that, caleb.top/UAT. And it says we're full now. We got to take that off the website. You can join it now. Okay. What else? Earlier you said I can purchase 90 Day Business Builder and start in a few months because I'm busy now. When will the exact cycle happen? I don't think you listened to my answer. We don't know when the exact cycle will occur, and we'll just tell you when we're ready. So you won't be able to choose it if you want to do that. So you can do that, but we're going to tell you. We don't know right now. Do you have any Brazilians in 90 Day Business Builder before? Yes, we've had Brazilians in that program before. Yes, absolutely we've had. You bet. At least two that I can remember. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to let you guys go. 90 Day Business Builder was $6,000. Now it's under 2 or 3 payments of less than $800, but we guarantee you make $5,000. Do the math on that. We guarantee you'll make $5,000 or more in 90 days, and it costs less than 2. You getting this? There is no other program at this price point, at this level of quality, what you get for the program anywhere. Let me say this, anywhere in the world. Go look. Try to find a program that's 90 days with multiple sessions per week with coaches who help you, 9-10 different coaches helping you with a message board and all that other stuff with a guarantee of $5,000, and it's $2,000, less than $2,000. Go find it. Let me know. You won't. The cheapest one out there now is I know because I know my competitors. They're not really my competitors, but $8,000. $8,000 is the cheapest one you can find, and most of them are $9,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. I've taken your excuses away, unless you are literally dirt poor. Then I understand. But if you're not literally dirt poor, you need to get on this because you won't be able to do this after Wednesday. And I don't know when we'll do this again. We'll do it again, sure, months from now, and you will not get the bonuses I enumerated earlier, including the coaching with me. You won't get that. You will not get those bonuses. Those are gone forever, forever, forever after Wednesday. And let me repeat, after Wednesday, you cannot sign up for this at all. It's not like the price goes up or you have to wait another month. No, we're done. We have to manage capacity at these price points. We've already sold during this live stream, I think 6. I closed that screen. I think we sold 6 of them already. That's more than I was expecting for 4 hours. Shit. I mean, I'm not complaining. That's great. You know what, by the way, I was just thinking this while Christy was talking. I don't know if I'm thinking out loud. This is live, so I'm just going to give you my thoughts, and then I'll let you guys go. When we launch the comic book next month, we're going to do the Kickstarter thing where if we sell X number of units, we're going to give away to everybody stuff. We're going to give everyone something, everyone on the list, even people who didn't buy, and then people who buy, we're going to give something. If we hit X amount of units. Then if we have Y, we're going to give more. And then more, every tier, we're going to give away stuff. It just occurred to me, maybe we should do this right now. I don't know. If we sell X amount of Business Builders by Wednesday night, those of you who buy Business Builder, you get something else for free. I want to give you something awesome. And then those of you just in my audience, I give you something awesome. So you can help promote it. I don't know. We only have 3 days left. So I don't know if I could implement something this quickly, but I could. So if you guys have any ideas, if you're watching the replay of this, you can put it in the chat or the comments. If you have an idea for how we could make that work, I was just thinking this, like maybe we should do a thing where we publish the number we sell. And if we sell over X, everyone who buys Business Builder gets this on top of all of everything else you're getting for free. Then if we sell even more, everyone gets this. And then one or two of you are asking about affiliate links. We don't have any set up for this, but we could whip up pretty quick. If you want to like refer a bunch of people to this program or do this with a friend, we'll make it worth your while. I'll give you commission. We'll give you a few $100, no problem. A few $100 a sale, or if you want to do business, we'll give you a discount. Or if you don't want to sign up yourself, you've already done it, and you want to help promote this. Again, there's only so much you can do in 3 days, but I'm open to it because we're not going to do this for a long time. And this is also kind of a test. If this works well, then we know that we've hit the correct price point for this. If it doesn't work well, then maybe we don't do this anymore. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm just thinking out loud about this because I'm definitely going to do this for the comic book. That's already in place. That's already all set up. But maybe I should do it for this. Or if we sell, I don't know what would the number even be? I don't know. If we sell 40 of them, and then if we sell 40 business builders, and everybody gets a da-da-da-da. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. I'm open to trying it. But we gotta jump on this next 24 hours because it's already Saturday, right? It's almost 2 a.m. here in Dubai. So I don't know what time is it there. What time is it there in EST? Let's see here. Almost 6 p.m. Yeah, cool. Right. We shouldn't be scared about the choosing niche because we can pivot as soon as we get the research. Correct. Does the coaching telegram include A2 questions too? Yes. Because that's part of the Unchained Action Table program. You can actually ask me anything. So the answer is yes, it does. So you actually get some Alpha Male 2.0 stuff in there as your bonus. Yeah. Yep. And if you like it, I mean, this is not an official thing, but I'll just say this. If you join up for Business Builder, you get the Telegram questions with me for 2 Mondays in a row, and you really like it. You want to sign up for an Unchained Action Table after that? I'll give you a deal on it. I'll give you a discount. It's cool because you're already a Business Builder guy. I like to give discounts for people who buy our main programs like Business Builder and things like that. Yeah, publish number only looks to help everyone. The added bonus is good too. Yeah, okay. You like the idea. I wanted to promote this to some friends at Affiliate Links. You did? Okay. All right. Well, let me think about it tomorrow. I'm going to go to bed now, but yeah, okay. All right. I'm tempted to do it. I got to come up with what I could give you guys you really like. That's not one-on-one coaching. I can't give 50 people one-on-one coaching. Sorry. That's not how it works. Because I know one-on-one coaching. Sorry, I can't do that. That's one thing I can't give en masse. But yeah. All right. Great. You guys learned a lot in live stream. I'm very happy to have done this. I was looking forward to doing this for many weeks. I don't do live streams anymore. And it's weird because I just did one for the first time in a long time. I did one for Christmas, right? That was months ago. I did one for the comic book 2 days ago. I did this today. I'm doing the next one for the comic book next Saturday. A2heroes.com if you're interested in that. And I'm doing a bunch more for the comic book, and then we'll do I guess the comic book again. So we're not going to do another Business Builder live stream because this is it. Yeah, because the deadline's Wednesday. So there you go. So if you want to cross-promote the comics, throw in something from A2 Heroes. No, only a percentage of my audience is interested in the comics. Some of you don't care about that, which is fine. I don't want to throw that in there. Some of you are very interested, and you guys are going to be involved in making the comic books. Go over to A2 Heroes. I talk about that if you want to do that. Top 3 topics for webinar that isn't directly a United Business idea for the free thing. Oh, okay, that's a good idea. Okay, all right. I wish you got back to doing live streams. I enjoyed watching them. Well, if you wanted to see me talk about fantasy and sci-fi and sex, you can watch the A2 Heroes graphic novels live stream, Black Dragon, Pink Firefly. I'm going to be doing those once a week for the next 3 weeks till we launch for that. Then I'll do a big public one. So we'll do, if you want to, it won't be business stuff, but go to A2 Heroes. All right. Thank you guys very much. I hope this has helped. If you don't join Business Builder, please take action on this stuff. I just gave you fucking almost 5 hours of training for free. Don't waste my time by not doing anything. You guys need to do this. You need to get free from your 9-to-5 job. You're living in the collapsing USA or cuckoo Canada or suicidal Europe or authoritarian Australia or breakdown Britain or fucked up France or junkyard Germany. You're living in these rapidly collapsing countries. And that accelerates every 6 months with people like Biden and Trump. Don't get me started. Okay. You need to get out of these countries or at least have the option to leave. International backup plan. You can't do that without location dependent income. Everything I talk about, including some of the non-monogamy stuff, starts with location dependent income. All this 5 flag stuff is useless if you're stuck with a 9-to-5 job and you're collapsing in Boston, Massachusetts, where the fuck you live. You've got to get on this. And I have done what I promised I would do. I have removed as many barriers as I possibly can. I've made this as easy for you to do as I possibly can. I gave you this for free. You should join Business Builder. I've made it as inexpensive as possible. The least expensive program of this quality in the world, literally, in the whole world. That's a literal statement. That's not marketing. In the entire world, you'll not find anything else like this. Caleb.top/90day. Work with us. And you can get free. And it's not an option anymore. In the 80s, it was an option. Today, you have to do it. You have to be location dependent. AI is coming for your ass. The collapse of your Western country is going to affect you. It already is affecting many of you. I get your emails. Oof. Okay, I'm so glad I don't live in America anymore. God damn it. Dubai and Paraguay over America, the 2026 version, any day, including with this Iranian stuff. Any day. No question. If you don't like Dubai or Paraguay, there's another place you'll like. I'm sure you'll find it. But you can't do that if you don't have location independent income. That's step 0, is to get location independent fucking income. So you can quit your job and have international mobility. And but I like where I live, Caleb. Great. You have the option as an insurance policy to be able to leave whenever you want. You don't have that option right now. If you have a job, you're fucked. You're fucked. Unless you do this. And I don't know much easier. I can't make it any easier than this. And again, I'm going to say this one more time. I started this training with this. It is my mission. I teach mission over at Alpha Male 2.0. It is my mission to help you, those of you who have the balls and the courage, which is a percentage of you, not all of you. I wish it was all of you. It's not. Those of you who have the balls and the courage to take some steps that are a little uncomfortable to help you become free. To live a more free life and a more happy life. That is why I exist on this earth. And to create fantasy fiction. That's why I'm here. I don't need to do this financially. I don't. I'm in a place of life now where I'm self-actualized and I really don't need to do this. I was musing the other day. I work a 4-day work week now. On my 3 days off, I'm like, you know what I could do? I could just shut all this down and I could write novels and comic books all day long on the beach. I could do that right now, and I could. But I'm not. I'm here helping you. So you can say, wow, what a great training, and then not do anything, and then you're fucked. Or you can join us at 90 Day Business Builder. We can help you. And you'll be making $5,000 in 90 days. We guarantee it. Guaranteed. So I've done my part. I've done my job. Now it's time to do your part. Because I can't do anymore. This is all I can do. What else can I fucking do? Give it to you for free? No, I'm not doing that. Sorry. I have to pay these people. These people don't do it for free. That'd be nice. They don't. They need to be paid. And they should be paid. They're the best people in the world. All right. Cool. I'm going to let you guys go. I hope this was helpful. I'll see you soon. Have fun. Boy.